What the fuck? Oh my god. I mean, dude, I'll be back.
Yeah, when
Sorry guys, I don't know what the hell that was about. Streamlabs signed me out, then said, I don't know what the fuck, dude. It never does that.
how old was I? I think I was 23.
I don't know if they were actually arresting or if it was but
Oh, hey, can we get the likes up, guys? I'd really appreciate it. We already got 4 dislikes because some dumbass haters don't have anything else better to do with their life but to come here and fucking bug me. Apparently, they have less of a life than I do, which, whoa, how the fuck is that possible? I feel sorry for them. I feel sorry for them and their mother, especially their mother. Hey, Bong Rip, yo! Oh, what's up, dude? Right now, what's going on? You're my first one. You're my favorite. Gold medal award goes to you. Don't be giving that away, though. Don't be selling that, dude. It's gonna be worth something one day. Double. I say double. It's like Bitcoin.
Bitcoin in part. Oh, hang on.
Bitcoin BW. Speaking of which, what's up, man? How you doing? Good morning, SJ. Hello, SA. Homes, how you do? Hey, the randomman. You got the Dosha mug. Hey, man, how is it, dude? Is it, dude? Can you post a picture of it to Discord or something, or anywhere you want to post it to? So I can see it. That's so sweet, dude. Hey, thank you so much, dude, for like. That's like just
sanitation or the police.
That's probably one of the coolest things that's ever happened. Is someone getting one of those mugs? I spent some time doing that, you know, and
judiciously.
It's been up there for months. And somebody got one. Come on, fucking Nathan.
So I assume that
you're up in my top 10 now.
Picking through the trash or whatever to
hey,
find
Chris R, what's up?
Type of photographic justification.
Jeffro R, what's up, man? Gutierrez. All right, we back, guys. Hey, Chris R, living at the prospect of 25 hours. Thank you so much for your time, dude.
To like the politicians.
Dude.
Very format on their own.
25 hours now. Regular, you can do the shittier commands that annoy me.
They're donors.
We got 15 viewers to 8 viewers. I don't know which, but thank you all. However many there are of you, thank you all for coming through. I know there's tons of entertainment to look at. Yeah, right. On today, a Thursday, there isn't. So I understand why there isn't anybody here. But hey, whatever. There's literally no fucking entertainment on, and you shitbags don't fucking appreciate it. You don't. Most of you don't appreciate what the fuck I do here. Most of the people that come through here don't appreciate it. That's a given. That's a fucking given.
If I try to show you one of those
service.
If I can get, oh, there we are. Look at that. You see how shiny that motherfucker is?
I will fuck you this into the fucking ground if it's gonna be like this, dude. I used to be something. I used to be a streamer. Well, that shit's went down the fucking trash.
On each truck. I don't think you can see it. It's not Stetzel. It's painted, hand painted. That's
well, shut the fuck up. It's not Friday.
I can't read it.
It was Friday. I might have more than 10 viewers. God damn. This is fucking embarrassing, dude. If I were to tell somebody on the streets, hey, what do you do? What do you do? Oh, I'm a live streamer. Oh, really? I'm going to check you out. And they check me out. And they see this. I'm a fucking loser! Ah!
Pepe to Pepe's. Good morning. El Pepe to Pepe says 2-pack of M&Ms for 50 cents. Damn, that's ludicrous. Excellent, excellent. Thank you. I'm not going to Canyonero right now. I only Canyonero during marches. Or if there's like a total fucking police catastrophe. Oh, they're counting the needles. Farmer Barb says they love to count how many needles they find and post that in my city. It's their favorite. Yeah, how dare these people get diabetes? Or fuck it, how dare they shoot anything up? And like swap out needles for clean needles. I love you, Asifa. I love you. Yeah, hopefully they are used way less. I've had a number of friends that have struggled with addiction. I've honestly been struggling with addiction myself. This past winter, I was really hit hard by PTSD, drinking a great deal. I had to deliberately, overtly focus on stopping, which was very, very hard. I still haven't stopped. I've cut back pretty significantly because I was drinking like more than 20 days a month, like 8 drinks a day. That's a lot. My point is that addiction sucks. I don't know what it would be like to be addicted and unhoused. I assume that would be many levels of suckiness greater. I also have, I'm not like, I know who I am, and I've got ridiculously strong will and self-discipline, and that's helped me with my struggle with addiction. I'm not saying I'm better than anyone. I just know that other people are not built or programmed in the manner that I am, and it must be even harder for most people. So yeah, addiction sucks. It's fucking humiliating. Makes you feel pathetic. What's the best way to have a really good party in space?
Get a grip. Shut the fuck up. Have a nice life, you idiot.
No, it's easy. You plan it. Yeah, I used to have a lot of parties.
Hey, P. Hubbard, congrats for fucking being a dumbass.
Which is very fun.
Now you're now actually locked up in the hidden jail.
What we were gonna serve, I had a lot of food.
Congratulations, you did it.
Booze and other drugs too, but yeah, I like cooking for people. That's fun. I did this party once, so it was pretty awesome. It was called a flavor tripping party, which has nothing to do with acid or mushrooms or psychedelics. There's this berry.
Somebody else want to tell me what to do? Let's go for it.
There's a fucking berry that you
I'm on a fucking roll. Somebody else
let
tell
it
me what to
linger in
do.
your mouth for a couple of minutes.
I like it.
And
I like
it
pressing the
blocks
buttons.
out,
Boop, beep.
the sour receptors.
You're only allowed
in
to
your
tell me what to do
taste
if you've
buds
donated, and then
accentuates
you're
the
still risking it.
taste receptors.
Damn.
So what that means is that you can like do something like eat a lemon, which normally is pretty hard to eat because it's so acidic and sour, and it'll taste like fucking candy. You can drink a Guinness and it'll taste like a chocolate milkshake. Very wild. I recommend it. Anyways, it doesn't affect your brain. It just affects your mouth.
Dude, that is a shit ton of stuff,
LAPD
man.
has 14,
Like,
sorry, 15,
what do they?
15
What the fuck are these homeless
massacres on the
people
scene,
thinking?
including a captain.
Check it out, dude.
Also
If I'm
claw
fucking going homeless, I'm not
trash
taking my sectional with me.
Unhoused
Okay?
people's,
Alright?
temporary domiciles and throw them out.
I'm not trying to fucking build a
Also arrest
fort
people.
on the sidewalk if I go homeless. I'm gonna be minimalistic as fuck. I'm gonna have a backpack. Simon's not gonna be in my life anymore, unfortunately, if that ever happens. You know, we're gonna have to find some place for him to go. I've seen homeless people with cats, dude.
People in our society.
Like, what the fuck?
How about that, Los Angeles?
Cat probably loves it, but I don't know, man. It's crazy. Less is better. Yeah, they got too much shit, dude. Like, it's too, like, imagine having to deal with having an animal, or like a cat particularly. A dog wouldn't be, a dog wouldn't be so bad, maybe. I don't know. The dog would keep you from getting a fucking job, though, wouldn't it? What are you gonna do? I got this dog, though. Can I bring him, can I bring him to work with me, man? I don't know what to do with him. Like, you know what I mean? Like, you gotta simplify the fuck out of your life before you can get shit again. That's how it works when you're homeless. You can't just keep all your shit, stay homeless, and expect people to want to help you. What are they going to do? Put all your shit in their car and take you home and here's your spot now. You can stay here now. But if you just have a backpack, you're much more likely for somebody to be like, hey man, you can sleep in my garage for a little while. But you got a bunch of shit, they don't want you moving into their garage. You know what I mean? Homeless people are fucking retarded, man. That's their problem. This shit is flea-ridden. Life's nasty. It's just nasty. Once, like, furniture sits outside for longer than, like, a week, I ain't trying to fuck with that. What do you mean? You got homeless people been sleeping on this shit. Nobody wants that. What are they gonna do? What is that? Baby furniture? The pink thing? I would be proud of that. Look at that shit fucking pile, dude. I'd be so happy that I was helping clean up the neighborhood. It doesn't have to be done that way, bitch. What are they supposed to do? Go through it and categorize everything? This is trash. This is shit. Oh, here's some junk. What the fuck? You gonna sell it on eBay? Nobody wants that. People that fucking brought it there don't even want it. That's why it's like intermingled with trash. Wow. And you know what? They'd be helping us if they put duct tape over our mouths.
This job is a fucking joke. Right, I'd love to see your home. Yeah, I'm talking to you, little boy with the Dodgers cap and keeps shaking his head. Yeah, you with the red.
They have cool looking dump trucks though. I mean, the nice blue. That's sweet. Peterbilt. It's fucking Peterbilt, dog.
Yep. Fuck you, truck driver.
We're not moving.
Oh, you can see the name of the truck now.
Lachana? It's got a
Seriously, the name
name.
of the truck's
It's
Lachona.
not too late,
Yeah.
young cop.
Sparkling,
Not too late, baby cop.
sparkling truck.
You could do better. It's a
Oh, should it be dirty like the shit they're cleaning up or what?
But baby cop, you can do it.
How dare the city have a clean truck?
$245,000 with tax. Got a natural gas conversion, or well, comes to the factory that way.
What does he want them to have?
Only used. This truck is only used for throwing out homeless people's stuff.
Oh, is it?
That's all it's used for.
How does he know that? Really? Is it the cleanest truck in the fleet, and it's only used to clean up homeless? Dude, now that's kind of funny.
We don't. And you think you're the toughest one out here,
Why would they do that, though?
Back there hiding in the back. Who's finally
They bring out the bling bling to push out the homeless people.
That's your fucking slave owner back there. Who tells you what to do? And I'm talking to you too, bitch. Net gator. You too.
Jenny Williams is in the building with her and Jennifer Burns, two Williams and two females at the same time. What, did y'all come together? Y'all ride in the same car? We do have a female section over there if you guys don't like guys. To the corner.
You don't even have style in that uniform. I'd like to see you in a regular black outfit.
It's the only one with cargo pants on.
Get them ears pulled back, bro.
G unit. Sit here. Turn them into Soylent Green. Yeah, here's what happens. Here's what happens when you do that. That's your first warning. Next time I see you say some dumb shit like that about killing people and turning them into food, even if you do think it's funny and not someone else thinks it's funny, I'll ban you. Because that's the beginning of you saying some other stupid purge type shit. That's just the start, so don't do it.
I don't know about you, but it takes me time to like find my possessions. I don't know how the hell these people got their stuff here. You know, if they didn't have a car. And some unhoused people do have cars in Los Angeles. But if they didn't, I don't know how they got their stuff here. That sucked. Now they're gonna have to get stuff again. Or die.
Or die? What? They're going to get stuff again or die?
Again, this is during coronavirus. During pandemic. When Los Angeles has permission from FEMA to house every single unhoused person, every single homeless person in LA can be housed
Where?
by the national government, and it will be paid for in full, housed in hotels for the duration of the pandemic. The mayor has not approved this. The mayor has not approved this. It's been like 8 months. The mayor said no. We're not
No
gonna
way
house
the federal government
house
approved
the
that.
homeless in hotels for the duration of the pandemic, even though it comes at no cost to the city. Instead,
Bullshit.
we'll let them be out here and get sick and
I
die.
want to see that. What the fuck? Can you imagine the federal government saying... I think the hotels would have to be okay with that, dude. Because imagine having your fucking place packed with homeless people. There's no way. You know how many people would move from out of state just to come to California and get in a hotel for free? It's a fucking Californian hotel. That's the dumbest shit I've ever heard.
And run their pee-pee hose all over the sidewalk. It's like
The most expensive place to vacation in the country. Free hotels for the homeless, by the way.
Basically, that means that it's not really. It's just like they just kind of hose down the sidewalk. Sometimes they spray like.
And sometimes, man, I think Precious is extremely smart, maybe even genius, and very compassionate, understanding person. Sometimes, man, this dude says some shit that I'm just like, what? Come on, man.
This is all just for show. All this is just an excuse.
He's never been homeless apparently, and seeing the kind of riffraff that's homeless, like. Most of those motherfuckers don't give a fuck. They're stealing from people constantly. They're trying to get fucking high. They're only going to the GR hotels so that they can take a little break off being on the streets. You know what I'm saying? I've been there, done that, dude, and it hadn't gotten any better since I was there over a decade ago.
Everyone that lives in this city.
Drug use has gotten worse.
Can treat the people that live here better
I've caught
Like
people
humans.
shooting up behind my place here, like it wasn't
What's the
shit.
L word?
Dude
What's
had
the fucking L word?
silver
What's
huffing
it, love?
paint
It's
marks
about
all
a
over his
loving way.
face. He was acting all
What the fuck is
twacked out.
love?
I
This is
found
Los
crack
Angeles,
pipes
dipshit.
out here, meth pipes, right in my front yard. It used to be that bad.
Yeah.
These people are emboldened because
Los
people are like,
Angeles,
"Oh, they're just shooting up, and you know, just leave them alone." Like he was earlier. He's like, "Well, so what if they're shooting up and using clean needles?" Because apparently they count the needles at these things, and they make a big deal about counting how many needles there were. And he's like, "Yeah, well, as if they can't have diabetes, or like it's a bad thing that they're throwing away their needles." Like he think, what the fuck? Is people like Precious taking up for this dumb
to
shit
recap,
that makes it like not
on
get
the
cleaned up
budget
sooner?
expenditure here, we've got $2.4 million. Sorry, it's more than that now. It's 15. So there's 15 police. And I'm just gonna
These
go by
people do
salary.
stupid
I'll go
shit
fully
when they're
loaded.
high,
Fully
dude.
loaded costs with benefits for
That's the
15
problem.
cops is around 3.3
They do
million
stupid shit
dollars.
to
It's
get
probably closer
high.
to 3.5 million because they probably have.
It's
some
all
benefits,
bad.
some dependents. So $3.5 million of cops. We've got 20
I bet if
20
Precious lived like
sanitation
across the
personnel,
street from this encampment, it would be the
who I
same.
think probably
They wouldn't be going out there like, "Hey guys, good morning," bringing them coffee and shit.
$70,000 a year. So that's 1.4. So we're up to 5.2. We're up to $5.2 million. Then we got the equipment maintenance, which probably isn't that much. But we'll throw in, make it $300,000 to maintain all the 20 vehicles that are here.
Well, see, here's the thing. Yeah.
Anyway, so now we're
Maybe
up
the
to
government can help. The
$5.5
government.
million
See, that's the fucking
to do
fucked up
this
thing
around
about
the
this. The
city
government's
on an
willing to
ongoing
help these
basis.
people. They're not willing to accept
I
it,
believe
dude.
that the city
The
of Los
programs are
Angeles
there, especially in
spent
California,
2019,
especially in
$60
LA,
million on this type of
chock
activity.
full of programs for
$60
homeless people,
million.
especially if
Could've
you're a
been used for,
veteran.
perhaps for something that
Way more
actually
if you're a
was
veteran.
Caring.
So-
I can't believe I'm advocating for people to be nice to each other.
They just don't want to go to them. They're
that was
comfortable
actually caring.
with dude.
Caring for the
I gotta turn him
unfortunate.
down a little bit. I was in
for
a
that.
program for a while in San Pedro with a bunch of people. I've told you guys about it. I've cooked for them. It was the time I drooled into the fucking big ass thing of food and had to serve it to them. It was that program, a prestigious program when it comes to getting your shit back together and getting back on your feet. It was well known. And God dang it, I forgot my fucking train of thought with that one. Oh, wait, I remember. There was this couple that lived outside of it. They slept in their sleeping bags. Literally, like a dude and wife. They lived outside of our program. We had a bunch of different houses out there, and so like we surrounded the whole area. There were hundreds of us that lived there, and and the company owned the houses. That's why the company I was in owned all these houses. But these people were always there for years. They had lived right there, sleeping on the fucking sidewalk. We would walk past them every morning, dude. They would piss on the sidewalk in front of us. They didn't give a fuck. They were just like, we would hear him beating her ass sometimes in the middle of the night and shit. It was fucking crazy, dude. They were like part of our little community. We knew about them. The cops knew. Everybody knew about them. They just lived on the fucking sidewalk. That's how they liked it. That's how they fucking liked living life. And that's how some crazy fucking people are. So to think that, and at least they didn't have an encampment. If they would have had an encampment built up there would have been a problem. All they had was their sleeping bags. So everyone was kind of like okay with it. But this shit's getting out of hand, dude. They can't be just building fucking houses on the sidewalk and shit. That's stupid. Be more like the couple in San Pedro. They had a sleeping bag and that was fucking it, dude. And they didn't bother anybody except for when they got in fights or they pissed in front of us. So, like, near broad daylight, the chick would just pull her shit up and just start pissing. That was kind of weird, too. But, I mean, you know, I'm sure these people are doing that kind of fucked up shit, too. But they also have the whole entire sidewalk with all their shit on it. Of course, it's going to get thrown away. I'm sure that they've been warned more than once by cops that have just ridden by there casually and been like, hey, man, y'all need to clean this shit up. We're about to come through we're about to come through, y'all. I doubt that all of a sudden this just happened. You know, it's been there for a while. So to get all bleeding heart the way this dude does every time he sees this shit is a little, like, I don't know, it's a little nearsighted. You need to think about the bigger picture and how much this is actually affecting. There's a fucking driveway right there. There's a business right there. There's kids that walk down the street every fucking day probably down this street. It looks nice, but not so nice with this bullshit here. You know what? He needs to get his head out his ass. We live in the most, like, in LA, they have the most programs for homeless people than any other city that I've seen in the country, and I've lived around a few cities, so they have no fucking excuse. It's on them.
Los Angeles are trash. I'd like to see them all reformed and have some policies that where people's belongings are not deposited in the holding cell of the
I'm sure that, dude,
dumpster by the
you know, it
claw
didn't just
machine.
happen. There's no, I don't know for sure if they got a warning, but I mean, come on, dude. That looks like it took a month for that shit to build up there.
The bearers of those, well, their the ex-property owners hang out across the street. I'd like to see
And
a city
I mean,
where
check it out, man.
where the politicians and represented.
Even if they didn't get a warning,
needs and the
it's like
voices
common sense,
are-
dude. You can't build a play
Those
fort
that have
on the
least.
sidewalk. I don't expect to be able to do that. I don't think that I can
This
just
is
like to start taking my shit out of my house, putting it on the sidewalk, and live there. I don't feel like the government's going to let me do that. So why do they think it's okay? Go to a fucking
American
forest
shame.
somewhere. Go to the
Angeles
LA
shame.
River. The LA River's shit. You know what I'm saying? And there's homeless people down there. Go to Skid Row. People are okay with Skid Row. I mean, or get the fuck out of California if you're not going to take advantage of the programs they have here for homeless people.
Angeles shame.
You can't expect to live in the nicest,
Our
one of the
city,
nicest
my city,
states
my city.
in the country. Some would say in the world. It's one of the most sought after places to come visit in the fucking world. You can't expect to have that if you're not going to give anything for it at all. If you're,
Yes,
you know what I
If you
mean?
wear an orange vest, you get a rake.
You can't just expect it. You got to go. You got to go. You got to leave. There's other states that are much
the,
cheaper.
Bribes. Legality of bribes. It's American shit. The system is.
And it's because of how well California treats homeless people. That's why we have so many of them here. Because we treat them like royalty compared to places like Tennessee. That's for sure. Yeah, we got a bleeding heart here acting like California treats them so bad. Dude, it's one of the reasons why I came back to California, if not the main reason I came back here in the mid-2000s, because I knew that they had programs for homeless people. I mean, I'm a veteran, so we have more programs, like I said, but I do know that the other ones exist.
E.D. fucked.
They're just a little harder to get into when you're not a veteran.
No kind words for this.
Rounds our hair and you're happy anywhere? I mean, yeah, right? That's what I'm saying, dude. Like,
This shit just.
that's what gets
this
them
is-
so complacent with it.
I don't know. It just is just honestly, it's overwhelming. I'm not even.
It's real
pissed
easy
off.
to be
It's just-
comfortable on the sidewalk when you're doped up on heroin. And he's like, well,
So
why just let
disappointing.
him be high on heroin? It's like, yeah, that's the problem, though.
Disappointed. I'm disappointed and sad that this is how the world is.
What would a perfect world be to Precious? It would just homeless people getting free hotels
It can just come
and
along
needles
and ruins
and
people's already ruined lives.
them just sitting there all day getting high, or
It hurts.
this is Precious Child. The
supposed to
link
be
for
happening.
them is down in the description below if you want to go side to
They
them
are not.
on YouTube. I'm sure they'd love to hear from you. I forgot to put my city
seen in a while.
Dude, I always spell Los Angeles wrong. I'm pretty sure it's wrong. The worst is spelling Los Angeles that I know. LOS. LOS. Hey, I got it right that time.
Hi there.
So, there are lots of things that people can do. If you're appalled by this immediate situation, you can donate to an organization called Streetwatch LA. They're the people who actually helped the unhoused people over there move some of their belongings out of this zone of destruction. Streetwatch LA, they help them get new tents, get them sanitation, actual personal hygiene supplies, soap and tampons.
You got to get rid of all that
Help them,
stuff
do their
if you're
best
going to be
help them
homeless.
connect
That's all,
with
man.
City services to help that aid them. Streetwatch LA. Anyways, I know them. The organization fairly well. They've been at every single one of these homeless sweeps. I believe it was some people from Streetwatch LA who were arrested today. Anyways, they are low on funds because of this harsh winter, wherein the homeless population of Los Angeles has exploded. So they're raising money to buy more supplies for the people, the likes that were kicked out of this block today, and all their possessions were thrown out. They're getting clothes. It's all volunteer work. I asked them about their funding and their expenditure. They're like, well, we don't have any employees. We're
$100 fine? Oh yeah. Maybe they'll all move to Oregon now, dude.
Tax deductible. Donations to Streetwatch
What's up, SHG?
are tax deductible. And I'll post up the link after this. But it's just Google Streetwatch LA. They are also on
Communist
Instagram.
country you're born in. Where are you born, Keith?
And I've been very not impressed.
Democrat lady?
As far as I'm concerned, they're cooler people than me because they've been doing it for years. Doing this homeless
The
outreach
homeless
for
don't
years.
move to the
I
woods.
respect them.
It's because you can't
That's
get
awesome.
drugs and alcohol in the
I
woods,
appreciate
man.
them for caring for.
I mean, you can grow weed out there, though. I'm surprised there aren't more homeless people just growing weed in the woods.
Are not put into action to care for police pod.
But that's it, though. You can't get drugs in the country. It's harder.
What does it do? Nothing. Just arrest people and beats.
Because if it really just said
people and
about
stuff like that.
needing somewhere to stay and
Put your bald ass thinking I'm scared.
not having the money, I would think more people would go to.
And all the
nature.
people that were living here, their
I mean, that's where we're
possessions are thrown
from.
out,
We're not from this shit.
and
Concrete life.
done their job.
Like our
They've
deep
done their
down
job, and it
inside,
seems that they're getting ready to leave.
we crave to be around nature. So it's like 100% a drug thing because they're not like most of the time they're not trying to get a job. So being in the city, you think, oh, you got to be in the city to get a job, but they're not trying to get a job. That's not what it is.
Does as well.
It's a drug and alcohol
what it's all
thing.
about.
Most like 90% of the time, or they'd be totally fine with going and getting a tent and taking it to the woods somewhere.
I'll show you. This is why why all their shit was thrown out. Chumbawamba can hose down the sidewalk. Forget the rats, the literal rats at City Hall. You gotta hose down this damn sidewalk. This is the pretext for them.
Dude, it probably smells like shit or
evicting the
something.
homeless
Who
people from
knows?
this block.
Wondering why he's
This
got to
is the
spray
pretext.
Italian pets.
To moisten the sidewalk and power wash the leaves off of it. That's what it's all about. Isn't this rewarding?
Yes. Oh, it's
Started this
soapy.
around 6:30, 7. 4 hours of work. Probably
He really
around
is
40
pressure
city
washing that
employees
shit down good.
To
Should have a
moisten the
film on it. Yeah, man, you don't want kids fucking touching that or something. Who knows what the hell's on there?
that cop there with the bun
What up? I see you. Hey.
threatened me with arrest earlier.
I mean, that's the equivalent of a bunch of dogs, like, just being cooped up in a nasty area together for who knows how long.
Bucket of
Right? I mean,
fuck you.
you're gonna rinse that down too?
Meaning fuck you.
What they're doing up in there?
Whenever someone with a gun is angrily telling you to do something, that's a damn act of hostility.
Hey!
And I'm going to pull the card, which is that I had a right to film there. Everyone has a right to film in public. Anyways, but they're LAPD. They can do whatever the fuck they want. Fuck you. Fuck you.
You live in hotels,
And,
Matt? What the hell?
What LAPD wanted
What
today
hotel are you
was
in
to
now?
Make sure.
Not the exact one,
make
but
sure
what kind of hotel is
that
it?
this sidewalk
You staying at Hyatt's?
got hosed down.
That's a nice looking sidewalk now.
That's what they really want. Look
at that.
And of
So
course
nice.
for all the homeless people to be
That looks like shit
have
though.
all their shit thrown out.
Man,
Yeah,
imagine
like,
living there
that's a real
and all
real
that
victory of the day.
shit, just all like property value, just.
To show you that what they were doing was not power washing. Like,
You're thinking about moving all of a
this
sudden.
etching
You're
on the
like,
sidewalk. This is like power washing. This is actual power washing.
how are you gonna move?
You can see that it's
No one's
like,
gonna want to
like
buy your place.
Yippity doopity. They like graffiti the sidewalk by power washing it. They didn't power wash the sidewalk. They moistened it.
Moist. The homeless aren't all bad. Most related druggies wouldn't
What's up,
never
Laura?
depend on. Well,
Laura, how's it going?
I don't know. A lot of them claim to be vets. That maybe they're. I mean, I think a lot of them claim to be vets, even if they aren't.
Tail end.
We have them coming up in the VA all the time trying to sell shit. I mean, we used to before COVID.
This homeless
They'd
eviction.
be trying to sell pens and shit.
This homeless eviction
acting
crime
like they're veterans.
perpetrated by the Department of Sanitation and the LAPD. American.
I forget. We found out a couple times that they weren't though. They were getting kicked off the property and shit.
Blessed and planned for and endorsed by our politicians.
I used to volunteer at the VA. It's the only reason why I volunteered there for like a year, escorting, pushing wheelchairs.
Puppets of the wealthy.
I actually pushed a dude that the VA is named after,
This is Los Angeles. Welcome to Los Angeles.
Ruben Tiver.
Eat.
Got the
shit.
Medal of Honor. I talked to him for a little while as I
That
pushed
is,
him.
if your net worth is
He
under,
still had his wits to him, man, up until months before he went.
He's under $4 million.
He was living at the VA because he was in the pods.
$5 million.
It's,
No.
he was on his way out.
It is that probably it's eat shit if your net
He had a
worth is
picture of
under,
Bush next to him,
probably
a signed
$500
picture of Bush Sr. next to his bed.
Who runs the world? Unfortunately, it is not black women. I would like it if it was black women. It's just rich white people and
Oh, he meets a lot of
It's
people
just rich
doing that
people
escort
who are
stuff.
Predominantly white.
It really kind of helped put things in perspective. That people coming for dialysis, twice a week, I would get to know them a little bit. And people having
People are
like
here, in case you're wondering about the yelling,
cancer
people are here
therapies and
protesting the
shit,
presence of the police here
occupational
because it's bullshit.
therapy.
Why the fuck are the police here? For what is supposedly a humanitarian aid.
Then you got the
city
people that
process.
fake being
Obviously,
veterans coming up in there, like I said,
They're here
trying to
because
sell
it's
shit.
hostile assault, theft and destruction of people's property, arrest and incarceration. That's why the police are here. Anyways, I want to show you their shoes.
The hell?
Got these little clawfoot slippers.
Those? What the hell? They got
I am
claws!
entertained. That is excellent. That's my shit.
I've never seen that. Dude. Is that a homeless person, though? That says a lot. Are they trying to get a job with those on? Come on, man. They're shoes. They're just shoes, man. So we have a dress code. You discriminate.
I just woke up too. Well, normally I would wake up around now. I think I slept for an hour last night because it's hard to go to sleep early when you're used to going to sleep late, blah, blah. Whine, cry. Yeah, and I'm glad to be here. I'm glad I got up because this is a part of the city that I want to see. I want to experience. I want to be connected to, rather than ignore it. And I want you all to see it too. I want this horrendous 40-person operation of cruelty to be in our collective record forever, because this is not the best that our society can look. This is not the best our city can look. And this is not the best that our city can do. Far from it. Oh. Yeah, services, not sweeps. This is happening all over the country. It's happening all over the country. It's been happening all over the country through the pandemic. Happening in Seattle, in Portland, in Denver, in Miami, in Washington, D.C., in New York City, in Boston, in Chicago, Houston, Dallas, Austin. It's happening everywhere. All these anti-homeless actions, as if the homelessness is the problem. It's not the problem, it's a symptom. And it's not going to go away, or it's just going to be more and more poverty in this country. More and more and more. And more people that can't afford rent, can't afford their debt, can't afford car repairs. Of course, no one can afford health insurance in this country. Can't afford for mental health care. Can't afford to pay mental health care. And enter the dead end street. Nowhere to go. Live on the sidewalk, underpass. Fucked at the end. No one cares.
By your oppressor.
I don't know why they're still here. Is this like a fucking photo op or something? Is that what's going on? See, LAPD has no fucks to give about whether or not they look good, or what they do looks good, because there's no accountability. The reason why there's no accountability is that there's no oversight. The LAPD has oversight from something called the Board of Police Commissioners, who analyzes and audits LAPD, writes up reports, and guess what? If the Board of Police Commissioners makes a recommendation, fire this officer, execute this type of police reform, LAPD has absolutely no obligation to listen to their recommendations. There is no oversight, basically. So they can get away with, beating, gassing, shooting, lingering, evicting the homeless, sitting around posing for photos smugly after this block full of unhoused people, all their shit was thrown out. Yeah, fuck it, we're the LAPD. I probably sound like I'm full of shit. Unfortunately, this is not from anecdotal experience. This has been my direct experience. LAPD doesn't give a damn. They don't need to worry about their public image. It's about as bad as it can get. I don't care. It's like the NYPD. Who cares? We're the fucking NYPD. We're the fucking LAPD. What you gonna do about it? Not gonna do jack shit because you can't.
Hi there.
We can literally kill you without any repercussions. What you gonna do about it? That's what I thought. So you got this scene. Chilling here. Fuck of it. What you gonna do about it? If you were listening to me, Mickey, which you weren't, then shame on you for not listening. I was speaking for the LAPD.
Oh, it's still there.
What you gonna do about it? That's what they say. Because they have no accountability. They won't be charged for anything ever. And as I was saying, they can literally kill anyone.
Dude, that's why I don't go to LA.
Why don't you go walk
I
out
don't
there?
fuck with LA, man. Long Beach.
And tempt them
And even
to
then,
kill you.
dude, they ain't
If you do a
giving
good
me.
enough job, they'll do it.
They're not getting back to me about shooting in my car, dude. I called her again yesterday and asked if she'd received my email and haven't.
Also, fuck your American flag avatar.
Call back, dude.
Yeah, the worst damn thing of all, the fucking American flag. Imagine looking like the American flag. Imagine being responsible for genocide after genocide, invasion, and subterfuge after subterfuge.
Dude, this dojo mug has
the
tripped me
flag.
out, man.
Bowing to fucking corporate interests, billionaire interests, ruining the damn natural world.
Dude, thanks, Nathan.
Incarcerating more people than any other country on the planet. Being the American flag. having a flag that that celebrates the destruction and genocide of people.
Medical insurance companies. I don't know anything about medical, like what's going on with medical costs because I have VA.
Bless everyone.
Is it
for
really
not
that bad
looking like the
right now
American
for
flag.
everybody?
We have a chance
Did
America.
most of you guys not have health insurance?
to permanently be stained.
See,
Just
one in the chat if you
permanently
don't
stained.
have any kind of health insurance. President, you think it's stupid? I mean, they say President Charles says some shit that I disagree with, but calling them stupid though,
They said
I
that they
don't
were
know
not
if I
at
could
work.
go that far.
So I
President
assume
is
they had a hard night of stealing people's cars. They were a tow truck driver. Hard night
misled
of stealing people's
in
cars
some
and then
in some
continuing
ways,
to make fun of the homeless and
or
the people that were
confused. It seems
here
maybe
to
about
aid
some
the
things a
homeless.
little bit, because I don't think Precious has ever been homeless. That's the thing. Ignorant, maybe more ignorant than. Ignorant of what it's really like on the streets with these people, actually. Because most of them aren't as fucking caring as Precious is making them out to be. They're not wholesome fucking people. Usually, they're not. They're dog eat dog. They will fucking steal your fucking dope and help you look for it type people. Usually. That's what I've heard. I've never been a tweaker or a heroin junkie, but like I said, I've been in programs with these people, and from what I understand, most of them are like that. I've heard many stories of people stealing other people's dope, and shit. I think I've even had it happen to me with weed before. I'll steal my shit and act like he didn't have it and help me look for it and shit. At least once I've had that happen to me, dude. With something. And with a scroungy ass motherfucker that was homeless. USA has the richest people in the world? Yeah. So the USA being horrible, but he has never been anywhere else in the world. Oh, well maybe. I'm not sure if he's been out of the country. Now you go to Mexico, it's way worse to be homeless there, though.
That's a regular trash truck.
I
Doesn't
feel
have a
like he
name.
wants it like
Only the ones
Mexico.
that,
You know, in
go
Mexico, it's normalized. Homelessness is super normalized out there. Like even in the early 2000s when I was going down there to TJ, kids coming up to you at 10, 11 o'clock at night trying to sell you gum. Chicle. That was normal. 1 in the morning, kids trying to sell you shit, that was normal. Homeless kids. Their parents were sleeping on the side of the bridge and shit, waiting for them to come back with a chicle money, you know, type shit. Whatever. It's almost as if he wants that to be normal here. Because if we just let this become a normalcy, like them sidewalk campers, eventually it would just fix itself. All of a sudden, next thing you know, people will be like, "Hey, man,
What's going on, Kate?
you could set up a tent in California, dude. Fuck Tennessee. We can't even smoke weed here. Let's go move to California. I'm used to camping anyway. Shit, you know, there are parts of the country where people love camping. So camping on the sidewalk in California would be like a summer vacation if we all of a sudden make it okay everywhere. Stupid. They don't think this shit through, dude. People like presidents don't think this shit through. It would become a fucking sidewalk camping mecca. Perfect weather. People camp at those Kia camping spots on the side of the interstate all the time, so this would be even better. Be free. Those are like $20 a night to stay on a concrete camping ground on next to the interstate. Those Kia camping grounds, they're not cheap. And that's in the middle of nowhere on the side of the interstate.
If anyone knows what this is, you can get a special kudo from me.
It's probably a bike part. I'm just fucking around, but you know what I'm saying though? I dismantled that fucker all the way down.
I think
I've
you're
seen
correct,
it.
actually.
Like here,
It's
I've
like
seen
a
people
crankcase
with their
seal.
bike with a thing on the like hauling a thing on the back of it full of bikes going down an alley around here.
I was looking at the shape.
It was like 5:30 in the morning.
The shape,
Super early.
but it makes sense that it would be a
He came on the
motorcycle.
come up, walking to you into every house, picking up every bike he could. It was like just cutting them off.
Given the size.
How does he keep showing that? Bro, this is getting weird.
Valve cover gasket, or it's a
Oh, somebody in his chest probably asked him. It looks like a
head
car part
I
too.
don't think it's a head
but
gasket. Maybe it is. No.
I think it's a bike part though, actually.
Anyways.
Weird bike part.
It's fun.
Like one of those motorized bikes. Electric bike. They probably took apart electric bike. It's a water pump gasket? That could be it too. They're weird shaped.
Ooh, look what I found.
Oh,
I believe that's a penny. Interestingly, it's at the highest viewer count so far for this penny. I found a flat penny. Actually, it's kind of interesting.
it's pretty wild how he was able to like something like a steamroll would have to go through for that, right?
Thank you. Chris.
Spare lighter. What do you mean?
Yeah, right now, yeah, thank you, Chris. I appreciate that.
Howard Chair was talking about how he had his meds stolen with him.
No, that's outrageous. That's something that you never say. But I'm like, yeah, it's
I mean, cops are another thing they're great at is gasoline. But they're amazing at that, which is, you know, why there's so high numbers of like being their domestic shouting. Yeah, also, like the whole riots, they allowed that to happen too. That was the threat that they followed up on. They sent their people all the way to that white area. I forgot in what is it called? Like right before Cape Town, with like wealthy ass homes. It's not West LA. It's north, like literally like north of Cape Town. It's a bunch of like rich ass property, like wealthy ass property. They stayed back there and they allowed everything to happen, and like they intentionally did that. So that was like the threat. The threat was made, and then they followed up on it.
Excuse me.
Most people hate people that have money, don't they? Like he said, wealthy, rich, like 2 or 3 times there. Wealthy, rich people, people with money. I just want it. I want the money. Assholes. Just give me their money and live on the street. I'd serve it. That's the mindset of the homeless people of LA, dude. Actually, they look at rich people like they owe them something. well-off people owe them supposed to. I mean, and in all actuality, maybe they do give back. Maybe some of these more well-off people do give back to the communities when they can, like giving to organizations. Maybe they don't hit the streets and hand out lunches, but I mean, they do. Time is precious, man. And the more money you have, usually the less time you have. You gotta deal with making more of it and keeping it safe and talking to people about it and shit.
I am not the right person. I hate being on camera. There are better comments. I don't know if you have Steve. You know the Steve, right? Yeah. I don't know if you have Steve on camera. Steve would be much better than I would. I don't like camera.
KOA, he thinks that's it.
Yeah.
My camera's
Bro, that's it.
Yeah. And well. The comment in the fuck off shit, he was good at the beginning.
Yeah, I got here late too. I was watching it on live.
Have a good one, Laura. Have a good day.
Yeah, I can see that. Conservatives being more charitable. Because
Go blue.
I can just see that.
Yeah, the color blue is it's a frequency of light or a range of
But conservatives, yeah, at the same time, they don't want to help out degenerate drug addicts that aren't willing to do shit.
Frequencies of light.
You know, they're not going to just throw fucking money at them and say, yeah, here's free hotels, go shoot up. Because that's conservatives aren't like, that's the liberals and the Dems are the ones that are pushing for that dumb shit, but they're not willing to like pay for it probably.
If you like
some type of shit, you know what I'm saying? They want
are the greatest
anyway.
thing in the world, and you're watching this. I don't mind as long as you're not a dick in chat in real life or in real life.
It's probably Democrats who got that bullshit that passed or whatever, and Republicans that are keeping it from happening because they're like, hell no, they're just going to be up in there doing drugs all the time.
Broader reality than
I can see that.
One that you are normally exposed to. And give you perspective. One of the people that was arrested earlier was released, thankfully. They walked out behind me. I'm not gonna film them because they were just in jail, and jail sucks.
They were just in jail. Damn, they got out already?
Sucks.
Well, shut the fuck up. Jail doesn't suck that much. They didn't even end. They weren't even there. If they're gone already, they didn't even get processed in.
More than yeah, pal. Why are they still there? I don't know why they're still there. I want them to leave.
With the jail, by the way.
I think they're still here because like sanitation is kind of still here. Yeah, they're all. Sanitation is done for the day, so they're taking their fucking time. And LAPD, hey, we could stand around all day. We're LAPD. That's what we do.
Dude, they're probably all thinking, what the fuck are these people going to do now? All their shit's still on the sidewalk over there and they're not leaving.
Texan accent there.
They're probably staying around hoping that they'll start leaving.
Oh my goodness. It's a dog. Look at that dog.
The neighbors love it.
That is a dog. I know that dog. Its name is Barfy Supreme. Also known as Barf Fuck, come on, camera person. Barf Supreme.
Dick. That's a dickhead dog owner right there.
Barf Supreme. See you later.
You know why? Hey, why was that dog owner a dickhead? Anybody know? Can anybody tell? The fucking collar around his shit. Dude, we got harnesses now. You don't need to. Do you really need to put a fucking weird thing around your dog's neck like that?
Well, it's past the 3-hour mark.
Collars are so outdated, dude.
Minutes of live streaming on the street. Not in a chair.
Imagine having a collar around your neck and being pulled around by that shit.
And
would you prefer that or a harness?
Usually, I think it's around this time.
I prefer a harness. I wouldn't like my neck being gripped on like that all the time, man.
Lose my giving a fuck's-ness and start to seek to entertain myself and the viewer who has been agonizing through this visage.
My dog hates me. I don't have a dog. What do you mean?
Meaning this scene of hell. Cops, homeless people, and people trashing their shit.
Are you drunk,
Is what
Bubba?
I call a hell. And
Dog necks aren't sensitive like
Yeah,
ours.
so I
That's
get
how they
to get a
are
little-
carried around. When they're puppies, they're carried around like that. Not when they're
Perhaps,
grown adults.
bitterness
That's why they
starts to
say
come
you're not
out
supposed to
and-
carry a grown cat like that.
and
It hurts it. You don't.
My
Anyway,
grim.
why do you think there are
mocking
harnesses
reflections on
now? Why do you think those exist if collars are so
nature of our
good?
society.
If collars aren't damaging to a dog's neck.
Say that in all seriousness.
You don't think those neck vertebrae are more fragile than the entire torso being pulled on?
Should follow these.
I didn't
guys
think
to
it was
lunch.
choking him. I'm just saying, like, if you get into a situation where you have to really pull on your dog and pull him back,
Guys,
do you really want to be ripping on its fucking head and neck like that?
people
Like,
making mistakes.
when you don't have to? Why do that when you could put a
Let me be
harness
more
on?
specific. Making what I consider to be mistakes, which is to say that they are policing the homeless.
Yeah, most dogs aren't trained right though, are they, Golden?
Police
To walk with
homeless.
slack on the leash, walk next to you.
Don't
Not
have
everybody's a
anything to
fucking
begin with.
dog whisperer, you know.
Why do you have to pick up the car? I'm like, go home.
I don't have a dog. What are you talking about? My dog is not trained correct. What are you talking to? Not drunk yet. On the neck, the dog hates owner. If they use color around the neck, dog hates. Oh, I mean, I would think so. I would think it would, especially when he sees other dogs walking around that don't have that around their neck. Like, dogs aren't retarded, are they? They notice when the other dogs don't have, and they're probably like, "What's this shit around my neck?"
He's following you.
Oh, it does choke them. Oh,
Thankfully, in LA, I'll say that I'm not the only person that likes to. I don't really like filming the police. Maybe I do. I'm doing it. People do it.
the really bad ones are those ones that clench down and get all metal.
Filming the police.
Dude, was that
There's
Alien
another good,
Alphabet's
there's something called
cousin?
Cop Watcher. Cop Watcher.
See
There's
that?
a number of good cop watchers in Los Angeles. On Twitter, one of those is. What's their account?
The people. What do you mean have no knowledge of, dude? I've had relationships with people with women that had dogs. Okay, I know the difference between a fucking harness
It's called Film
and a collar,
Police.
and what a
It's really
veterinarian
hard to remember.
recommends. They
Account on
do
Twitter
not
called Film the
recommend a
Police.
fucking
On Instagram,
collar,
there's an account
asshole. So
called
shut the fuck up.
Always
You don't know
Film
what
the
you're fucking
Police.
talking about, apparently.
On YouTube,
No
there's a
fucking
channel
veterinarian
called,
would recommend a collar
one called Alex
over a
Cop Watch.
harness.
There's a channel called
Why would they
Pugface,
recommend that?
P-U-G, like the dog, pug. P like Papa.
Why would they do that?
Gee.
Oh, I'm a pussy? Oh, my bad. I didn't know you wanted to get deleted, Mickey.
George.
Yeah.
Pugface Media.
I didn't know you wanted to get deleted. You could just told me that to
No, there's
begin
a
with. I
film-
didn't have to
film
argue with you
activities
this whole
with the
time.
police, which is a legal
That's better.
endeavor.
I'll be right back, guys.
I don't really think that these cops care about being filmed. They're, I think they're pretty used to it.
We gon' see if we can come up with a verdict up in here.
Anyways, I urge you as private citizens, love the police or loathe them, to film the police. as, again, your tax dollars pay for them. They're supposed to be out there helping and serving, right? And what'll probably happen is if you do it long enough, you'll see them do something really heinous and fucked up. And at the least, that footage could be used to help press civil suits. Again, cops never face criminal charges for the most part, but they can face civil suits, meaning that people can win monetary awards from the city or state or government, or sometimes the cops, rarely the cops themselves. And also just can spread the word about the police. What the heck is going on? There's a Chungus right there, Chungus Among Us. That was the name of that cop.
Sweet. I think we got rid of a fucking Discord right then. We couldn't rid of that guy. There's like 5 people left at once. They're like, no, our ringleader got banned. Let's go, guys.
These cops are like, they're not. I thought they were staring at me, which kind of surprised me because I've been here all along and they weren't staring at me. Staring at us.
Probably IP2. I chop it up every time I get a troll in here. It's just IP and IP2 idiot
over there.
Usually, that's what I think.
Yes, there is vegan beer. I'm trying to think of what's in beer. Malted barley, sometimes wheat, hops, so that's fermented with yeast. I am not religious, so I'm not a religious vegan.
I'm tired of watching this. There's nothing going on here now. Now we're just listening to him talk. And I'm good on that. There's also this I want to see. And I don't care what y'all do. Y'all gonna leave now. Bye. I need to watch this, so.
The committee and any committee will come to order. Without objection, the chair is authorized to declare a recess of the subcommittee at any time. Without objection, members of the full committee not on this subcommittee are authorized to participate in today's hearing. As a reminder, I ask all members to keep themselves muted when they are not recognized. This will minimize disturbances while members are asking questions of our witnesses. The staff have been instructed not to mute members except where a member is not recognized and there is inadvertent background noise. Members are also reminded that they may only participate in one remote proceeding at a time. If you are participating today, please keep your camera on, and if you choose to attend a different remote proceeding, please turn your camera off. If members wish to be recognized during the hearing, please identify yourself by name to facilitate recognition. This hearing is entitled Dollars Against Democracy, Domestic Terrorist Financing in the Aftermath of the Insurrection. I now recognize myself for 4 minutes to give an opening statement. As we heard from Merrick Garland during his confirmation hearing earlier this week, the country faces a, quote, more dangerous period in the wake of January 6th than we did after the Oklahoma City bombing, the single deadliest act of domestic terrorism in American history. This threat is real, and it is therefore incumbent on all of us on the subcommittee to look at the ways that these extremist groups fund not only their violent activities, but their recruitment and radicalization efforts as well. In the wake of the attacks of September 11th, we recast the entire federal government and worked feverishly to defund terrorist streams. To effectively disrupt domestic extremist groups, we need to better understand their financing. In today's hearing, I want us to focus on 3 important areas. First, is to better understand how these groups are raising money. Unlike ISIS, for example, these organizations are not pyramid-shaped where funding comes from a handful of easily disruptible areas. An online fundraising drive for a legitimate charity and one that helps support an extremist group can look very similar. Some extremist groups are eschewing the traditional banking sector in favor of cryptocurrency, avoiding our traditional methods of disrupting extremist financing. Second is to give serious thought to where our efforts on disruption are best spent. Terrorist attacks rely on their asymmetrical nature to be effective. Many of the domestic terrorist attacks in recent memory have been self-funded. The bomb constructed by Timothy McVeigh cost less than $5,000. However, recruitment and radicalization efforts are often more resource and time intensive. Targeting these efforts may provide an avenue for preventing future attacks.
Dude, that's actually crazy that the bomb that Timothy made only cost $5,000. That's pretty concerning. I wonder if that's today's cost, though. If you, like, I doubt that you can still get that, like that amount of fertilizer without getting put on a list or whatever. And but that's still pretty wild. Wow. So yeah, this is pretty long. A long show. I want to see what they say if they get talking about Bitcoin on here.
Third, we need to conscientiously be mindful of the civil liberties concerns at play here. Unlike international extremist groups, law enforcement is constrained by the Constitution when dealing with domestic extremists. Balancing the desire to give law enforcement the tools necessary to disrupt these groups with the need to respect the rights of all Americans and the Constitution to which we have all pledged an oath is essential. I'll quickly note, in the spirit of my opening statement in the subcommittee's first hearing, that this hearing is not about whataboutism or both sidesism. The topic is domestic terrorism, and it must be divorced from any specific ideology. While we all lived through a brutal event on January 6th, undertaken by right-wing extremists, no location on the political spectrum has a monopoly on extremism or violence. Focusing on one group to score political points doesn't do anything to help us solve the very real problem at hand, and a problem that could get worse over time, as January 6th demonstrated to so many groups that they could, in fact, make the news and be effective in their dark ways. Finally, I'd like to thank our panel of witnesses whose expertise and experience in their respective fields is unparalleled. I sincerely appreciate your assistance in tackling this difficult issue. The chair now recognizes the ranking member for 5 minutes for an opening statement.
I thank the chairman. Appreciate you holding this hearing and for your opening statement. And I appreciate the witnesses lending their expertise today. I know this is a topic that touches all members on this subcommittee and across the Capitol, for the events that transpired on January 6th arrested all of us deeply. While we've discussed domestic terrorism financing in the past, this meeting will hit closer to home from the previous ones. I look forward to the constructive dialogue on this topic as a way to bring both sides of the aisle closer together. The majority has taken the decision to convene this hearing in the aftermath of the horrific destruction and mayhem of January 6th. All of us are saddened and outraged by the actions of those involved in the evil and devastating act. All of us condemn the rioters' destruction and malice towards the peaceful conduct of the business of democracy here in the People's House. But I would be remiss if I didn't note that extremist events like this have been caused by both the far left and the far right all across our country. Even this week in Senate testimony, we're learning important details about the premeditation of the attack and the weakness in the Capitol security planning and preparation. To honor the rank and file men and women of law enforcement, I've sponsored a resolution with my good friend, Representative Ed Perlmutter, to celebrate the bravery of the Capitol Police, DC Metro, and other law enforcement officers. These men and women protected us with courage, and they should not be
Get to the fucking point, shithead.
I'm pleased to report that this resolution has strong bipartisan support with over 133 co-sponsors. It's important to note, though, that this is not the first time that our nation's capital and elected officials have been targeted. I'll spare the committee a long history lesson, but I will mention that prior to the events of January 6th, there have been 6 other attacks on the Capitol involving extremists ranging from white supremacists to anarchists.
I don't care about any of this.
Most in this room will remember the members of this committee and our colleagues that were attacked during the congressional baseball game practice in 2017.
Who fucking who?
By terrorists fueled by rage against
your
Republicans.
Poor fucking baby.
Unfortunately, as the chairman said, extremism, both on the radical left and radical right in our country, is not new, and it affects all Americans.
God.
It's important that we investigate.
Why does the government always waste so much fucking time?
Extremists' ability to access it. Cutting off funding will inhibit their ability to grow and expand their abilities and scope.
Like, do we really need to know why they're having this meeting? We know why they're having it.
Violence and hatred that fuel the attacks do not happen again.
Okay.
We must use our existing extensive laws and law enforcement operation and cooperation to identify and prosecute those on the left and right that attempt to use terror and violence. I appreciate the chairman. And in a final comment, I would hope I see our distinguished chair on the call. I would urge our chair when we are in Washington to invite her consideration of an in-person hearing. And with that, Mr. Chair, I yield back.
What are you saying? You want to fuck her? Fuck you.
The chair
I know what you read between those lines. He wants an in-person date with some bitch that's in Congress or something.
Of the full committee, the gentlewoman
that was his like little slick, like, you
California
want to fuck?
for 1 minute.
Yeah.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I think this is extraordinarily important. I thank you for holding this hearing.
What's this lady?
We're here against the backdrop of the January 6th insurrection, a deplorable yet predictable display of white supremacists such as the Proud Boys,
Drone Tech,
QAnon, and others, and nationalist violence incited by President Trump against the members of this body and against democracy itself. Unfortunately, the violence that we saw on the 6th is not new, but arises from our nation's legacy of violence towards people of color, religious minorities, LGBTQ plus persons, women, and immigrants, from the KKK and lynchings to the terror in Charleston, Charlottesville, Pittsburgh, El Paso, and Escondido, while white supremacists and nationalism are not new threats. But there is hope. The radicalization, recruitment, training, and operations that made January 6th possible also had a money trail, which can and must be targeted to turn the tide against future attacks. Thank you, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman. And so we begin by welcoming the testimony of our distinguished witnesses.
Yeah, I read that surround by Keith.
We have 5 witnesses today. First, Ms. Iman Bukadoum, who is a senior manager at the Leadership Conference on Civil and Human Rights. Second, Ms. Leisha Brooks, who is executive director at the Southern Poverty Law Center. Third, Mr. Daniel Glazer, who is global head of jurisdictional services and head of the Washington, D.C. office of K2 Integrity and senior advisor at the Foundation for the Defense of Democracies, and former Assistant Secretary for Terrorist Financing and Financial Crimes at the Department of Treasury. Fourth, Dr. Daniel Rogers, who is co-founder and Chief Technology Officer of the Global Disinformation Index. Fifth, Dr. David Gartenstein-Ross, who is Chief Executive Officer at Valens Global. Witnesses are reminded that your oral testimony will be limited to 5 minutes. You should be able to see a timer on your screen that will indicate how much time you have left, and a chime will go off at the end of your time. I would ask that you be mindful of the timer and quickly wrap up your testimony if you hear the chime, so that we can be respectful of both the witnesses and the committee members' time. Without objection, your written statements will be made part of the record. Ms. Bukadoum, you are now recognized for 5 minutes to give an oral presentation of your testimony.
Bukadoum. Ms. Bukadoum?
Chairman Himes, Ranking Member Hill, and distinguished members, thank you for holding this timely hearing today. Last month's violent insurrection, heavily fueled by white supremacy and white nationalism, shocked the world. But it didn't shock me. It didn't shock my community or marginalized communities, because we are not new to white nationalist violence. Personally, as a Muslim and Algerian American, I appreciate the opportunity to be heard today as we wrestle with the aftermath of this horrific day. We echo the sense of urgency shared by many of you today in Congress regarding the very real threat of white nationalist violence. And I would just note that our coalition has been ringing the alarm relating to white nationalist violence for generations. We know, however, that even well-intentioned national security laws are invariably weaponized against Black, brown, and Muslim communities, and that white nationalist violence is not prioritized, making that policy failure the fundamental reason for what transpired on January 6th, not lack of legal authority. For this reason, we oppose any legislation that would create new charges for domestic terrorism or any enhanced or additional criminal penalties. The federal government, including the Treasury Department, has many tools at its disposal to investigate, and also the FBI and DOJ have 50 statutes, at least 50 statutes, and over a dozen criminal statutes, 50 terrorism-related statutes, and over a dozen criminal statutes that they can use.
What about Antifa?
They just need to use them to target white nationalist violence. And of course, we know that white nationalist violence and violence inspired by Muslims or ISIS and Al-Qaeda inspired violence is very differently treated in this country. The over-policing of charitable giving by Muslims, for example, in my community, which is a core part of my faith, has led to the effective forfeiting of our First Amendment rights. The failure to prioritize white nationalist crimes and the over-policing of innocuous financial transactions by mosques or those originating from the Middle East or people with Middle Eastern names has taken attention away from the clear and present threat of white nationalist violence percolating all around us. And countless innocent people, particularly in the Muslim community, as I said, have effectively lost their right to perform religious duties for decades. What is clear is that the Treasury Department and other federal law enforcement agencies already have vast administrative and statutory authorities at their disposal, which they routinely use to disrupt financing relating to clandestine activity by freezing bank accounts and stopping those transactions. And what history demonstrates is that providing additional national security authorities to fight domestic terrorism would devastate already over-policed and over-surveilled communities of color and Muslims. I'd like to sum up with a few recommendations. First, the Jabbar Hire No Hate Act is an important piece of legislation that must be passed. It centers communities, and it would help with information sharing relating to hate crimes and would allow the Treasury Department to trace financial ties to white nationalist violence. Second, the DTPA, the Domestic Terrorism Prevention Act, is a piece of legislation that we have endorsed, and we believe will also help with information sharing, including with the Treasury Department to enhance clamping down on white nationalist violence. And third, we believe that hate crimes must be publicly, or must be mandated, that hate crimes data must be reported and mandated for public consumption, and that government leaders must be able to see what is happening across our country within the hate crime space. And so I'll just conclude by saying that history has taught us that national security laws invariably harm the very communities they're supposed to protect, from COINTELPRO, the FBI's unlawful domestic surveillance operation that the Church Committee demonstrated in Congress was shamefully used against Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. and other civil rights leaders in the 1960s. And it too was justified as a national security program. And now after 9/11, we have seen similar counterterrorism frameworks used to unjustly target and harm Arabs, Muslims, and others, treating us as, and our religion as suspicious, compromising our First Amendment rights, freedoms, and due process rights. Adding national security authorities will only exacerbate these challenges. Thank you, and I'm happy to take any questions.
Yeah.
Thank you, Ms. Bukadum.
No
Ms.
questions
Brooks,
needed.
you are now recognized
Bye.
for 5 minutes.
Good morning, Chair Himes, Chair Waters, Ranking Member Hill. My name is Leisha Brooks. I serve as the Chief of Staff at the Southern Poverty Law Center. For 50 years, SPLC has been a catalyst for racial justice in the South and beyond.
God damn it, they're all
We
reading
work
something.
in partnership with communities to dismantle white supremacy, strengthen intersectional movements, and advance the human rights of all people. The SPLC began tracking white supremacist activity in the 1980s. Each year since 1990, we have conducted a census of hate groups operating across the U.S. as part of our annual Year in Hate and Extremism report. Our 2020 report, released this month, documented a decline in the number of hate groups, but not a decline in the strength and momentum of their movement. As the January 6th Capitol Hill siege affirmed, their threat to our democracy has not diminished.
Why do you keep coming in here and just saying that?
Exploiting internet technology to create a broader, more decentralized, and more dangerous movement. The proliferation of numerous internet platforms has allowed individuals to engage with potentially violent movements like QAnon and Boogaloo without being card-carrying members of a particular group. Our testimony outlines how this movement finances itself in the decentralized way in which they now operate. The funding and financing of hate groups in this decentralized landscape is also changing in important ways. In the past, hate groups raised money by charging dues, selling products, or requiring the purchase of uniforms. Today, some white nationalist groups and personalities are raising funds through the distribution of propaganda itself. In November, SPLC researchers reported that dozens of extremist groups were earning thousands of dollars per month on a popular live streaming platform called DLive. As the post-election period became dominated...
Dude, she's talking about Baked Alaska. 100% she's talking about Baked Alaska. More than... Yeah, dude. 100%. Dude, there wasn't multiple people streaming the insurrection on DLive. There was Baked Alaska. Everybody else was on some other platform. That's hilarious. Why? It's funny how they skew the facts like this. They're multiple. They were using DLive. There's so many of them. They're making. God damn it! You know what they're doing? Because DLive's a cryptocurrency. It's a crypto. Holy shit, homie! They're going after cryptos. They're trying to make DLive the bad guy. Because it's crypto based. It's a decentralized streaming platform. Sorry about that. Yeah.
By former President Trump's false assertion that the election was fraudulent, these DLive streamers shifted to video streaming at in-person events branded with the slogan, "Stop the Steal." Some of these same individuals were featured by House impeachment managers as key perpetrators of the violence on January 6th.
Who was another one? Does anybody know of another DLive streamer that was in there? Because, okay, I do this every day. I was here. You know what? I was here, and I am scouring, looking for extra footage and more streams. You know what I'm saying? The only DLive stream I saw that was there was Baked Alaska. Everyone else is Facebook or YouTube. I don't even remember Twitch being there. Facebook or YouTube. So, did any of you see another DLive stream that was in there? Okay.
They had used DLive to live stream the events inside the Capitol and on the grounds.
They're going after crypto, dude.
Crowdfunding is also being exploited by hate groups to earn money in this new decentralized landscape.
See?
Crowdfunding...
Decentralized landscape. She just said it right there. I haven't seen this, by the way. This is news to me. That they're like, I knew this was going to be about Bitcoin, but I didn't know that they were going to be skewing the facts like this, because that's bullshit. They're lying to people, dude. There wasn't multiple people. DLive sucks, dude. No one uses that shit hardly. Only reason why Baked Alaska was using it is because he was banned everywhere else. And they're going after it because one bad apple was using it? They would. They would. Because they're saying multiple were using it. They're going to make the world believe that.
sites played a critical role in the Capitol insurrection, providing monetary support that allowed people to travel to Washington, D.C. They've also played a crucial role in raising hundreds of thousands of dollars in legal fees for extremists.
Oh, he was too?
The violent insurrection at the U.S. Capitol on January.
Wait, does anybody else have confirmation that also Portland Andy was streaming on D-Live? Because if that's the case, it's literally only 2 IP2 streamers that were on D-Live. Actually, what? I mean, someone could say that Portland Andy's a CX streamer because that's where he started off, and they just kind of absorbed him into the IP2 realm. But I don't know. I don't know which one he would claim more. See, I consider him more CX because he's been there before IP2, but but still, it's 2 streamers out of everyone there that was streaming that wasn't on D-Live, you know, and they're going after D-Live in particular. It had nothing to do with like that insurrection being like funded. The streamers being funded, most of the streamers weren't on D-Live. Most of them weren't decentralized. It wasn't done through crypto. Like we were watching Coop, what was his name? Status Coup is who we were watching. And then we flipped over to somebody else, and then the other dude was there, the Jaden looking dude. You know what I'm saying? The dude looks like Will Smith's son, and he wasn't on D-Live. Anyway, most people were on D-Live, and they're just going after it because they want to go after cryptos, dude. Which is why she brought up decentralized.
January 6th should serve as a wake-up call for Congress, the Biden administration, internet companies, law enforcement, and public officials at every level. But we have had wake-up calls before. Many of them, in fact. Charleston in 2015.
This is good, dude. Maybe we'll go Bears.
Charlottesville in 2017. And Christchurch, New Zealand, and El Paso in 2019. As we all saw last month, we can no longer afford
that hadn't started yet. That hadn't started yet with the gun thing. Yeah, Jake for How Many Lives uses D-Live, but it's that's fairly new too that he started using it. And he wasn't at the insurrection, so I mean, he wasn't part of what they're talking about. And I'm pretty sure that gun thing started after the insurrection, because 100% they started cracking down on it right after the insurrection, because I remember saying something about it. I was like, the fuck? Like now, like it happened to me. They started shutting my streams down, but that was definitely after DC, because I remember thinking it was because of DC. That was my belief, was they're doing that, they're cracking down on it now because DC happened, and they don't want to be affiliated with any of these insurrections next time. So at the time, there was still a lot of YouTube and Facebook streamers, and they were starting to shut us down that day. I think they were starting to, like, that was when they were like starting to freak out about it. BitTorrent? No, I didn't know that either. They're owned by BitTorrent?
Some technology companies have taken steps in the right direction to combat the rise of hate and extremism on their platforms, but both government and internet companies must do far more. Let me close by highlighting 5 policy recommendations we included in our testimony.
Here we go.
1, tech companies must create and enforce terms of service to ensure that they do not become platforms for hate. They should prevent their sites from being used by extremist organizations to raise money for their illegal actions.
That's fair enough. But
2, these companies should commit to much more transparency and regular outside audits to measure financial harms caused by their platforms. 3, Congress should prioritize the funding of programs for research into technologies that can be used to detect and prevent online financial harms while preserving human rights. 4,
that sounds like it's going to be getting in our business.
Congress should reject legislation to create a new federal criminal domestic terrorism statute. If passed as prologue, such a statute could be used to expand racial profiling or even be wielded to surveil and investigate communities of color and political opponents in the name of national security.
What? To expand. So meaning you can even be more like soft-skinned and be like, no, that's racist. Oh yeah, you're right. We did expand that. That is racist. You're going to jail. Is that what the fuck she just said? I don't like that. Like, what the fuck? We're not even gonna be able to joke about being racist. And so, oh, he's inciting a racial riot. He joked about being black for a second there. It's not black. You can't do that, dude. You can't joke about being black if you're not black. Like, what?
Finally, we should make concerted efforts across government to improve federal hate crime data collection, training, and prevention. Data drives policy.
Yeah, dude.
We cannot address hate violence unless we measure it properly.
All up in our business.
Thank you for holding this important hearing. The SPLC looks forward to working with you as you continue to focus your urgent attention on this important issue.
They're trying to get all up in our shit, like NSA status, we got to know everything about everybody. We got to whoa, the very opposite of decentralization. They're trying to control everything.
Ms. Brooks,
whoever the fuck she is,
you are now recognized for 5 minutes.
Who's she?
Thank you, Chairman Hines, Ranking Member Hill, and distinguished members of the subcommittee. Thank you for the opportunity to appear before you today to talk about how the U.S. government can employ similar tools and strategies against white nationalists and other domestic terrorist groups.
Oh, I gotta read this. Who is this guy? Okay, Daniel L. Glasser, Global Head Jurisdictional Services. What the hell is that? And Head of Washington. What the fuck is Head of Washington? What is that? DC Office, K2 Integrity, Senior Advisor at the Foundation for Defense of Democracies. None of that makes any sense to me, dude. Who the fuck is this guy? Do I know? I've heard this name before, though. Glasser. Daniel Glasser. I knows he's somebody important, apparently, dude. Because I'm
employed against global jihadist groups over the past 2 decades. This is a personal issue for me. During my time at the Treasury Department, I fought to cut off funding to terrorist groups such as Al-Qaeda, the Islamic State, and Hezbollah. As a Deputy Assistant Secretary in the Bush administration, and eventually as the Assistant Secretary for Terrorist Financing in the Obama administration, my primary responsibility was to
I don't know what these things are, dude. What the fuck is an assistant secretary? Why do you need more than one? Why do you need a secretary and an assistant secretary? Is everybody as fucking retarded as me? Wait, the rank assistant secretary. That's Australia. Oh my god. What the fuck? I gotta go to the right country, apparently. Wait, there it is. Alright. The United States Ranking of Assistant Secretary denotes a high-level civilian official within the United States federal government.
Because I really wear underwear.
An official is subcabinet rank. Okay, the Cabinet of the United States is a body consisting of the Vice President, the United States, and the heads of the federal executive departments of the executive branch of the federal government of the United States with regard to the principal advisory body to the President of the United States. Oh my god. Can we change this eventually? Because this is too boring. Assistant secretaries are appointed by the President of the United States with the consent of the United States Senate and are assigned to assist a specific cabinet secretary. Oh, how many cabinet secretaries are there? God dang it. Okay, hold on. Assistant Secretaries often manage major programs administered by a cabinet department. The Assistant Secretaries are generally the lowest level secretarial positions appointed directly by the President. Assistant Secretaries are generally level 4 positions with the executive schedule. Within the executive schedule. That. Who the fuck knows about that? Nobody. ranking below the position of undersecretary. Under the undersecretary, there's the cabinet secretary, there's assistant secretary, there's the undersecretary. So there's actually 3 secretaries so far. Are there more? Since January 10, the annual rate of pay for level 3 is $155,500. But he's a level 4. What does that mean? Get more? Is this do we need more secretaries or what? I can be a secretary. Let's see what does it say about the cabinet secretary? That sounds even more important. Is he usually a senior official who provides services and advice to cabinet of ministers? Ah, what the fuck? There's so many secretaries and cabinets. Okay. As far as the cabinet, many countries so wider functions, powers, including general responsibility for the entire civil service. That's a lot of responsibility, dude. The title of cabinet secretary may also be used as an alternative term for political appointed cabinet minister, derived for secretary of state. There's another secretary. That's the 5th secretary, I think, or is that the 4th? Oh, the formal title for ministers. Oh yes. The naming convention is used in Japan, Kenya, Scotland, and the United States, where so many people use this crazy shit, dude. Man, wait, but what is this? Where's a minister? A minister is a politician who heads a ministry. Oh, so he's like a preacher, making the implementing decisions of policies in conjunction with other ministers. In some jurisdictions, the head of government. The head of government? Is that the president? Wait. What the fuck are those people? Why don't we have a head of government? Dude, government's too confusing, man. Alright, I'm done with that shit.
Design and implementation of strategies to attack the financial networks of these groups and other threats to our country's national security. And while we should never let down our guard with respect to those still potent terrorist organizations, it has become tragically clear that there are domestic extremist groups that in some ways present an even greater threat to our ideals and our democracy. We have the responsibility to target those groups with the same determination, creativity, and sense of purpose that we displayed in the years following 9/11.
Probably not.
To be sure, counter-illicit finance strategies are not silver bullets, and there are practical and constitutional limitations to domestic action that do not arise in the global context. But any comprehensive response to a national security threat must include a strategic financial component.
That sounds like something in Harry Potter.
That the new leadership at the Treasury Department will turn its attention to precisely that challenge. From the outset, I must be clear that the purpose of a counter-illicit finance strategy is not to replace the traditional law enforcement tools, which will remain the foundation of any domestic effort. Supplementing those efforts, a counter-illicit finance strategy should seek to hinder the ability of extremist groups to use the financial system, to mask their identities, and to raise and move funds. The first step must be to understand the typologies and methods by which such groups raise and move funds, and to map out their financial networks. This first step should be followed by 2 general categories of actions. First, offense, undermining the financial networks that support these groups, and second, defense, taking systemic action within the financial system to make it less vulnerable to abuse by these groups. It is sometimes stated that extremist groups are less vulnerable to financial measures because of their informal and decentralized structure. I believe that this is a hypothesis that has yet to be tested. Any group that engages in organized activity needs to raise and move funds, and when those activities extend nationwide or globally, it only increases such groups' reliance on the financial system. The U.S. government should undertake a comprehensive effort to understand how these extremist groups are accessing the financial system, and to the extent possible to map their financial networks.
Don't buy it.
Once the financial networks and activities of the extremist groups are better understood, the U.S. government should consider the application of targeted financial measures. The U.S. currently has all the authority it needs to apply targeted financial sanctions against foreign extremist groups, and it began to do so last spring with the designation of the Russian imperial movement. Unfortunately, the U.S. has yet to target additional foreign groups, and in contrast to previous campaigns against jihadist groups, Treasury has not followed up the initial Russian imperial movement designation with a financial pressure campaign involving waves of sanctions seeking to dismantle facilitation network. I encourage the U.S. government to pursue such a campaign as a priority matter. Practical and constitutional constraints give the U.S. government far less ability to apply targeted financial measures against domestic groups. Congress should consider legislation allowing for sanctions-like authorities to protect the U.S. financial system from abuse by domestic extremist groups. Such authorities will need to be tailored to ensure that the government complies with constitutional requirements, including First Amendment restrictions on how groups are targeted and due process restrictions on how such measures are applied. One consideration could be to forego the asset freezes usually associated with sanctions in favor of some more limited measures. There are also measures that the U.S. government can take today to make the U.S. financial system less vulnerable to abuse by extremist groups. The United States has a robust anti-money laundering and counter-terrorist financing regime, but it can always be fine-tuned and adjusted to address new vulnerabilities, including those presented by domestic extremist groups. The potential measures in Treasury's toolbox include the issuance of guidance to financial institutions on financial typologies, methodologies, and red flags, the establishment of public-private partnerships, the use of information sharing authorities, and the use of geographic targeting orders. Taken together, these measures will strengthen the ability of financial institutions to identify, report, and impede the financial activity of domestic extremist groups, and will ensure that the U.S. financial system is a hostile environment for these groups. Thank you again for the opportunity to testify, and I look forward to answering your questions.
Thank you, Mr. Glazer. Dr. Rogers, you are now recognized for 5 minutes.
Chairman Himes, Ranking Member Hill, Chairwoman Waters, and members of the committee, good morning, and thank you for the opportunity to speak before you discussing the funding mechanisms of these domestic violent extremist groups.
Let's go.
I am the co-founder and chief technology officer of the Global Disinformation Index,
He's going to talk about some crypto
focused on catalyzing change in the technology industry to disrupt online disinformation. Last fall, my colleague Ben Decker and our team at the GDI collaborated with the Institute for Strategic Dialogue to conduct a study entitled Bankrolling Bigotry that examined the funding mechanisms of American hate groups. Many of the groups implicated in the events of January 6 are the same ones that we examined last year in our study. This is why I sit before you today to discuss a little bit about what we learned about how technology and payments companies enable groups like those that participated in the insurrection to operate. These groups leverage the internet as a primary means of disseminating their toxic ideologies and soliciting funds. One only needs to search Amazon or Etsy for the term QAnon to uncover shirts, hats, mugs, books, and other paraphernalia that both monetize and further popularize the domestic violent extremist threat. Images from that fateful day last month are rife with sweatshirts that say Camp Auschwitz, that until recently were for sale on websites like Teespring and Cafe Press. As we speak, at least 24 individuals indicted for their role in the January 6th insurrection, including 8 members of the Proud Boys, have used crowdfunding site GiveSendGo to raise nearly $250,000 in donations.
Never heard of it.
And it's not just about the money. This merchandise acts as a sort of team jersey that helps these groups recruit new members and foment further hatred towards their targets. We analyzed the digital footprints of 73 groups across 60 websites and 225 social media accounts, and their use of 54 different online fundraising mechanisms, including 47 payment platforms and 5 different cryptocurrencies, ultimately finding 191 instances of hate groups using online fundraising services to support their activities. The funding mechanisms included both primary platforms like Amazon, intermediary platforms such as Stripe or Shopify, crowdfunding sites like GoFundMe, payments facilitators like PayPal, monetized content streaming services such as YouTube Super Chats, and cryptocurrencies such as Bitcoin. All of these payment mechanisms were linked to websites or social media accounts on Facebook, Instagram, YouTube, Telegram, LinkedIn, Pinterest, Gab, BitChute, and others. The sheer number of companies I just mentioned is the first clue to the scale and the scope of the problem. This is not an issue of any one individual company, but rather a systemic problem of hate and bigotry exploiting an entire industry and even government policy to raise funds, peddle extremist ideologies, and commit acts of violence. A number of conclusions stood out to us in performing this work. For starters, over half of the platforms we identified already have explicit policies against hate and extremism that are simply not enforced. We also found that a large fraction of the groups we studied have approved tax-exempt status with the IRS. A full 100% of anti-Muslim groups, 75% of anti-immigrant groups, and 70% of anti-LGBTQ groups have 501c3 or 501c4 status. Over 1/3 of the militia groups we identified, including the Oath Keepers, whose leadership was recently indicted on charges related to January 6th, have tax-exempt status. This status gives them access to a whole spectrum of charity fundraising tools, from Facebook donations to Amazon Smile, to the point where the most common fundraising platform we identified across all of our data was Charity Navigator. These platforms are reticent, to say the least, to make unilateral decisions that go against IRS determinations. The problems of hate groups of exploiting the tax code goes back decades and stems from a combination of lack of resources at IRS to properly enforce compliance, as well as long-standing efforts by some to exploit the charity rules for political and now extremist purposes. But the issue has become more urgent in the wake of January 6th. In the days leading up to the insurrection, the Oath Keepers founder Stuart Rhodes appeared on a podcast and solicited charitable donations to the Oath Keepers Educational Fund. It can only be presumed that these funds, which listeners were notably able to deduct from their federal taxes, went to transporting and lodging members of the group slated to participate in the ensuing riots. Private industry must also step up and do more. Since the publication of our report last October, we've documented at least 17 actions taken by platforms against the groups we've enumerated. For example, 4 of the 6 payment mechanisms routing funds to the Oath Keepers have been blocked. Amazon has even removed from Amazon Smile, but 17 actions out of 200 instances we observed speaks to the rampant way the problem has been allowed to persist. In fact, while most platforms have removed the Oath Keepers, payment facilitator RallyPay still to this day services the group's fundraising needs and has shown no signs of responding to public pressure to stop. More must be done. Industry-wide standards must be set, and enforcement across both the public and private sector must be stepped up. Chairman Himes, Ranking Member Hill, Chairwoman Waters, and members of the committee, thank you for your time, and I welcome your questions.
Thank you, Mr. Glazer. Thank you, Dr. Rogers. Dr. Gartenstein-Ross, you're now recognized for 5 minutes.
Domestic violent extremism is today uniquely poised for growth. Opportunities are driven by our information environment, by seemingly intractable global problems that governments appear incapable of addressing, by a nation riven by its differences, by an age where ethics and identity are in constant flux. Chairman Himes, Ranking Member Hill, Chairwoman Waters, and distinguished members of the subcommittee, on behalf of Violence Global, it's an honor to appear before you today. I think it's obvious how the backdrop I describe represents an attractive recruiting environment for any extremist group. This panel's consensus is that white supremacist extremism, or WSE, is the most pressing present threat. This is not just the panelists' opinion. Multiple US government assessments validate this view, as do relevant statistics. But white supremacist extremism is not the only concern in the domestic violent extremist, or DVE, space. In addition to documenting relevant WSE threat actors, my written testimony details street violence, assaults, arson, and intimidation employed by another militant stream. There has been a general rise in extremism. The opening remarks of the chairman and ranking member rightly emphasize that we are living through a dynamic, multifaceted ecosystem of extremism. Our divisions could plunge the US into serious conflict or even fragmentation. Scholars have discussed reciprocal radicalization, where opposite extremes strengthen both sides and give average people a reason to drift toward extremes. Reciprocal radicalization shows that power and success of groups aligned with one extremist ideology fuel ostensibly opposing groups. Though different forms of extremism can thrive off of one another, society suffers. Our policies must be appropriate to this environment. Any policies to combat DVE should be narrowly targeted and rights protective. Unfairly targeting only one ideology or seeking to criminalize constitutionally protected behaviors may push the country into deepening conflict. So what can be done? First, the US government should consider designating additional WSE groups as terrorist organizations. I single out WSE groups here because of the level of transnationalism in the movement, which is a prerequisite for designation under current law. The State Department's designation last year of the Russian imperial movement was significant, and it's worth considering further designations of violent groups that satisfy the criteria. Second, any current discussion of DVE financing will touch upon a domestic designation statute, allowing designation of purely domestic groups. This is the most direct way of addressing DVE groups financing, potentially criminalizing the act of funding them and letting authorities clamp down on their assets. Yet such a statute would be fraught with civil liberties concerns. Any such statute must be viewpoint neutral, with designations corresponding to the threat groups pose, not to the ideas that they espouse. The statute must be clear about predicate acts that could result in designation, and the threshold for designation should be relatively high. Third, we should more rigorously map relevant DVE groups and their finances. The current consensus among DVE experts is that these groups are relatively fluid and devoid of organizational hierarchy. This may be so, but there's a tendency for experts to see groups as disorganized or non-hierarchical when they have a hidden structure, something to which Mr. Glazer's testimony alluded. Our current understanding of DVE group structure and funds may be incomplete, and in the digital age, fluid structures can quickly morph into more concrete ones. Further research may present further policy options. Finally, the US government should devote resources to better understanding reciprocal radicalization and a related phenomenon, fringe fluidity, the transition of an individual or group from one extremist ideological stream to another. Better understanding these dynamics would afford us a better understanding of how violent extremists interact with each other. In conclusion, this hearing refers to the events of January 6th as an insurrection. Anybody who has been in an insurgency or a civil war situation knows that it's essential to reduce the potential pool from which militant factions can draw. Everyone who is a part of this hearing, members of Congress, experts, media, spectators, should understand that we are all a part of this story. Our work is not to score partisan points, but to make this democracy more resilient to the challenges it confronts. With the divisions we have, with today's unprecedented ability to mobilize for good or ill, we need to reduce the number of people who might try to impose their will on the rest of us by force. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Gartenstein-Ross. We now come to the member question portion of the hearing. I thank all of the witnesses for that comprehensive testimony and now recognize myself for 5 minutes of questions. One thing that struck me, we heard 5 excellent witnesses. I don't believe I heard the word cyber currency once. It comes up a lot with my constituents. It comes up a lot in different contexts. So just to keep some organization, let me identify 2 of the witnesses to just offer a brief perspective on how the committee should think about cyber currency as an anonymous and
cyber currency, by the way,
financing.
The interwebs.
Let me start with Ms. Brooks. Any thoughts?
Boomer.
I invite my colleague, Dr. Rogers, to take the first shot at that. Dr. Rogers.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Had to.
Thanks. Thanks, Congressman. That's a very interesting question and one that was included in our study. We looked at 5 different cryptocurrencies and their involvement in transferring funds to these groups. They're definitely there. They're definitely part of the fundraising strategies. What we noticed was that there was a strong correlation with the kind of explicit extremism of a group and their use of cryptocurrencies. So, you know, maybe less extreme groups or more cryptically extreme groups, for lack of a better word, had a more dominant use of traditional fundraising platforms that touched the kind of mainstream financial system. And what would happen is, as they were deplatformed off of those tools, those sites, they would migrate into the use of increasingly kind of anonymized cryptocurrencies. I should also point out that cryptocurrencies, I like to call them pseudonymous, not necessarily anonymous. And you know, there are efforts and ways to track transactions The challenge being attributing, say, a particular cryptocurrency wallet to a particular actor.
You heard of Monero?
We saw use of.
You heard of this one? A mine in
by the most extreme groups.
Trying to get a mine block of it.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Rogers.
It's anonymous.
I do have one other question, but let me invite if any of the other witnesses have a different or additional perspective on cryptocurrencies.
Bitcoin
let me
is
just
not.
invite anybody who wants to chime in.
If I could chime in, Mr. Chairman.
Yes, please.
They don't like
this
Monero.
is Danny Glazer talking. With respect to cryptocurrencies, I think it's important to remember that if you want to be able to use a cryptocurrency in the real economy to any scale, at some point does need to be converted into actual fiat currency, into dollars. That's the place where the Treasury Department does regulate cryptocurrencies, and cryptocurrency exchanges are regarded as money service businesses. They have full customer due diligence requirements. They have full money laundering program requirements. They have reporting requirements. There is the U.S. Treasury Department just last month issued a proposed rule relating to unhosted wallets of cryptocurrencies, and that's out for notice for notice and comment right now. It addresses the particular issue of wallets that are not hosted on a particular exchange. And I think it's an important rule that's out there, and I do encourage people to take a look at it. The comment period closes in May, and then hopefully Treasury will be able to take regulatory action to close that particular vulnerability.
Thank you, Mr. Glazer. I actually have an additional question for you, and I don't have a lot of time. One of the things that struck me about the testimony is that there weren't really calls for additional statute, in fact, additional law. In fact, two of our witnesses urged us to avoid it. Mr. Glazer, you though suggested something new that I'd like to give you maybe the 42 seconds I have left to elaborate on. You said you were hopeful for sanctions-like authorities against domestic actors. You did nod to constitutional and civil liberties concerns, but give us another 30 seconds on exactly what you mean, and perhaps most importantly, what sort of Fourth Amendment overlay should accompany such authority?
Well, thank you for the question. The fact is the Treasury Department really does not have a lot of authority to go after purely domestic groups in the way that it goes after global terrorist organizations. It simply doesn't have that authority. You could imagine an authority that does allow for the designation of domestic organizations. It would have to take into account constitutional restrictions. When you read a lot of the court decisions, there's concerns relating to notice. Those concerns could be addressed in a statute. There's concerns that a lot of the scrutiny is heightened because sanctions are usually accompanied with asset freezes. But you could imagine sanctions that don't involve asset freezes, that involve transaction bans, that involve regulatory type of requirements that you see in Section 311 of the Patriot Act. So there's a variety of ways that both the due process standards could be raised from what we see in the global context, and
Thank you, Mr. Glazer. I hate to cut you off, but I've got to be a little disciplined on time. Let me encourage you. I'm very interested in that. Let me encourage you, if you want to submit additional testimony, to do so. And before I recognize the ranking member, it was not startling. It was interesting to me that there were apparently no strong dissenting views on the concept of additional legislation. So if the witnesses have additional thoughts on that, the chairman would certainly welcome that in written form. And with that, the chair now recognizes the distinguished ranking member for 5 minutes for questions.
Thanks, Chairman Himes. Excellent panel, really superb presentations and very informative. In looking at the draft legislation that the majority noticed with this hearing, one bill stuck out to me, and I think it's a good follow-up from your most recent exchange. It seeks to amend Title 31 to require the Secretary of the Treasury to establish a program to allow designated employees of financial institutions to access classified information related to terrorism, sedition, and insurrection. Now, over the past 3 Congresses, we've talked about the concept of a fusion center, not unlike we do in monitoring cyber risk and cyber crimes for this terror finance arena. We've never been able to come ashore on it legislatively. So I found that interesting. However, I'm concerned that when you deputize bank employees without any oversight as to how the information would be protected, or if there's really even a need for that. So I'd like some comments. So Dr. Gardenstein-Ross, could you describe how banks share information with law enforcement today and how they provide feedback on how we might change these protocols, or if that protocol change is necessary?
Thank you, Ranking Member. There are 4 primary ways that banks share information now. The first is suspicious activity reports, or the SAR. Financial institutions have to file these documents with the Financial Crimes Enforcement Network, or FinCEN, when there's a suspected case of money laundering or fraud. The SAR is designed to monitor activity in finance-related industries that are out of the ordinary, are a precursor to illegal activity, or could threaten public safety. Second, there's law enforcement's 314A power under the Patriot Act, in which it obtains potential lead information from financial institutions via FinCEN. Third, law enforcement can use its subpoena power if a court issues a subpoena pursuant to an investigation or to an administrative proceeding. And fourth, where there are blocked assets pursuant to OFAC authorities, sanctions or otherwise, banks are required to report blocked assets back to OFAC. The information sharing, in my view, is currently quite effective. Treasury, in particular, has a very strong relationship with U.S. financial institutions.
Well, thank you. And we made one tweak that was passed into law, signed into law last year, a bill of mine called the CLAW Act, where it encouraged cooperation on accounts kept open so that they could be pursued by law enforcement investigations. I appreciate the bipartisan support for that. On 314 in the Patriot Act, is that a place where we could, in a protected, appropriate way, make a change that relates to this domestic issue, or is that, in your view, too challenging?
No, I think it's a place where you could definitely make a change. The 314A process allows an investigator to canvass financial institutions for potential lead information that might otherwise never be uncovered. It's designed to allow disparate pieces of information to be identified, centralized, and evaluated. So when law enforcement submits a request to FinCEN to get information from financial institutions, it has to submit a written certification that each individual or entity about which the information is sought is engaged in or reasonably suspected of engaging in terrorist activity or money laundering. I think that in some cases, 314A may already be usable, but I think it's worth looking at the 314A process to see if in this particular context, when you're looking at domestic violent extremism, as opposed to foreign terrorist organizations, there are some tweaks that would provide ability to get leads in this manner.
Yeah, I share all the chairman's concerns about this, but I'd invite you to write the committee more details about how one might make a regulatory or procedural change there at Treasury on that topic. Let me switch subjects. You made a very interesting point in your comment about mapping these extremist groups' organizational capability. Can you expand on the mapping part? You've got about 30 seconds, and I'll turn it to you.
Yes, sir. Basically, right now, and you heard several witnesses say this, and I'm not disputing this, the view of these groups is that they tend to be rather hierarchy-less. They're not very vertical in structure. And what I've noticed in the realm of extremist groups is sometimes there are hidden structures that we experts are slow to recognize. I know that one of the proposed bills on the GAO would look in more detail into the assets that DVE groups have. I think that's a good idea. I think that we can do more to map the assets and understand the flow of funds to these organizations, sir.
Well, thanks for your time, Chairman. Thank you for your leadership, and I yield back.
Thank you, Mr. Ranking Member. The chair now recognizes the chairwoman of the full committee, Mrs. Waters, for 5 minutes.
That's right. Well, when it started dumping on.
Thank you so very much for allocating this time. I'd like to direct a question to Daniel Glazer and perhaps Ms. Brooks also. As you know, Henry Enrique Tarrio is known as the national chair of the Proud Boys. And he was in town prior to January 6th, and he was ushered out of town by the local Metropolitan Police. But what's interesting about him is he had a relationship with the FBI, and he became an informant for the FBI. And he informed on people with drugs and gambling and human smuggling and some other things. But it appears that they turned a blind eye to the fact that he was a domestic terrorist and basically, was participating in terrorist activities, etc., and getting away with it, and said that before going into rallies, they would inform law enforcement that the Proud Boys were going to be involved. Now, even though this hearing is based on financing, I guess my question, Mr. Glazier and Ms. Brooks, is this: should we look at public policy that would not allow the FBI to have these kinds of relationships where they would turn a blind eye to domestic terrorism in exchange for information and informing on drugs and gambling and that kind of thing? Mr. Glazier?
Thank you for the question, Chairwoman. I certainly don't think the FBI should be turning a blind eye to white supremacy and to domestic terrorism of any kind. Of course, the FBI has a difficult job to manage in terms of figuring out the best way to collect information that it could act upon. I don't know that I know enough about the internal deliberations within the FBI that led it to make the decisions that it made, but I certainly do agree that we should be, and I don't think we had been, and when I was in government, we certainly, I'll take that as a criticism of myself as well. We certainly did not prioritize efforts against white supremacy as much as we should have. And I think that is changing now, and I think it needs to continue to change. And I think it should change throughout the government.
Okay, thank you very much. It is, I think, very important to understand whether or not the FBI will use criminals and domestic terrorists and turn a blind eye in exchange for information about drugs, gambling, and other things. I knew that happened in dealing with drug dealers, where they let some drug dealers stay free if they turn in other drug dealers. But this is something, it appears they didn't care about domestic terrorism. Do you know anything about this? I think this is Ms. Brooks. Have you heard about the Proud Boys and their relationship to the FBI?
Yes, ma'am. Thank you. Thank you, Chairwoman Waters. I completely agree with my colleague, Mr. Glasser, that they should not turn a blind eye. The Southern Poverty Law Center would say that it's because we failed to take the threat of white supremacy and white nationalists. We fail to recognize the importance of it, and so that the FBI would engage in some information sharing at the risk of our democracy is untenable. And I believe that's solely because, as we saw January 6th, we failed to recognize the threat. I believe that we've learned some things, and hopefully the information sharing will be taken seriously, and we will recognize that the greatest threat to our homeland is from white nationalists with a white supremacist ideology.
It probably was. The only reason I was kind of questioning it is because of where that damage was. That could have been some sort of a pit maneuver done by another agency. Like I said, we were listening to this earlier on. Don't know really. That it's kind of interesting because he could have basically made a turn in either direction. But maybe he's starting to calm down a little bit. Maybe the adrenaline is wearing off, because clearly there is no black and whites. There's no law enforcement on the ground following this vehicle. Clearly a number of helicopters are, but right now there's nobody down there. This is the issue right here. It's a cul-de-sac.
Hey, Gutierrez, thanks, dude.
But I can't see it from my vantage point right now to see what's going on. I really have a feeling that there is no law enforcement that's coming down the street. That would have been a good opportunity to block him in, but clearly that didn't happen right now. Oh, Tobias. Yeah. Yeah. Yep. Well, you know, Marla, that's the thing. A lot of times we'll watch these pursuits, and they'll have a license plate, and they'll know, okay, he lives at this address. The vehicle will make their way to that address, then maybe do circles around there, and that's when the spike strips. There we go. Maybe that's when the spike strips would really come in handy. But in this case, this vehicle has not traversed the same spot twice. It started up in the Rampart area, out by Boyle Heights, and made its way all the way down here to Whittier. Drove through a shopping center right there. The pit maneuver, we both know his driving is becoming a little bit more erratic. You know, we both know that the pit maneuver, there's just not enough. Oh, look at this. He's going to park
what
it.
The
well,
fuck?
almost perfect in the line. Or maybe he's going to correct it right there.
Oh my gosh.
No, he's just decided to drive over the curb. That's interesting. But at any rate, there we go. Just keeping it going right there. I don't know what that was all about.
He saw the chopper probably. He's like,
sure.
oh shit.
At any rate, back onto Whittier Boulevard.
Dang,
and just kind of moving along. Still, he's getting so close to so many of these other cars. It is a stolen vehicle. We heard that from earlier on. It's just sad to think that this driver
just got to figure out what accent I should
care about what's going on around him. And also, it probably is the last thing, even on that driver's mind, is that he's probably putting himself in a lot of danger as well. Running through those areas. There we go. That might be the first of the law enforcement. Now, Whittier has their own PD, their own police department, and they, again, we
dude, that's a
assume
nice
that
car.
Everybody's on that same page. They
it's got some skirt to it.
Area. We'll see what happens right now, but that
and it looks like a tank. That was close.
To chase it.
Holy
We're just kind of watching this. He's driving extremely more
reckless. Whoosh. Okay, yeah, he's getting a little crazy. Bruh.
Yep. Oh, definitely fell back behind, and you know, even if that officer, oh geez, here we go. You know,
that wasn't even that big of a deal. The chopper pilots,
I mean, right away, lights
always
and sirens
so weird,
made that turn.
man.
There's a good possibility Whittier PD also being told, do not pursue this vehicle. We heard it, like I said, wanted to get on this pursuit as soon as we heard it. You know, we heard law enforcement tell their officers several times, do not chase that vehicle. And then when everybody backed off, you know, somebody else saw this vehicle racing by. They got behind it, turned on their lights and sirens. Hey, we're in pursuit. And they right away it was like, no, back off. And that's what's been going on pretty much this entire time. Looks like we're making our way back into another shopping center. I don't know if this person is trying to do one of these, you know, bail into an area that's populated to try to blend in. But you can clearly see these are the things I really don't like when they get in these bigger parking lots. You've got people that are just out there shopping or doing whatever they need to do.
Oh my God, there's choppers everywhere probably.
The car to come barreling through there.
You know, level 3.
Me, I'll put it out on the air.
He's level 3'd it.
Because we have an airport nearby, I'm guessing that we probably have another 10 to 15 on station, meaning that we have another 10 to 15 minutes to show our folks at home.
They always do this to us. Hey, is KTLE on it too?
That BMW doesn't run out of fuel, we're going to have to definitely, up here in Skyfox, we're definitely going to have to go get some fuel. Well,
I need this tab. Oh no, KTLA.
Oh, shit. Really, that's when we were down in the Lakewood area when this thing started, and we heard the initial chase take place, and made its way quickly out of the Boyle Heights area into the downtown Los Angeles area, and then onto a freeway, and then into South Los Angeles. This is one of the things I was going to kind of mention earlier on. Whittier has a lot of beautiful trees out here, and I'm just hoping that he doesn't get his way into some of these streets out here. The tree lines just go for miles, literally blocks and blocks and blocks. So anyways, he's staying in these neighborhoods out here, and I can guarantee you, I'll honestly, to anybody listening right now, meaning our bosses or people at home, Adam, our pilot today, keeping us safe. Believe me, we have El Monte Airport very close by. We're definitely not going to run the helicopter out of fuel, but as soon as we have to go, we definitely will. Whoop, ooh, that was close. Oh, hello, officer. Yeah, right there. And this is one of those moments where you just kind of think, oh, look at that. I wonder if that guy did that on purpose. Yeah. So anyways, this is just, and it must be so frustrating for law enforcement to have that suspect come right up on you like that, and then have your supervisors just say, yep, no, you can't, nope, don't engage.
What would he be able to do anyway?
It must be just,
get out of the car.
Like you and I, and you're basically
shoot him?
telling them, don't do your job. And it must be so tough
for
those
what would
guys
he be able to do?
In law enforcement.
Chase
right now,
him?
you can see we're in a very residential area out here. Not too super familiar
Chopper
with
pilots
Whittier,
on some
except
stupid shit on a regular.
And,
Go do some donuts, buddy.
Weaving his way through there, some stop signs, and then back into that tree-lined area, which is always an issue. Law enforcement definitely
needs more than one cop to get that guy down. They need to pin him and pin him in, and you know what I'm saying? One dude ain't gonna be able to do it.
One of that black and white cruiser is right behind him. So then, yeah, there he goes. So let's see where he went up the street, or not. He parked by a driveway down there, somewhere down there. Yep, that's the officer running.
Oh shit!
So Vinny's gonna keep an eye on
this
that
guy might
officer,
actually
see
get
where
him.
He's going right there, but apparently the
Get out of
suspect
the fucking
is out
car.
of the vehicle and
That's
apparently is running.
crazy.
So I'm gonna get on the
That's
get
him
on
right
some of the
there.
radios, push in down, push down, push down, push down.
Wow! What a dumbass!
We're moving Skyfox here to get that shot again with these trees.
He waits until a police officer's behind him until he gets out of the fucking car. It's his first time playing the game, y'all. Leave him alone. Ain't used to the buttons. Man.
I'm sorry, Marla. Everybody's hollering. He's over there by the tree, right there. I believe there's some kind of pointy roof, so he might be under the trees there somewhere. I'm hoping that they're talking to Vinny right now, so I can talk to you, Marla. But we saw them running, so this thing coming to an end. And then I also understand that perfect timing for Skyfox for once in our lives, where we actually need to go get fuel right now. And clearly, this the suspect in custody, somewhere underneath one of these tree lines. And in the end, I believe it was Whittier PD that finally brought.
I think they cornered him though. I think there were some cops that came down the street at him on that one way, and they blocked their street or something.
From our
he had to turn around.
That he is on the ground and being taken into custody.
But we couldn't see any of that because there's like 2 SUVs there, so he couldn't go left.
Okay, there he is right there, being taken. There he is right there.
Mexican called it.
Custody, off of Greenleaf.
I called that shit.
And Bailey. Somebody actually shouted that out to us earlier on. There you go.
Looks like a Southsider because he got the bald head. Antifa's marching. It's fucking Thursday. What are they doing? What the fuck, dude?
Sheriff's Department. Yep. Definitely.
Is that Alien Alphabet? Hold on.
Marla, always a pleasure. We'll talk to you soon.
dude. Alien. Hey, Greenleaf Avenue. The Greenleaf Hotel is my first time living in Long Beach. Greenleaf Hotel. I was homeless as fuck. Hey, what is this? Somebody else was covering it. Oh. Yeah, this is where it pays off having all these news people following all of them. Should just pop up for me. Dang, I wonder if this was a better oh yeah, it was. A little bit.
He ran.
Oh shit, yeah, it was. I got the shot. Okay, what happened here? What happened? Okay, there's that. This dude doesn't say as much quirky shit either. I like him. Here we go. It's happening right now. Whatever it is. What the? I thought it was right there. Oh. Oh, what happened?
Uh-oh. He just hit a ladder?
Oh. What? That?
He ran.
That's what stopped him? A ladder? Wow. What? Huh. Huh. I guess that's it. Maybe that busted the radiator, but he could have kept going. He must have just felt like he could get away, I guess, at that point. Tripping. Game over, man. Alright, so there's Antifa is in Portland. Who? I'll check it out. Heavy PDX. Yeah. Oh, the whole gang is. Oh, look, there's Timmy.
You see a Black Lives organization
Oh,
that has been out here for
there's
2
that
years.
voice. It's Goldfinger. Sundatai / Goldfinger on the megaphone. Give her your money. She needs it.
Necessary.
Recognize that voice anywhere now. She's on the fucking megaphone so much.
Going on? Let me tell you a little bit about my story.
Good luck getting that shit from her.
I lost my son in September 3rd, 2018.
Patrick Kimmins?
He was shot 9 times in the back.
Patrick. Say his name.
What you see is what you get.
Patrick Kimmins.
This is BLM.
Patrick Kimmins had a gun. He shot at people. And he didn't drop his gun when the cops asked him to. He just kept running with a gun in his hand towards other people. So they shot him. So he was no longer a danger to anyone. I don't know, dude. Oh, he's got a gun in his hand. He's already shot at people. What are you supposed to do? Shoot him with a fucking pellet gun? I was sending her some money though. She needs it. She deserves it. These people think so. This guy's ugly ass backpack, by the way. Look at this thing. What is that? What is this? That's the fucking ugliest bag I've ever seen in my life. It's like a enormous nutsack. Green. Horrible. The car chase is over, dude. My title doesn't say car chase on it. So, went to the beach to swim around. That's what it works in the game. You can lose the cops. That'd been a hilarious, dude. If we see a chase one of these days and someone does that, they just run out to Santa Monica, jump in the water, and start swimming around. It's got to be busy though. Right, we're doing the summertime. I don't know. Coronavirus probably messed. Dude, they should incorporate masks and shit into GTA, so people have to like put masks on before going into stores and shit. Make it more realistic, man. I can't do this, though. This isn't what we're gonna do. I just want to see what these idiots were still doing. And that's what they're still doing, the same shit every now and then, because they're stupid. They can help it, they just choose not to. Come back to this.
I or the chair or anyone should pursue public policy in this area?
Yes, ma'am.
Turning a blind eye from our law enforcement in exchange for information that they could give them on other kinds of crimes?
Yes, ma'am. I do think that it's something that you should look into. Southern Poverty Law Center is happy to assist in that, and we can bring some research together and add it to the.
Are you fucking booing me because you want to hear BLM chants? By all means, see the door.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I yield back the balance of my time.
If that's what that boo is, yeah. I don't.
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman. The gentleman from Texas, Mr.
Want to hear
Williams,
nothing else out of you?
Anything,
ever?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Mr. Hill. Unfortunately, January 6th was the second politically motivated attack that I have been involved in with the past 4 years. As we talked already this morning, on June 14th, 2017, a crazy Bernie Sanders supporter opened fire on a Republican congressional baseball practice that injured myself, along with 5 other individuals.
Have I told you all fuck you all yet today? From the bottom of my heart. Fuck you. Fuck you. Yeah. That's right. Special.
Individuals. Because of the heroic actions of the Capitol Police officers, Griner and Bailey, and with God being in charge, the only fatality that day was the crazed shooter. Now, this was a politically motivated attack driven by anger and extremism, where signs were posted on social media beforehand.
Well, for that masochist viewership.
The Taliban of the USA, and it is time to destroy Trump and company. Unfortunately, if you went on Twitter or Facebook right now, you would find similar messages from hundreds of people spewing this type of hate. So, Ms. Bukadum, how could we possibly monitor everything posted on the internet without greatly expanding the police state and significantly infringing on our First Amendment and all Americans' constitutional rights?
Exactly. Thank you for the question, Congressman. I believe that there is a fundamental breakdown in
Muslim
law enforcement response on January 6th, and also when the attack happened by that Bernie Sanders supporter, because the law enforcement agencies in our country have disproportionately prioritized the wrong things. This is a question of prioritizing. We have not prioritized white nationalist violence. We have not prioritized violence that is motivated by action. We have prioritized ideology. And that is
dude, look at this bread.
And in fact, as you said, Congressman, a violation of the Constitution. And so our position is that we must follow the act of people. So if there is a threat made by people who, whether it's the Proud Boys or whether it's Bernie Sanders supporters, then law enforcement must follow that. What we've seen is a
snack bread.
on a certain type of terrorism that is inspired by so-called Muslim ideology, and that has blindsided us. And unfortunately, we missed a huge attack on January 6th, and many people died, and many people are shocked still.
So that's my
answer to you.
All right. In 2019, the city of San Francisco voted to label the NRA a domestic terrorist organization. In August of 2020, Speaker Pelosi called Republican lawmakers enemies of the state. Now, with people being so quick to judge their political opponents as domestic terrorists, it makes me very uncomfortable with expanding the powers to go after our own citizens. So, Dr. Gartenstein-Ross, what safeguards are in place to make sure that any additional powers granted to the state are not abused for political gain?
Thank you, Representative Williams. That's a great question.
Chunky peanut butter.
I share your
strawberry
concern
jam.
about people throwing the word terrorist around
MRE
or
style.
over-labeling in this regard. This is why when I emphasized, and to be very clear, I'm not advocating a domestic designation statute. I was simply making the case both for and against it. But for any additional powers that are given to the state, I think what is important is, number one, setting a clear threshold for what designation or what the predicate of a crime would mean. And secondly, making sure that it's keyed to actual terrorism. One thing we've seen over the course of the past year is that we have an unprecedented ability to mobilize for a variety of causes. Some mobilizations result in violence being inflicted by a variety of actors. And I think we're going to see more mobilizations around a variety of causes that end up with violence being a part of the mobilization. I think we need to understand any powers given to the state against that context and against the context that you emphasize, that there are a variety of groups, a variety of individuals who increasingly see their opponents as evil and harming them as something which naturally flows from their very binary worldview.
Okay. Throughout the COVID-19 pandemic, I've been very concerned about having our kids out of school and learning remotely.
Dude, that's not bad.
The social skills that our children learn through interacting with other people their age cannot be replicated over a computer.
Peanut butter jelly sandwich, dude.
We've always already seen reports of increased mental health issues, depression, and suicides as a result of the COVID-19 lockdown. So, Dr. Rogers, can you talk about the role that isolation and mental health play in radicalizing individuals to carry out these horrible attacks?
The gentleman's time has expired, so the witness sadly will have to provide that statement as an amendment to the witness's testimony. Just for clarity, the chair, since we're getting started on these hearings, the chair will allow the witnesses the courtesy to finish an answer that they have begun before the timer goes off, just as a matter of courtesy and good transmission of information. But that courteousness will begin to be revoked 15 or so seconds into the after the timer. And so with that, the gentleman from New Jersey, Mr. Gottheimer, is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and Chairman Waters and Ranking Member Hill. Thank you very much for.
Dude, why does this salt have dextrose in it?
Here today. I proposed bipartisan
Why does everything have fucking sugar in it?
Featured in today's hearing.
The salt has sugar in it, homie.
Freeze the assets of domestic
salt, and then it next sodium succolamate, whatever the fuck that is, dextrose, and potassium iodide
Mr. Glazer,
in the
given your
salt.
Experience in the private sector and as the
They gotta put something in everything, don't they? The fucking applesauce has vitamins in it.
For foreign terrorist organizations, the threshold
dextrose?
for seizure is low. Given what transpired at the
I want salt. I don't want sugar, asshole. No, how's that?
In certain cases for domestic extremism, such as insurrection or seditious conspiracy.
I used to drink dextrose before working out.
And to be clear, I think we need to make a distinction between seizure and forfeiture on the one hand and freezing assets on the other hand. The standard for seizing and forfeiting assets of under any circumstance is the same under criminal or civil forfeiture. It's relatively lower with respect to freezing assets for foreign organizations, and I think and as I was saying. When I talk about a domestic terrorist financing authority, I'm talking about the application of sanctions like authority in that case, but it doesn't necessarily have to involve a freeze. But to answer your question with respect to your legislation, I do think it addresses a lot of concerns with respect to immobilizing assets quickly. It is linked to the criminal justice system. It is not linked. It is not linked to more traditional terrorist financing type of activity that the Treasury Department would be involved in. I guess my question is whether or not an asset forfeiture count within an indictment would serve a similar purpose. But I do certainly applaud your effort to ensure that assets relating to insurrection are quickly immobilized, and it seems to me that's what the statute is trying to do.
Trying to take people's money.
Thank you, sir. And just to follow up, do you believe that the current financial intelligence system we have in place is effective in providing the proper data to law enforcement to combat the financing of these attacks?
I think that our anti-money laundering counter-terrorist financing system does generate an enormous amount of information for the government to analyze and then use. I think there are ways that could be improved. Public-private partnerships are very important. David talked about the use of 314, both A and B, to transfer information. And I think there are maybe tweaks we could make to the suspicious activity reporting that would provide even not necessarily more information, but better information. Certainly, there's technology that also could be employed by the government and by financial institutions to allow them to go through the massive amounts of data that banks need to go through to file quality suspicious activity reports. So I think there's plenty of ways the system can be improved. But the fact is that Treasury has access to massive amounts of financial information, I think the focus should be on improving the quality.
Not if it's in Monero.
Thank you, sir.
Monero.
In the work that the Southern Poverty
Anonymous
Law Center has done
money.
to track domestic
They
extremist
can't track
groups
shit.
like the ones that attacked the
They
Capitol
wish
on
they
January
could.
6th, have you observed increased use of 21st century
They're
technology?
trying to end
these groups?
Monero.
For example, using
Coinbase
websites that
won't
are
list
outside
it.
of the mainstream to organize, spread hate, and
Bitrix
fundraising tools
delisted it.
like cryptocurrencies that are more difficult for law enforcement to track.
There we go.
So thank you for the question. And this really speaks to the earlier question as well. As I mentioned in my oral testimony, we note a massive decentralization of groups. So it makes it kind of harder to track and harder to follow the money.
How about that? Internet just went out for a second. We should be back now, though.
That the groups are continuing to self-disperse. So.
Are they using cryptocurrency? Do you notice them using cryptocurrencies?
Oh, yes, sir. Hold on one second. I had something on that. Yes, monetized propaganda is continued to increase, and we see a lot of personalities distributing. I'm sorry, I apologize. Okay. I'm looking for my notes on that.
They probably won't add it.
Okay.
On December 8th, someone from the far right and personalities distributed 28. Oh, sorry. I'll stop.
Mr. Chairman, will you allow the witness to answer the question? Is that okay?
Yeah, if the witness would like to quickly conclude her answer, that's fine.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. In a single Bitcoin transaction, we noted about $523,000 exchanged on blockchain. So the recipients included Nick Fuentes, who, as you know, is a far-right internet personality who was banned from YouTube and other platforms because of his hateful content. And so we continue to see this money transferring across lines.
Thank you, Ms. Brooks. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
You're welcome.
The gentleman from Ohio, Mr. Davidson, is now recognized for 5 minutes.
Yeah, I thank the chairman. I thank the witnesses for the expertise you've provided for this hearing and the preparation that goes into it. With each passing Congress, I want to share a concern. Really, with each passing Congress, we further erode the Fourth Amendment under the guise of promoting national security. This has evolved from a trend to a real tradition. As an example, the Corporate Transparency Act took a large chip out of the Fourth Amendment last year. I fear that January 6th will be used as another reason to further destroy the Fourth Amendment and the protections it provides. Mr. Glazier's testimony states that the U.S. anti-money laundering CFT regime can always be fine-tuned and adjusted to address a variety of vulnerabilities, including those presented by racially and ethnically motivated violent extremist groups. Glazer then lists out different tools the Treasury could fine-tune and adjust. Let's take a moment to translate what it means to fine-tune and adjust this AML toolbox. It really further means that we're further intruding on individual privacy by handing the government more and more of a person's financial records. At what point do we draw the line? January 6th cannot and should not be used to destroy our right to privacy even further. And frankly, I was encouraged by Ms. Brooks' notion that we should resist the temptation to further empower the federal government because it's been abused. And frankly, it's been abused heavily towards minority groups in the past. And now, under the guise of protecting them, we'd be ashamed to see further powers that erode privacy protections. So I urge my colleagues to speak up on this topic and the narrative that really attacks the Fourth Amendment right to privacy. Mr. Glazer, in your testimony, you said that the government should consider legislation to protect the U.S. financial system from being abused by domestic terrorists. You acknowledge that the legislation would have to be tailored to comply with the Constitution, specifically the First Amendment, but you really don't make mention of the Fourth Amendment anywhere. My question is, what constitutes an unreasonable search of an American citizen? Should Americans have any expectation of privacy with respect to their personal finances? Where is that limit? Because it sounds like there might not be one. In fact, the word privacy isn't even mentioned in your testimony.
Thank you for the question, Congressman. In my testimony, I did make reference to constitutional due process requirements. I didn't specifically mention the Fourth Amendment, but of course, the Fourth Amendment is where many of those constitutional due process requirements are contained. So it certainly wasn't my intention to imply that the Fourth Amendment shouldn't be, we shouldn't ensure that the Fourth Amendment protections adhere. I'd also note that with respect to the AML CFT measures that I recommend taken, none of them involve providing the government with more financial records.
Yeah, I appreciate that. I do get that. And look, you've served in a very important post, one of the most important in our government, for that matter, in my view, in terms of overseeing, this part of Treasury, which is really vital for our national security. And I think it's relevant to Chairman Himes to be holding the hearing on the topic. So the tension is just so incredibly important. I guess the core question is, do you believe that Americans should have an expectation of privacy with respect to their personal finances?
Yes, of course, I think Americans should have an expectation of privacy with respect to their personal finances. As with every other privacy consideration, it's a question of balancing where the limitations of that privacy begin and end. And I think it's certainly possible, and I think we do so every day, to respect people's privacy on the one hand, but also give the government the tools it needs to protect its citizens from other threats. Because the threats to civil liberties come in all directions.
Yeah, they are, and I appreciate that. I apologize. I have to get at least one more question, and I have about a dozen. So, but I look, Mr. Garstein-Ross, according to the LexisNexis report last fall, the scope of AML is huge. So my question is, should we double down on a static AML system in an ever-evolving industry that's growing compliance costs, or should we try to overhaul it? There was a really good BuzzFeed article last year that talked about the problems where the biggest banks, frankly, are the biggest money launderers. How do we address that?
The gentleman's time is expired. We'll need to respond to this. The gentleman from New York, Mr. Torres, recognized for 5 minutes.
Wow, that was good. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Both the Code of Federal Regulations and the Patriot Act provides a federal definition of domestic terrorism. But as been noted, there is no federal designation of domestic terrorism, nor is there federal prosecution of domestic terrorism as a crime unto itself, all of which has me wondering what is the point of defining domestic terrorism in federal law? If it results in neither designation or prosecution, what practical impact does the federal definition have on domestic
he really wants people to get locked up.
In particular, counterterrorism finance.
Lock them up.
And that question can go to Mr. Glazer.
Lock them up. You've been locking up our people forever. You need to lock these white people up.
Mr. Glazer? You're on mute, Mr. Glazer? Hello?
Can you?
No, you're no longer on mute. You're on mute, Mr. Glazer.
The chair will instruct that 25 seconds be added back to the gentleman from New York's time.
I appreciate that, Mr. Chair. Mr. Glazer,
are you with us?
Mr. Glazer, you're okay.
Dude, we need the Bueller.
You're not on mute.
We need the Bueller sound. Bueller.
Mr. Glazer, you're on mute.
Bueller.
Uh,
Bueller.
Is there anyone else on the panel who can address this question?
I'm happy to.
Dude, it's gonna dump Bubba.
FBI's,
Fucking weirdo.
The domestic terrorism definition
Dump
that is
tonight.
in the Patriot Act is really designed for FBI investigatory purposes. And you're absolutely right, Congressman Torres, and it's good to see you again. That there is no.
You know they're gonna dump it while you're watching.
That
and wait till you're
goes
asleep.
with
Midnight.
The domestic terrorism definition. So it's really designed for investigatory purposes. What we submit is that the material support for terrorism statute, as we know, there are two of them. There's one with an international nexus that is required, and there's one that allows for investigating material support for terrorism, domestic terrorism in particular, as defined in the Patriot Act, with underlying statutes that allows for any crimes that take place within the United States that have no international nexus. And we believe that that second piece of the material support for terrorism statute has been neglected and can be nicely used with the domestic terrorism definition as laid out in the Patriot Act. And we hope that statutory framework will be used to actually go after
it's a
violent
trap,
white
dude.
nationalists and others.
Trap. It hasn't dumped yet. It hasn't retraced 30% yet. Not once during this push has it retraced 30%.
A white supremacist organization with a stated mission, a publicly stated mission of murdering minorities, overthrowing the government, and establishing a white ethno-state. Could the federal government legally open an investigation into the membership and financing of such an organization without running afoul of the First Amendment?
Plus, ETF don't expire till tomorrow.
That's an excellent question, and it's not a hypothetical, Congressman. It's actually a fact. We've seen, as my friends and colleagues at the Southern Poverty Law Center, who are part of our coalition, have highlighted time and time again, that there are myriad organizations that have absolutely espoused violence out in public, on Facebook, on big tech platforms that have not been taken seriously. And so, yes, absolutely, the financial institutions and financial enforcement apparatus can trace those groups and should be tracing those groups, frankly. But as I said, there has been a deprioritization of white nationalist violence at the expense of our collective security. So I would submit that there is nothing wrong, or there is nothing that runs afoul of the First Amendment to go into investigating those types of groups.
And I want to make one observation. Let me know if you agree or not.
Bro, aren't they fucking investigating Antifa though? You know what I'm saying? Antifa was at the White House that day. It wasn't just white supremacists, whatever the fuck they're making it out to be, just because two idiots were out there with Camp Auschwitz shirts or whatever and some other shit and looking like racist little shits. Yeah, they're out there, but that wasn't a majority, and that wasn't at all. Like, it wasn't all just white people. There were black people. There were fucking ethnic people, like fucking the dude from Proud Boys isn't white. He wasn't there, but I mean, if he was going to be there, he was trying to be there. They actually kept a non-white person from being there. Anyway, dude, and there were Antifa there. That dude, the fucking Jaden Smith looking motherfucker was there. Jaden, I don't fucking know, dude. That dude, known Antifa, like He was like talking about it the day before while he was in DC. Like, oh shit, they found me out. They know who I am. Oh, maybe not. I got the umbrella though. You know what I'm saying? Like,
It seems to me there's a cognitive dissonance or a double standard on the part of law enforcement.
If fucking
you're a
clueless
of a violent enterprise like the mafia or a gang, you can be prosecuted under the RICO law. But if you're a member of a violent white supremacist enterprise, then somehow you're protected by the First Amendment. Can anyone on the panel explain the disconnect there?
I think that's another great,
I don't like his hair.
Point in my written testimony that we submitted for the record. We highlight that RICO and conspiracy statutes are extremely broad and should absolutely be used against particularly organized white nationalist groups that, as you mentioned, espouse an ethno-nationalist state that wants to get rid of and kill millions of people. But I would love to open it up for my other panelists.
What? I'm just something there.
Thank you for the question, Representative Torres. And I completely agree there. The Southern Poverty Law Center documents white nationalist groups today. To be clear, their mandate is to create a white ethno state. And they have proved time and time again that they'll still carry out violent means to reach that end. I would also offer that the Southern Poverty Law Center has used RICO statutes in the course of our civil suits against hate and extremist groups over the past couple of decades. And I think that those are the laws that we mean when we say that there exist current statutes that law enforcement could use to address the real threat of domestic terrorism. And for me, and I agree with my colleague from the Leadership Conference, that it's important that we educate ourselves and recognize the very real threat of domestic terrorism. That's why the Southern Poverty Law Center supports the Prevention Act. Law, as you know, is a very, very blunt tool, and we advocate for further education and communication and coordination between DHS, Justice, and the FBI. And they could really work together to lower the threat level and strengthen a partnership that would blunt these hate and extremist groups. So thank you for the question.
The gentleman's time has expired. The gentleman from Ohio,
Antifa just hates everybody, though. Take out businesses for the hell of it.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you to our panel for today's testimony. It's an important hearing, and Mr. Chairman, I do appreciate your comments at the
especially if it's a white business.
This shouldn't have a political lens.
Hey, I like this guy.
And I think we need to be honest with ourselves.
Bald brother.
I want to start.
I always like this guy.
Referencing the testimony of Dr. Gartenstein-Ross, you talked about in chilling fashion how extremism is poised for growth. Unfortunately, I agree with you 100% for a variety of reasons. And you also highlighted reciprocal radicalization. And I think that's right. I would argue that there's an escalating component to it as well. One side does one thing, the other side escalates and radicalizes, and there's a counter movement that does the same, and we're in this ping pong of extremism, unfortunately. So with that is my first question for Dr. Gartenstein-Ross. In your research, did you find that any of the political violence from the summer, and I'm not creating an equivalency, so let's just get that clear. What happened at the Capitol was far worse. I'm not creating an equivalency, but I'm trying to understand the mechanisms. In your eyes, did the political violence from the summer inspire or activate some of the far-right nationalist movements that we saw at the Capitol?
Thank you, sir, for that question. I would say it's unsettled, but I believe that the answer is yes in a rather subtle way. There's a really good book called How Terror Evolves by Yannick Vieux-Lepage. And what it argues, it looks at airplane hijackings. And it argues that tactics evolve from one group to another, regardless of ideology, and it even looks at criminal groups that have used airplane hijackings. I think what we saw over the course of the past year is a number of different mobilizations, starting with the anti-lockdown mobilization. Then there was a racial justice mobilization, then an anti-fascist / anarchist mobilization, and finally a pro-Trump stolen election mobilization. And those aren't all extremist mobilizations by any means, but all of them were mobilizations that were very powerful. And I think that each mobilization learned from the other. One of the lessons that was learned by the time of the Capitol attack is that attacking a a symbol of government is extraordinarily dramatic. And there are multiple examples of that, from attacks on mayor's offices to autonomous zones and attacks on police precincts, that provided some tactical guide for what occurred. So I do think that different groups, both extremist and non-extremist, are learning to mobilize faster than before, and all of them are learning from one another's tactics, and tactics that we may applaud today may be used tomorrow by a group that we utterly despise and that despises us.
Thank you for that answer. And a follow-up, what role do public figures, politicians or otherwise, play in contributing to the violent behavior that we've seen across society over the last year? And how can we be better leaders? This is where I want you to lecture us and tell us how we have failed the American people, so forth.
So I love the question. And look, we are in an extraordinarily polarized environment where even the slightest differences of point of view can lead to recrimination, fear, calls for people to be fired, different labels being thrust upon other people. I think now is a time for political leaders to show wisdom. And I think let me applaud this subcommittee for the bipartisan way that it put this hearing together. I applaud it for getting witnesses who can speak to both sides of the aisle. But I agree with the premise of the question that ultimately we need to figure out how to step back from the precipice. We need to figure out how we live together within a system that we all support. We need to figure out how the fact that the person next to us disagrees on some issues doesn't cause us to think of that person in a binary way as being evil or beneath us or someone who's our enemy. We're struggling with that. And part of it is politicians. Part of it is the systems of communication that we have. It's a complex, multifaceted problem. But the question you ask, sir, is the exact right question. And politicians have often been a part of the problem.
Thank you. And with my final 30 seconds, I'm going to share a brief story. So I voted for impeachment, as most of y'all know, and I'm a Republican.
I didn't know that.
So I've been the subject of threats in two different instances in the last year, one from the left, one from the right. And I will tell you, my personal opinion is if this body and some of us on this committee don't start acting more responsibly, what happened in January is only the beginning. And that's up to us. That requires real leadership. And so I thank you for your answer, and I hope we'll heed those lessons.
The gentleman time has expired. The gentleman from Massachusetts, Mr. Lynch, is recognized for 5 minutes.
Hello, Mr. Chairman.
Damn, his life.
Can Mr. Glazer hear me now? Is he back on or no? Okay. Can he speak? I don't want to ask him questions if he can't speak.
Can you hear me?
Is it
I can, yeah.
Barney?
Okay, so you're back on.
Barney Fife?
All right. Well, Mr. Chairman, first I want to
Holy
congratulate
shit.
you on your chairmanship. I am proud and happy to be a member of this subcommittee. And thanks for putting this hearing together. Congratulations to the ranking member as well. I want to talk about cryptocurrencies a little bit.
Hey.
You know, the use of cryptocurrencies by terrorist networks, drug traffickers, and other illicit activities is well documented. I know, Mr. Glazer, we worked together when I used to chair the task force on terrorist financing back in the day. But we've got experts from FinCEN to the RAND Corporation. They've all expressed concerns about the use of cryptocurrencies by criminals. And we do have some examples that haven't been mentioned here. One example is the far-right group, the white supremacist platform, the Daily Stormer. They actually solicit donations from users by cryptocurrency. They use Monero, but they're high-value Bitcoin transfers to a number of these US-based, these are domestic far-right extremist wallets. So, and a matter of fact, earlier this month, Secretary Yellen stated, she said, and this is a quote,
"Oh, my friend.
I see the promise of these new technologies, but I also see the reality. She said cryptocurrencies have been used to launder the profits of online drug traffickers, and they've also been used as a tool to finance terrorism. So Mr. Glazer and also Dr. Rogers, I think you could speak to this as well. How does the use of cryptocurrencies, and I chair the task force on fintech, and we're worried about this. We're trying to adopt some of these technologies, but this is one of those double-edged swords, I guess. How does the use of cryptocurrencies affect the ability of law enforcement agencies and research organizations and financial institutions to identify and trace the funding of domestic extremists?
Thank you for the question.
Take a crack at it.
Thank you for the question, Congressman Lynch, and it's good to see you again.
I can't believe he knows about Monero.
Your leadership on these types of issues over the years. After 9/11, all the focus was on Hawala, and there was this notion that it was some sort of magical, mysterious system that nobody could comprehend, and it was impossible to trace through. And in the end, we found out that really wasn't the case. That it operated based on the same principles as a lot of other financial transfers, and it was just a matter of bringing it into the system in an appropriate way. And I think there's an analogy between that and cryptocurrencies. Cryptocurrencies aren't inherently bad, and in fact, as Secretary Yellen said, they have a lot of useful purposes and could really help on issues such as financial inclusion. That said, they're also subject to abuse. So the challenge is to bring them into the system and regulate them in the appropriate way. I do think that the Treasury Department approaches it the right way through the regulation of exchanges, applying customer due diligence, programmatic requirements, and suspicious activity reporting requirements to the exchanges, which is where the cryptocurrency is ultimately transferred into fiat currency, and where fiat currency is transferred back into the cryptocurrency. Again, I highlight that FinCEN has a rule out right now, a proposed rule related to unhosted wallets, which is a loophole in the system right now. And that is a place where I think people should be focusing. But the fact is that there are some cryptocurrencies out there which try to design themselves along the fault lines of the AML-CFT restrictions. We need to look at those. We need to make sure that those types of cryptocurrencies are banned. But we also need to provide opportunities for the sector to grow in a supervised, regulated way, as I think it is for the most part.
This is from this morning, dude.
Wouldn't it require getting rid of the pseudonymous nature where we don't have digital identities? Isn't that the core of the problem? And that's what the users, the advocates of crypto, a lot of them cling to that they want a decentralized, anonymous or pseudonymous system. Is that part of the problem?
Yes, anti-money laundering, counter-terrorist financing rules and regulations at the end are about transparency. It's about transparency in the international financial system and the domestic financial system. And in certain ironic ways, cryptocurrencies provide enhanced opportunities in certain ways for law enforcement agencies to be able to trace transactions that aren't there in sort of bulk transactions in the private sector. But again, I come back to, you have to figure out where the point of entry are. And I think the point of entry is at the exchanges, which is where we're trying to regulate it now.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
The gentleman's time has expired. The gentleman from Texas, Mr. Taylor, is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate this hearing, and I appreciate the witnesses and the expertise that they bring to this important topic. And domestic terrorism, obviously, is something that I think, with a little historical perspective, I think we remember Puerto Rican separatists shooting members of Congress, on the floor of the U.S. House back in the 50s. And so this is a long path that we've been going down and trying to fight this. And obviously, I was intrigued, Chairman, by your comments about the domestic terrorism being more difficult because they've got First and Fourth Amendment rights. But I remember my own time as a Marine on the U.S.-Mexican border contending with FISA and Posse Comitatus, dealing with the international component and really the Patriot Act, dealing with that and trying to figure out, well, okay, when does the international stop and the domestic begin, and how do we share data across between the CIA and the FBI, and how is that legal? When is that legal? Which unfortunately 9/11 really revealed to us we had some problems there. So just going down the path of making sure that we're sharing information across platforms, but at the same time protecting people's rights. And I think that's something that we're all conscious of, that push-pull. Senator Garcia-Ross, just in terms of the way you think about this, is there enough sharing between the FBI, Department of Homeland Security, and local law enforcement? Are there regulatory or statutory changes that we can make at the congressional level to encourage information sharing so that we can actually prevent terrorist actions?
That's an excellent question. As you know, sir, DHS, one of its mandates is to share information with local law enforcement, which is a relatively effective system, although you've had a number of times where some of the information shared ends up getting leaked to the press, which in turn causes controversy and then impedes sharing. One of the reasons why we're so slow to look at WSE extremism as a government it relates to a 2009 controversy about a report on what was dubbed right-wing extremism at the time. So it's not clear to me that there are specific fixes that can immediately leap to mind, but I will say that this is something that we should look into to see if there are things that impede the flow of information. Anything that will allow information to be shared more widely will be a positive.
Mr. Glazer, just given your experience in government, I mean, like, what would you say to that in terms of information sharing between different, and again, I saw the restriction when it went from international to domestic. There was definitely some walls that were created there in the 70s that were knocked down a little bit after 9/11. But do we have those in terms of dealing with this problem?
Thank you for the question, and I agree with your premise that there needs to be a vibrant partnership between the public sector and the private sector to attack these sorts of issues. In fact, when I was in government,
we'll get to that in a second, but just the question is, within the federal government and local law enforcement, are there walls that you need to break down statutorily or by regulatory?
With respect to financial intelligence, I think that there's a very good information sharing between the federal government and the state government. State governments have access to suspicious activity reports. So I think that there's ways, there's probably mechanisms that we could implement to improve them, but they wouldn't be legislative in nature.
Okay, and then Mr. Brokadoom, just going to, I think this is something you're concerned about, is the role of private companies taking it on themselves to report to the authorities what they perceive to be problematic when they're not required to do it, right? And so I'm thinking recently there's an allegation that Bank of America went in, pulled all the data from their customers, reported that to law enforcement without having a warrant. And that, in the interesting Fourth Amendment question, well, should the government even be willing to accept data that they don't have the right to get, that the Fourth Amendment precludes them from? And I know I've heard your opening statement leads me to believe that you're concerned about this as well.
Absolutely, Congressman. I think that civil liberties have to be protected. And I think that the private sector, Bank of America, big tech, have to really make sure that there's a notice requirement that is provided to customers, and also that there is yes, a warrant from the FISA court, even though it is a secret court, but there are mechanisms for making sure that due process and transparency, to the extent possible, are complied with.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. The gentlewoman from Pennsylvania, Ms. Dean, is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I thank you for hosting this important hearing. I'll get right to some questions. I thank all of those who are testifying today to help us understand this better. Mr. Rogers, if I could start with you, what evidence is there of alternative financing platforms contributing to expanded recruitment or radicalization of domestic terror groups? Do we have any evidence of alternative financing platforms?
Thank you, Congressman, for the question. And if I may clarify, by alternative financing platforms, can you provide more detail about exactly the sorts of platforms you're referring to? I mean, we looked at a broad spectrum.
Fundraising.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, I mean, that's sort of the core of our entire research, was how extensively those sorts of platforms are being used. And that speaks to a lot of the discussion today, that most of the financial activity is not through the kind of traditional banking. There's a lot of other sort of companies and choke points being involved, whether you're talking about crowdfunding platforms. I mentioned Give, Send, Go as an example, Rally Pay. All of these companies, they sit on top of standard kind of the larger kind of payments and banking. Like at the end of the day, the money lands somewhere that is a more traditional bank or payment provider. But even before you get to those companies, there's a whole host of smaller and alternative, what you may call tech companies that are facilitating these payments. And we outlined, close to 100 of them in our report.
And would you say that those digital fundraising platforms are contributing to the diffusion of harmful ideologies?
Absolutely. I mean, as I mentioned in my testimony, not only are they just helping or facilitating raising funding for these groups, but merchandising platforms. I mean, Etsy. I say go to Etsy.com and type in QAnon, and the sale of merchandise helps further the ideology. Kind of create that, as I call it, that team jersey to help the group recruit and further whatever ideology they're peddling.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Mr. Glazer, if I could turn to you. FinCEN at the Department of Treasury is at the forefront of detecting illicit financial transactions involving potential crimes and terrorism. And I'm thinking of, for example, advisories regarding possible human trafficking or drug trafficking. But does FinCEN yet provide this type of guidance related to armed domestic extremists or mass shooters in terms of potential purchase of weapons, amassing of arsenals of guns, or other weapons for attacks? Is there such an advisory alert? I'm thinking about, we're examining communications and gaps in communications. Is there such an advisory around the amassing of weapons?
FinCEN does not currently have an advisory relating to domestic terrorism. I would not be surprised if they were working on one right now, and I think it's a great question. In my testimony, I specifically referenced that as one of the things that FinCEN could be doing. And as I said, I wouldn't be surprised if they were working on one right now, but there's not currently one out there.
Would the legislation, perhaps you're familiar with it, it was introduced last session by my friend, Representative Wexton. It was entitled Gun Violence Prevention Through Financial Intelligence Act. It was a bill in simplicity that would develop an advisory notification to assist financial institutions in detecting and then reporting suspicious or illegal financial activities around firearms. Do you think that legislation is worthy and would be a step in the right direction?
Thank you, Congresswoman. I must admit that I'm not specific legislation. I will say that banks already have the obligation to report suspicious activity to FinCEN, but that there are holes in it relating to illegal activity relating to firearms. I'm sure that's something that should be addressed.
Thanks so much. And maybe Ms. Brooks, I'll go for a quick question to you. How can the federal government provide better tools or facilitate coordination, again, about communication with state law enforcement agencies, prosecutors, the federal government? What should we be doing to share information efficiently?
Thank you for the question. The Southern Poverty Law Center, of course, supports the Domestic Terrorism Prevention Act because it really is about improving communication and coordinating communication and response across agencies. Of course, it doesn't provide for additional federal criminal enforcement power, but we believe that improved communication and coordination was the big part of the issue on January 6th, so we support that. Just a sharing of information and acting upon that information. Thank you for the question, Representative.
Thank you. I yield back. I thank you, Mr. Chairman.
The time has expired. The gentleman from Illinois, Mr. Garcia, is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chairman Himes and Ranking Member Hill, of course, for convening this hearing. And thank you to the witnesses for joining us today and sharing your research and knowledge. We know that racism and right-wing extremism have a long history in this country. As an immigrant, I've seen it for most of my life. Donald Trump tapped into that from the very start of his campaign, and what happened here on January 6th is a symptom of something very serious. Like many of you, I was locked down in my office that afternoon. I didn't know whether an armed militia had entered my office building. I didn't know if they were looking for me as a proud immigrant, Mexican-American congressman, but I knew they wanted to stop a Democrat from being elected president. It's easy to say that the people who stormed the Capitol last month represent a small fringe in our politics, but they have allies and friends in high places. A couple of questions. Ms. Brooks, in your testimony, you gave us a good timeline of how racist extremism has connected to party politics. Could you talk a little more about how the radical right entered the mainstream and what we should be worried about moving forward?
Thank you so much for the question. As the Southern Poverty Law Center has documented over the last couple of decades, there's been an increase in the number of active hate groups in the United States. We found about 10 years ago, maybe 15 years ago, that increase is directly connected to the shifting demographics within the United States. And so the decrease rather, in the white population serving as a numeric majority has served to create fear and anxiety in the white population. So as we saw with the ascension of President Obama as president, that was a kind of a peak moment and an example, if you will, for whites who were beginning to think that they were being displaced and feeding into a white nationalist trope around the Great Replacement or a white genocide. So we've seen an increase in that rhetoric. What we saw over the last 6 years was an increase in that rhetoric that was echoed from the highest office in the country, from the president. That served to kind of fuel and carry the disinformation, fear, and anxiety to this fever pitch position with which we find ourselves in today.
Thank you. Dr. Rogers, you've studied radicalization and terrorism in a number of countries, and your report on bankrolling bigotry mentioned that far-right groups use 501c3 nonprofit status to look legitimate. What role does money in our political system play in fanning the flames of right-wing extremism? Do all of these nonprofits and shell companies make it harder to track their role?
Thank you, Congressman, for the question. I think that, I, for starters, am not an expert on tax-exempt organizations, and I'm certainly happy to point you to ones that I've worked with in the past. But as is my understanding, that the abuse by some of the charity and the nonprofit kind of tax-exempt rules has grown over time as say political campaigns and whatnot have become more expensive as a way to shield identities involved in political donations and things like that. And so that abuse has grown over the past decades. And while at the same time, the resources for enforcing the 501c3 and 501c4 rules, to say, if a group applies as a supposedly educational charity, to enforce that they actually are engaging in educational charitable activities and not, say, secretly a violent militia, the resources that IRS has to fulfill that regulatory compliance role have decreased over time for a whole host of reasons. So one of our recommendations that we've taken from one of our experts is to actually break out that function from IRS. IRS is ultimately a revenue-generating organization, and this part of IRS is not, by definition, revenue-generating, so it tends to be kind of ignored. If you took that regulatory function out, much as the Charity Commission in the UK is an independent organization to fulfill that role, that might help with the compliance and the enforcement problem. So just one idea related to that.
Thank you very much. Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
The gentleman yields back, and the gentleman from Massachusetts, Mr. Auchincloss, is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and to those who are testifying today as part of our ongoing investigation into the insurrectionist attack on the Capitol on January 6th. The attack laid bare our vulnerability to domestic terrorism, and we need to examine solutions to stop future attacks before they happen. I believe it would be a grave mistake, however, to maintain permanent fencing around our Capitol. Constituents, advocates have the right to visit the home of our democracy and speak with their representatives to share their thoughts, agreements, and concerns. We need innovative tools to root out domestic terrorism, protect members, staff, and visitors without turning this building into a fortress surrounded by fences capped with barbed wire. And indeed, we also need to find ways to protect places of worship in my own district without having them have to resort to a military posture as well. And in particular, Jewish places of worship. I represent one of the most densely populated Jewish districts in the country. And I know that my Jewish constituents who go to places of worship are increasingly on edge and increasingly concerned about the threats of domestic terrorism targeted and fueled by anti-Semitism. I wonder if first Ms. Brooks and then Mr. Rogers might speak for 30 seconds to a minute each about the intersection between anti-Semitism and domestic terrorism in this country, and whether they've seen a rise in both intent and actions targeted against Jewish people.
Thank you so much for the question. And we don't talk about this enough, but there's a direct link and a connection between white nationalism, white supremacy, and anti-Semitism. It should not be separated at all. There's been an increase in anti-Semitism in this country and globally for the last couple of decades, and people fail to pay attention. We have these major violent events like the Tree of Life Synagogue, like what happened in Escondido, and then we move on, but we're not connecting the dots. We are in this together, and a white supremacist agenda would separate everyone from who they are. So to be clear, we should stand together against white nationalism and anti-Semitism in support of it, and in support of the Jewish population. So thank you for the question.
I just want to state for the record how much I agree with standing together. I think the Jewish people, as well as my African-American constituents, know that where there is conspiracy theorizing, where there is extremism, it's just a matter of time before they come for Black Americans and for Jewish Americans. Such has been our history. So thank you for saying that. And Mr. Rogers would welcome your thoughts as well.
Thank you, Congressman, and I could not agree more with both your thoughts and Ms. Brooks, your statement on the subject. Another subject that's personally very I'm passionate about as well. As you say, if history is any guide, hate is hate, and it always comes for people of color and Jewish the Jewish community as well. One other point I would add is that in many ways the QAnon conspiracy theory phenomenon is itself a kind of remix, if you will, or a mashup of historically all of the various sort of anti-Semitic Jewish blood libels. The idea of the cabal at the top, et cetera, that if not explicit, very, very thinly veiled version of the same blood libel that's been circulating for 100, if not hundreds of years. And so, yes, I think they go very much hand in hand, whether explicit or not, and I think they are linked, and solidarity is obviously of utmost importance.
Mr. Rogers, are there particular actions that you would recommend Congress pursue relative to anti-Semitism and the intersection of anti-Semitism and domestic terrorism in particular, and the spread of disinformation about that?
I think there are a number of regulatory fronts that all kind of go to the general problem of disinformation as a whole, and I don't know that we have the time to get into all of them here, but I think they certainly fall into three big categories. With the one most relevant to today's discussion being this idea of platform governance and platform liability, that our data is showing what a key role these sort of platforms play in facilitating the activities of these groups, and the fact that the liability is so nebulous or non-existent through things like Section 230 and whatnot, which what we found is that there's already policies in place against all of these hate and extremist groups, but they're just simply not enforced. And so updating that kind of platform liability to help drive enforcement, I think, is one of the key areas that we can focus on.
Slightly orthogonal question, and
the gentleman's time has expired.
Oh, okay, thanks.
I believe that every present member of the subcommittee has had an opportunity to question. If that's incorrect, speak up or forever hold your peace. Hearing no one, I'd like to thank our witnesses for their testimony today and for an excellent discussion. Without objection, all members will have 5 legislative days within which to submit additional written questions for the witnesses to the chair which will be forwarded to the witnesses for their response. I ask our witnesses to please respond as promptly as you are able, and I noted a couple of questions that sadly were cut off by the timer, and I'll ask the staff to facilitate that. Without objection, all members will have 5 legislative days within which to submit extraneous materials to the chair for inclusion in the record. I remind members that written questions and materials for the record should be submitted to fscdocuments@mail.house.gov. With that, I will thank our excellent witnesses one more time, and the hearing is adjourned.
Bum, bum, ba-da-bum, bum. Boom, 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 boom. Love that horn. That's my favorite button. You tell us our favorite button. That's my second favorite. Simon just meowed, by the way. He likes that button too. He likes that button too. Oh, don't you? Why don't you like that button with me too? Hey kids. No. The kids show. What is those crack? I give this a 3 thumbs down because it's resonated roachweed out of a pipe. Hey, sucks to be me at the moment. But you just wait till this shit hits. Oh shit. We're not there yet. Oh, yo, we're coming to Spirit World. Ooh, ooh, hey, I'm almost there. We gotta get there though. Joker. Blowing in it could, man. I'm a whoop whoop. Throw more coal on the fire. Boy. Faster. Oh, where? Dude, it sucked through the fucking bowl. See, dude, I saw it go bing, 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 bing up inside the bowl as I was sucking on it. I knew it was going to be bad in like a split second after that. It was in my mouth. I don't give a fuck what you think. This is my new song for the stream. It goes all the time now. I stick it in randomly throughout my day to get centered. The green eyes. Douche. Okay. That's beautiful. So wrong. Am I crazy? We don't ever know. Sit up straight. Sit up straight. It is so crazy that girl. You can barely tell it's there. There's a wook right there. Right here. Beep, 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 bing, 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 bing. I hadn't seen her since 2015, and she contacted me over some forum from 6 years ago. She contacted me last week. I have a wook in the corner. Look here. this is to represent her. She was making this necklace for me. We smashed. We did. Yes. We might have did something. I was. So she was making me something, I guess, but she stole some money from me. So I found this forum talking about her. So I made my comments on there about it. Bada bing, not bada boom. I know she's hitting me up like. But this has been in the background the entire time, and like, it's like my. I said it was my voodoo doll, like kind of like it's got Simon's whiskers coming out of its head. I've been doing that for years. Every time I find one, I stick his whisker in its head. She doesn't know who the fuck I am, though. She actually doesn't even remember me. I knew she was fucked up. She's in my base nectar. Dude, I can show you who she is actually right now. Check this out. Her family photo Sunday Red Rocks. Oh my god. That's amazing. That's what I need right there. Boom. That's what I'm looking for. Faster. That's it. Oh my god. There I am. Want to see me? Do you want to see me? Well, you're here. You might as well. Check it out. Here I am right here. Wait, you try to find me. Well, fuck it. You can't point exactly, can you? Here, this is me. Right here. You see this hat right here? This brown hat? That's my hat. Right here. You see me? Okay, now you can tell that's me for sure, right? Okay. I'm still friends with this girl right here on Instagram. She's with her boyfriend in Mexico right now. A different black guy than this one, his name is Mikey. He was her boyfriend for a while. I was friends with him. Like I'd been, yeah, crazy. I knew the front row crew, man. All right, so where's she at? There she is, right here. She's right here. This is her in the background, way on the other side. She's like on some psych meds and some other shit in her own little world, actually. Like for the longest that night, I didn't know where she was at. Like she just disappeared, dude. I was like, what the fuck, dude? I don't know how fucked up you are. I don't know if you're like okay, I guess. But she wasn't from Colorado, so it was weird, dude. It was all weird. All my friends are like, dude, what's wrong with your chick, dude? She's like out of it. Oh no, dude, I don't know what she's on. She won't tell me. But apparently she hit me up in an email just recently. Apparently she was on something that night, and she was on some psych meds that was counteracting with the shit she was taking. By the way, this is Base Nectar right here, and this is a guy who does noises with his mouth. Brown chicka brown brown. And this right here, this guy right here. Damn, I forgot his name. This is the head of security for the front row. This is my man. At first, we really didn't get along, man, but over time, we saw each other so much that we become buddies. All right. And this dude, man, he was supposed to give me his YouTube. He said he traveled around the country going to shows. He was sitting next to me the whole time. That's why his arms around me. I didn't actually know him. We were sitting next to each other all night, so we blended at the Base Nectar show. I didn't even know Mikey yet. That was a new booty. It's all different now, though. That was quite the night, though. Yes. Get out of here. Hey, 48.5, 45, 45. Well, we're under $200 for the XMR now. It's keeping going down. I don't give a fuck. I only got one so I could test it and see like how it's working, see what I think about it. I have not mined a Monero yet, even though I'm using my core for it. I'm not overheating or anything by using the core, as you can see here. Looks fine, and my usage here looks pretty fine. It's 80% memory, 77 CPU. It's using the CPU, so yeah. There you go. That's what I have, an i9-9900K at 30.6 gigahertz, and I'm putting out as much as two 1080s would be putting out in terms of hash rate. So you see right here, I'm putting out over 1,000 hash oftentimes, just 4 cores. I can put it on 6 cores, but it makes it a little more intensive on my hardware. But I am currently a Monero miner, trying to get my one Monero if I can find a block. I have 1 in 2,757 chance every day in finding one. I probably won't. I'm just helping make the network stronger. You don't make much really unless you're in a pool, because you don't get paid unless you get a full one. Tanya's here. Who's Tanya? I don't know. You did. Take it easy, man. But Tanya wasn't her name. Tanya. Do I know a Tanya? Do you know a Tanya? Yeah. You're boring me, Genofast. Fuck. Shut up, Simon. Bore me too. Whose name? Oh, another guy on a channel was talking about it. God, she didn't call me. No. It wasn't an ex either. Girls on text sex with her. She was a one night stand. She's like a couple night fling, but it got weird. She was anyway. Weird. It was weird. She was on a bunch of shit, traveling the country, apparently. Yo. Dude. Didn't know we were in 3D, man. You consider that a girlfriend or what? Okay, so mining while streaming while gaming is not advised. But take the bowl away and put it in the sink. But he's not looking at it. We'll try that. Forty-seven, 47, 47, wow, so many 47s, so many 47s. Thank you very much. 7, 7, 7, 7, 7, 7, 7. Wow. 47, 7, 7, 7, 7, 7, 7, 7. Lift off. What's happening? What's he gonna go back down, boy? You come back down. Oh, hey. Oh. Hey, 48, 45 gonna knock you down, boy. Going down, boy. Alright, we got this. Nah. Let's see. We got here? It's higher than the last one. It's higher. Oh my god. God. Way too late. Oh, it's gonna come down. Did you do this? There you go. Ooh, that doesn't look so good. It's getting a little flatline. So we might be time, but it might not. Let's look over here. Maybe it'll go back here. 183. 187. Ooh. Creepy. 168. 150. Oh. 124. 124. But I don't know, man. I don't know. It doesn't look like it. So much red. So much red, but they're pushing it. Can't let it happen, are they? Is it the black market usage? Man, even the government people knew about Monero. That's pretty wild. They didn't say anything about any other privacy coin. They only brought up a Monero privacy coin because it is the privacy coin. Is it? This is the one. This is the one that's going to do it. They're going to start freaking out on privacy watch. Watch what happens, because check it out. People, if this thing pumps again, people are going to be making lots of money. And the government is going to want their cut of all that. Dude, supposedly they charge you on every trade you do. It's a taxable, like, some, I don't even know, dude. I don't fuck with that shit. I don't fuck with that shit. I mean, I don't do with them. You know what I mean? I'll lose all my crypto on Coinbase before I fuck with that shit. I was saying, I'll move it off of Coinbase, and I'm gonna lose that in a tragic boating accident, 100%. In Monero, probably. Monero's gonna have probably scam me over on all my money. Fuck you, Monero! You took it. Oh, you took it. Oh, he took it. All of it. Darn you. You darn it. So, yeah. And once it goes into Monero, all it has to do is come back at Monero, and it's untraceable. So it's like that never happened. I just lost all my money in Monero, and fuck you. You know what I'm saying? What are you gonna do? That's how this works, and that's how it's gonna end up being. Like soon people are gonna start freaking out about hiding their money because they're gonna realize that the government wants to take a third of it. And when they're dealing with $100,000, they're going to be like, holy shit, I can do a lot with 30 grand, man. I can do a lot with that, man. You know, maybe we should start looking at these privacy coins and seeing if I can hide this shit somehow. It's always at the end of the bull run because of that. Because that's when they're starting to think about it. It's a lot of money at that point. I haven't really started thinking about it yet because Monero hasn't really spiked. I mean, it's jumped a little bit since this whole thing has started, but I mean, really, it's not even doubled. Wait, let me see where we're at. This is September. It was 78 and okay, it was actually $34 in March. So compared to that, yeah, it's jumped considerably. But I don't think it's done the bull run jump yet. Because that was before any of this started. And it was probably also just raising with the consistent raise in Bitcoin raising. So I to see. It's gonna be biblical. see. Yeah, if I go back here, see, this is what you want to look at. It's actually been dropping compared to Bitcoin. And that is buy signal. This is so buy signal, dude. Because that means people went out of Monero into Bitcoin, more than likely, as it was raising, so they could catch that ride. But what do you think these people want to come back to eventually? If they're Bitcoin people, these people that left in October, like if they're truly Monero people, they saw Bitcoin going up and they left just to catch that, so that they could go back in. I'm thinking, and they haven't done it yet, because that's what these people do. They flip flop coins from their favorites to the ones that are making money, back to their favorites. A lot of people that had Monero favorited have flipped out for the time being until it's time to go back, until they all start migrating back. And once they all start making that push, the others will see it and they'll start doing it too. They haven't forgotten about Monero. Just like Ravencoin miners never forgot. I never forgot. I was staring at it while it pumped right in front of me. There were probably others just like me, but thinking, what? Is it going to stop? Is it going to turn around? Oh my God, is it going to slow down? Come back. Hey, you're leaving me. Man, it just kept going. This hasn't done that yet. Not this cycle. They're starting to talk about it. They actually brought up Monero today in that meeting, White House meeting, whatever the hell that was, Senate, whatever the title is. Subcommittee on National Security. Yeah. They're letting anybody that watched that and doesn't know what Monero is and is curious about cryptos, now they have a higher likelihood of going and looking that up. Monero, what's that? Interesting. I thought Bitcoin was private, and then they do this right here. If they, they're like, what is Monero? And boom.
To most people, financial privacy is very important. But banks, big corporations, and even governments are having their records compromised. The undeniable conclusion is there's no safe place to conduct private transactions. Well, there wasn't one until now. Meet Monero. Monero is a secure, private, untraceable currency. With Monero, you are your own bank. Only you control and are responsible for your funds. Monero is private. This means businesses can keep their suppliers in secret, as well as citizens escape government repressions and nosy neighbors or crooks. Monero can also be selectively transparent, and you can choose who you want to see the transactions. Monero is dynamically scalable, which makes it very different from a Bitcoin. Also, the block reward will never drop below 0.3 XMR, and the nominal inflation will stay at 0.3 XMR per minute. Monero is decentralized. It has an active development community with more than 30 contributors. Take back control over your finances and start using Monero today.
Looks good to me. Merchants. Wait, are there merchants? What? All these are... Okay, these are exchanges. Goods. What? You can buy all this stuff with Monero? Monero? Wait, let me see what we got here. Is it all like crypto related? Adult store, e-cigarette provider, kava tea, yoga mat, psychedelic apparel and accessories. What? That's pretty cool. I kind of want to check that out now. Symbolica. What we got? Survivor. Hey, man. It's all got the same thing on it. Okay. Hardly anyway. 30 euros? Bro, euros? Yeah, I want to see the Monero symbol, but it's not there. What is this? Monero betting. Oh no, it's a virus. Yeah. Crypto homes. Buy a house with this shit. Oh yeah. 6,000 XMR. Apartments for sale. What? Hey bro, I'm buying this shit with my XMR. Dude, you gotta have 6,000 of them though. That's a ton. Man. How is it different? Because it's private. Bitcoin's not. Private by default. Bitcoin doesn't even have a private setting where you can make it. It's never private. That's the main thing. It's fungible because of that also, which means is it's like, since it's not traceable, it can't be tied to any nefarious activities. Meaning that how Bitcoin can be tracked back and they can actually be like, hey, that was used in a crime, so we're going to take that money from you because it ended up in your pocket, but since it was from a criminal, it's ours now. Well, Monero, they can't do that. It's untraceable. It makes it fungible. That's my understanding what fungible means. Fungible. It's what, like, dollar bills are fungible, but Bitcoin's not. Being something such as money or commodity of such a nature that one part or quantity may be replaced by another equal part or quantity in paying their selling account. Really, Simon, I know you're hungry, dude. Jesus Christ. Fucking cat's like intolerable. I can't do it. I can't find the correct definition for this because this isn't looking right. Because when I look up Monero, maybe it says it on here. Probably actually. Go back here and see what how they word it. Fungible. See if it's in here. Fungibility. There we go. The basics. Property or currency whereby two units can be substituted in place of one another. Okay, so what's that? Okay, so fungibility means that two units of a currency can be mutually substituted and the substituted currency is equal to another unit of the same size. For example, two $10 bills can be exchanged and they are functionally identical to any other $10 bill in circulation. Although $10 bills have unique ID numbers and are therefore not completely fungible. Gold is probably a closer example of true fungibility, where any 1 ounce of gold in the same grade is worth the same as another 1 ounce of gold. Monero is fungible due to the nature of the currency, which provides no way to link transactions together nor trace the history of any particular XMR. One XMR is functionally identical to any other one XMR. Fungibility is an advantage of Monero as over Bitcoin and almost every other cryptocurrency due to the privacy inherent in Monero blockchain and the permanently traceable nature of the Bitcoin blockchain. With Bitcoin, any BTC can be tracked by anyone back to its creation Coinbase transaction. Therefore, if a coin has been used for an illegal purpose in the past, the history will be contained in the blockchain in perpetuity. This lack of fungibility means that certain businesses will be obligated to avoid accepting BTC that have been previously used for purposes which are illegal or simply run afoul of their terms of service. Currently, some large Bitcoin companies are blocking, suspending, or closing accounts that have received Bitcoin used in online gambling or other purposes deemed unsavory by said companies. Monero has been built specifically to address the problem of traceability and non-fungibility inherent in other cryptocurrencies. By having completely private transactions, Monero is true fungible, and there can be no blacklisting of certain XMR, while at the same time providing all the benefits of a secure, decentralized, permanent blockchain. So that's one of the main things that makes Monero better than like that. It has fungibility in Bitcoin is just so fucking traceable that people think it's not, but it, you see everything on there. I knew they could say it better than me. They had more time. Government doesn't like it at all. Yeah. So yeah. So like we haven't really had an opportunity for it to pump yet because it doesn't. No one's decided that the Bitcoin bull run's over yet. So it's not until then that the security coins that they're called or privacy coins, like they're not really taking advantage of until they're needed usually, and then they'll pump, and then some people might hold their coin in that, but really, like once they go through Monero and come out of that, then it's like untraceable. You can go into an exchange that you don't have to perform an identity check, and then you can launder it there. Or, you can transfer it out for something else there. They can't stop this shit, dude, because there's always going to be an exchange that's going to pop up out of nowhere. They can be fly by night if they want to, dude, and exchange currencies out real quick and be bop, bada bing, bada boom. You know what I'm saying? They can't stop this shit. They think that they can try to stop it, and they can shut down the big boys maybe, but there'll always be smaller ones popping up trying to make a quick buck. Because they can. In these foreign countries, you know what I'm saying? They can do. There's so much money in crypto, they can't stop India and Russia and China getting out here, and they can block our ability to connect to these countries, possibly, like completely block us off from China and from Korea. But then, I mean, we were talking about civil war, you know. Pretty much, right? Because people would feel like their liberties are being taken advantage of, and then they would have to defend them. Especially if they had like money in over there or something, and they lost everything due to the government shutting down their ability to interact with it, with the exchange. Be some North Korea type shit though if they just started shutting down our ability to interact with other countries. Or maybe they would even be able to, like, they'd have a task force that would just be finding. But even then though, there would be a black market for it. People would be able to trade it with other means without exchanges. How it first started. I mean, in the beginning there weren't any exchanges, so it'll just go back to its roots. You can trade Bitcoin with pieces of paper and letters and numbers on them. That'd be it. Boom. It's called a paper wallet. Someone could check that real quick online, make sure it's good. Fucking hand them the cash right there. Boom, you got Bitcoin. I mean, you got whatever coin. Monero even has a setting in the wallet where you're able to make things, like you're able to make a transaction public. You have the ability to see, I wanted to like improve check. I could check different transactions to make sure they're there. So you could give somebody this code and tell them this is there and transfer the money to me. If not, like, I don't know, I'm going to transfer it out of there. You have a certain amount of time to transfer it out. And then there's certain ways to do this, especially with Ethereum too. Ethereum have their apps in Ethereum that give you the ability to transfer without using an exchange, and it validates that things are doing it correctly. CoinSwap there's CoinSwap the apps to dApps, Pancake Swap and shit. I might be doing it by now. Like they're man, they can't stop it now. I don't know if they would have ever been able to stop it. Really, they would have had to shut down GitHub. If they would have shut down GitHub in the beginning, they would have severely crippled everything, because that's how they critique things, and any outsider can go in there and critique something, and then a developer can go on there and fix it if they feel like it. So without that, none of this would be going on. But GitHub also, I mean, they could have actually cut out cryptocurrencies out of GitHub if they really cared that much. Because GitHub's probably an American company. Yep, out of California, San Francisco. So they could have definitely controlled the type of stuff that they were able to discuss on there. They wanted to. Subsidiary of Microsoft since 2018. Interesting. But yet Bill Gates doesn't like crypto. And most open source cryptos are collaboratively made on GitHub. Bitcoin being the first. Like, literally, if it weren't for GitHub, Bitcoin wouldn't exist, I don't think. At least not now. Not yet. Not with the status it has now. Let's see if Bitcoin GitHub fit. There used to be a graph that showed all the connecting. Let's see. There used to be a graph that connected all the originals, and it showed how it kind of. That was a video. I think this is it. Yeah, this is pretty cool. It shows the history of Bitcoin on GitHub. It's frozen. I don't know if this music is gonna get me. Hold on. I don't know. Okay, I don't think it's music. This Tribby? That's Satoshi Nakamoto and his communication with different people as the days go on. January 2010. Oh, they're talking. Oh, whoa. Doing stuff. It's just sick, right? What is a song? Ow, God. Probably that much of the song didn't get me, but it probably did. It's starting to take off, dude. It started blowing up in July of 2010. Boom. We are making some shit. They're making some shit. September 2010. October, November. I can't see the dates up there. December. Let's go faster. Yeah, here we go. April, May, June 2011, July, August, September, October, November, December, January 2012, February, March, April, May, June, July, August. Whoa, they're going. I need them to go faster. So this is what I'm saying. Like, if they would have cut down or shut off GitHub, how would these people have communicated so efficiently? They probably wouldn't have, because GitHub is pretty amazing. 2013. Whoa. Boom. There was a boom in 2013. That was the halving, probably. I don't know. And or was that 14? It's 14. More people coming in, trying to develop with it. This is 2015 now. Bitcoin 0.1. So, I don't know what it is now. How much does it cost to make a penny? Question. Yeah, we don't need them really. Probably. Stop making those. I don't understand what makes the things grow. Just whoa. No branches. It's like they. I like when they branch off. That's my favorite. Bitcoin Cash hard fork. What? Why'd they bring that up? They had to hard fork because of Bitcoin Cash. I don't remember why. That was beautiful, man. That was the GitHub visual. It's called Git visualization. He calls it graphical visualization of the Bitcoin GitHub repository from 2009 to 2018. Very cool. Okay, so I knew about Bitcoin in 2010 when I was investing big on gold and silver, but did not get right into. I am kicking myself. That was 2 years ago. Oh, what's they talking about over here? Is he still on Doge?
Decisions or whatnot, and if the mining thing takes off, if I can get these companies to get on board with me, so I can bring
Dude, are you bearing with? This guy talks really fucking fast, dude. You got hang tight.
And I can bring you guys deals because right now it's so crazy expensive and so hard to get not just video cards but everything associated with mining, motherboards are skyrocketing, everything. So hopefully if all that takes off in the immediate future, things like that.
And then sometimes he gets a real slice. He's got this condition or something. I don't know. Okay.
And for the community, you know.
What the? See how weird and slow he got?
And I try not to be very clickbaity. I am jealous of all the other streamers that are killing it, but I'm a stickler. I'm relying on the fact that people can see through that, and ultimately the cream will rise to the top, and people end up coming here and get the information that they deserve.
He makes a psycho.
Let's see here. What's the news with Coinbase from Mr. Nathan Sandor? They officially announced today that they actually applied to go public. And Miss Stephanie Deaton with the $5 super chat. $1 bill, y'all, for your mining series. Thank you, appreciate it. Miss Stephanie Deaton, very generous of you. And yeah, I spent a long time yesterday and this morning trying to contact these companies. And the thing about it, one of the companies I contacted in the States, and I've been a long time customer of them, so I'm trying to get in touch with them. The second company I contacted is out of Ireland. They
what in the hell is this? Is he actually on something? Or this is him in regular mode?
They do these case kits that come with like the motherboard, processor.
He doesn't seem quite as twacked out when he's slowed down though. What is Zipmac doing live? Hold up. What the fucking he doing out there? Fuck you, Jeff Mack. You stink. You know, I heard Jeff Mack smells like wet dog. I'm sorry. It's the hair, though. Artist the hair. Man, he's watching some old shit. Tell him to stop doing that dumb shit. Is he actually on
you
White
kind
Town?
of start developing
No,
concept art specifically. You work with a team of.
What the fuck is out there right now? It's not concrete. It's Anita Noel. What fuck? What? They're still out there? No, it's frozen. He was watching some shit from. Is he actually watching an old port? Oh, now I gotta see, dude. Now I gotta see, dude. Is he doing that? Is he actually watching the one from earlier? And he was like, "Hey guys, let's watch the march in the street together." Well, it's rain. I gotta see. Where is it? Oh my God, Jeff Mack, you're gonna make me actually search for you. Who the hell's that? Civic Center 2. Anyway, let me see what he's got here.
It's got to go through my software before
He's
it gets
actually watching the shit from earlier, isn't he? Halo Space Media. See, I'll fucking find you, Jeff. I'll find you, you stinky ass motherfucker. Hey, Macarena. Man, they're not out there, liar. Done with your lies, Jeff. You are some old shit just so you can watch some old dumb shit. He's still watching. He's watching the one from earlier, dude. It's not even live. He's actually just.
Congested, please.
Gotta watch some streams. I don't know, man. Alex is maybe he's trying to get to one. Brightside Broadcasting is covering some shit here in Orlando. Bro, go check that out. That guy looks like he's fresh out of college, maybe. Wiggy says, who's still alive? Tiger Machine Guy. I don't know. I live in a normal life.
The age of the Federal Reserve is coming to an end. We will defeat them with the power of decentralized currency. Crap, I better sell my coins so I don't lose any money. The market has recovered. Time to show the elite who's boss. It's all so tiresome.
Dude, it is.
The only way to defeat Bug is to hodl.
Can you give me a quick rundown?
Stop selling your coins.
My god, what? This one narrow watch fucking my whole shit up. I missed what was happening. Oh, is it going up? Oh, it's going down. Okay. And he's like, he's holding on. Alright.
Refeed me. I cannot survive without your tax dollars.
I crave more crime and censorship. Feed me blood.
We need to get rid of California before this gets any worse.
What the fuck? Oh no.
Look up ahead. We need to get to a citadel.
There's the Bitcoin Citadel. You'll need 6.51 Bitcoin to get in. Over there is the Bcash Citadel.
Where's the Monero Citadel?
You can't see it unless you have the address.
What do we do about the no-coin brainlets blocking the highway?
Don't take any chances. My wife is pregnant. Hit the gas.
Oh. It's at 48, almost at 47. Oh, it dipped into 47 for a bit. 47.4. I think they were keeping it high to sell it high, and now they're going to dump it to around, 30 something, maybe, hopefully. That'd be sweet. Get that slow drain as they sell it all the way down. As people think that they're getting a deal, they're selling it, and then they'll buy it big at the bottom. Their bottom. Somebody's controlling this right now. Bitcoin doesn't normally just go sideways like this during a bull run. It's just chilling up there in the 50s, tapping on it. Bing, bing, bing. 52. Bing, bing, bing. I'd have thought it worked, yeah. Speaking of which. Ooh, it's dumping into 47 pretty heavy on GDAX too. Ooh, it's below. GDAX's price is no, it's not. Is it? Dude, almost no, it is actually. Dude, we're going down, dude. GDAX's price is below Binance's price. That's a bad sign. That means American investors have less pressure now than overseas investors, and it's going down, dude. That's what that means, actually. That's what that means. This has been higher this entire time. This entire bull run, GDAX has been higher. America has been higher than the biggest exchange in the world, Binance. But now it's 740, dude. It's like doing this right now with them. Which means there's less buy pressure from American institutions compared to overseas, as there was. It's below it now. It's at 47.6, and they're at 47.7. Yeah, now they're just like they're playing with each other right now. And there's probably a bunch of dumb Americans who think that this is cheap Bitcoin, so they're going all in on it. They're like, oh, 47, it's below 50. And that's the intention of it. Because, I mean, somebody's got to bite the top before the dump so that it can dump. They buy the dump. They have to. It's either you're buying the dip or you are the dip. You know what I'm saying? If you're buying as it's dipping, trying to catch that falling knife, they got to set that up to where it happens. You know, to where people feel like they're getting a deal, so they buy it in droves. I don't know. We'll see if tonight's the night. It's going to dump like crazy. I'm not really looking forward to it. Honestly, it's going to be hectic knowing when they re-enter. Once it hits 41, I'm going to start getting stressed. Like 42, I'll probably start getting stressed pretty bad. Because they'll keep making it look like it's going to go up from there, type thing. And there'll be a lot of money to be made too as it's doing that, because as people think, as they panic buy in, pretty much what it's doing, the price will go up like it is right here, dramatically. This is like 47.3 to 48.8. That's a $1,500 increase. I mean, if you got anything like half a Bitcoin or more in, then that's easy money right there. If you catch even a piece of that, a couple hundred swing there, and then you can wait for it to do it again. The next one of these, and then like go in around here, get out around here, because it stays there for a while. But you gotta like have that feeling though that this shit's going down, like I do. It hasn't corrected to 30% yet. To be closer to in here. Somebody's floating it up here and keeping it in this pocket for whatever reason. And another reason I can think of is they're selling it at that price. They can't float it. They can't keep it up at the other prices easily, but they can keep it at the low 50s fairly easily with buy walls, maybe even fake buy walls, who knows. But for whatever reason, the regular Joe Schmo buys it more at that price, so they're able to keep it there and sell it there to people. But they really want to push it down before Friday at ETF time so that they can get it super cheap and then push it back up and get a new ETF order in for you know, they'll wish it to go up at that point, not down. They want to get it cheaper so that their ETF, they are able to get more BTC when they order a new ETF. Does that make sense? Because if they do a new ETF monthly, so that comes with, say it comes with 100 BTC, and if those 100 BTC cost 50,000, you like it costs more for the ETF than if they were 10,000 less each. So then you can make a hell of a lot more off of it once it pumps back up. And if you're getting on both sides of it, the ETF game and the trading game, then you can work, like you can help push it up while at the same time gambling on the ETF, and that's what they're doing. They gamble that ETF, that it's going to go up with this block of fucking Bitcoin, and then make it go up. where they make it go down, whichever they want, whether they're selling or buying, or they're going long or short on the ETF. Are they always? They're probably always short with ETFs, dude, so they can sell them off and buy them back. Google, what you mean? There's only one ETF. It is broken, dude. Hey, sweet, smells like frappe and Coke. I had 2 people leave. I gotta get the fuck out of here. Kopi, I never even knew those people, dude. Never even knew they were there. Okay. It's just too much. Oh, that's the one. This one upsets people. ETF, man, exchange traded fund. Basket of securities that trade on exchange is like a stock. ETF share prices fluctuate all day as the ETF is bought and sold. This is different from mutual funds that only trade once a day after the market closes. Yeah, trying to get the green like it's Whole Foods. Couldn't take my style and now you so blue. Yeah, we don't even know you. Your hometown we don't even go to. BTC, trying to get it worldwide global. Looking like a show you been killing this is O2. Spiller, the whole man killer. Life so free, can't no man kill him. Came from the bottom, was a broke man. Get up, still move like 10 man with no found window. Pardon me, I get hit. Eddie, who's this? World's first Bitcoin ETF soars past 500 million as assets under assets under management. Yo. I don't know what that means. Sweet. Ruby, hi. Got the same search hit. You know, they want it down, man. Want it down. They want it down. The people are the ones that are buying it. Oh, they're pumping. Or are they? Or are they? You know, I never hear my neighbors. The people who are writing articles about crypto where I work are making bank. How? Who's paying them? No. Bully. He bullies me. Who pays them though? just said that, Gina Fast. I'm confused. Wait. Oh. Oh, you said that like right as I was saying, put that right as I was saying it, maybe. Gotcha. And oh. I still haven't left the house, dude, to go to the post office. Oh, I gotta leave the house one of these days. You made 16 cents. What do you get it for? Why are crypto views worth more? What was that on Steam? What was it? Was I mining crypto as I was looking at it? I don't know. I see them. I don't click on them. Fine. Doesn't seem like very much money though. 16 cents. Like a ripoff. Makes you want a sausage patty. A pork sausage patty, maple flavored. Out of the Warfighter recommended, Warfighter tested, Warfighter approved MRE kit, menu number 17, Department of Defense, United States of America. Tobacco. I don't know. Think about it. The news ruined it. What? How did the news ruin it? Oh. All the advertisers can't get on there though, can they? All the people that want to be can't get there, so I would think they would have to go somewhere else. Where you at? Yeah. Yeah. What we got here? Milk, chocolate, cocoa, beverage powder. It's very disgusting, dude. What else is there? We got mocha cappuccino, instant powder. It's very disgusting, dude. Get one of these. I don't know. Think about it. We gotta think about it. It's a special one. You know, it's got the meat patty in there. It's got the meat patty. Donald Trump approved that meat patty for that MRE. He had it. He had it by itself. He loves meat patties. There's something about old Donny boy. He loves the meat patties. Always has. He's got a thing for them. All kinds of meats. Patty for him. I don't blame him. Hey, if I had this type of money, I'd be a midi patty connoisseur too. Say that. Why not? You can do that. You can't do that when you're living like me. I can't just be eating patties like that. Like, I can't afford it. He could. He could be having like kangaroo patties and shit, sheep patties. Oh my god! I bet he even has some ostrich patties. I heard he's talking about trying to start a Trump restaurant or just serving just meat patties. I tell you what, I try them. I get the sample paddler. You know what I'm saying. I heard the sample. He's gonna have a sample paddler. All different kinds of smaller meat patties. All of them. Oh man, that makes me so happy. Hundreds, I think hundreds. Oh. I think if you can eat all of them, you get them for free. Nobody can eat all of them. So many patties, dude. Yeah. Yeah. His dog's named Patty. Do you know that? I did hear about that. Lady Gaga's dog got kidnapped. Yeah, 2 of them. And the dog walker got shot. And the bodyguard was able to retrieve the 3rd dog. So I'm confused. Did the dog walker have a bodyguard, or her, or was she with them? Like, was it not far from her house? Why did the bodyguard get the dog? That happened. But whatever. That's crazy though. Like, what? She's offering a $500,000 reward now too. That's crazy. I mean, I get that, but damn. Why are you gonna steal lady? Like, what do you even do with that? Dude, he must not have known, dude. He just went after some expensive looking dogs or something. Are they that expensive looking though? Who steals dogs? That's just so wrong, dude. That should be like a more punishable offense than stealing property, actually. Because when you're stealing somebody's pet like that, you know, it's pretty much like you just kidnapped a family member. And yeah, they should definitely be charged more strictly than that, as if that's like a VCR or whatever, you know what I mean? Like, are they? Crime stock going? Well, how's GME doing? Every time I see a rocket in chat, I'm thinking somebody's talking about GameStop, dude. That's cool. At least it's up to 100. So apparently they're not gonna let people buy, dude. Beck posted something in Discord that where is it? This Robinhood tweeted. Oh, it was a parody. Dude, I thought you were, man, I thought that was real, man. Oh my god, I thought that was real for real. Is it? I don't think it's real because it's taking me to this parody account. Man, they got me. Yeah, it said something about, due to the most recent events, Robinhood made Twitter lock this account. We now decided to do the what? Oh, they actually took down one of their accounts too for impostoring Robinhood. Apparently, they tricked me, dude. Shit, I was like, what? Man. That was this one. Oh, and people were starting. It looks like Joe Papagliano actually fucking retweeted it. I don't know, dude. So yeah, it was working. It's disappointed. Oh, why? Because it went down from 170? Oh, it actually was at 170. What happened? I should have sold. Damn. The next one? Oh, I don't know. Need do dishes. Hey, thanks for joining me, Ruby. It was cool having somebody there. What, super cheap? I don't think it was ever really super cheap though. Was I mean, even because it started off at like $5 before all this shit. So I never really saw even 30 or 40 as super cheap. Just saw my price as being super expensive. Alright, can't you write about it still? Yeah, don't write about it. Especially not Monero. We gotta keep it a secret. Until I get some. Still waiting on it to dump. I might just go straight into Monero if it dumps really heavy. And then hope that it returns back to its previous cost. I got this within. I don't know. Could go Bitcoin to Monero though still too. Or Ravencoin, man, Ravencoin. Oh. It's gonna happen so fast. Fucking screen keeps turning off, dude. You fuck me up every time you do that, man. This thing, because it changes my internet. I caught it in time that time. The VPN will shut off, and Binance, I'm scared that they're gonna start blocking me. Dang, now it's back on the uptick again, but it's under 50. So oh yeah. 600% since March. Back down to there. What? The MREs, dude. They put something in them that makes you really tired. Oh, alright. Oh, it's probably the sugar in that peanut butter and jelly sandwich I ate. It was like eating a fucking dessert for breakfast or something. You're like, oh, yo. Yo. I should just drink down this fucking the Zapple sauce. Get all zippity zappity doopy with it. Dude, this shit'll have me turnt for like 30 minutes and then I'll be like ready to take a nap. The pizza one look cool. I don't know, I wish they were all pizza ones. Then I wouldn't feel so weird about opening it. I gotta keep it forever until I really need it, until that pizza can make my day so much brighter. It's gonna be the end of the world. I'm gonna have pizza. The comments are gonna be coming down. I'm just gonna be like, man, I only got one slice, bro. I'm sorry. With pepperoni. It's gonna be cool. There's a hash brown one in there too. The bacon. Pizza MRD, man. I'm putting too much on it. It's probably gonna be gross. I think it's probably gonna be like, what is this cheese, dude? I don't know. This isn't cheese. I don't know how they could have cheese on there, actually. It's gonna be some kind of something. It's gonna have wood pulp in it, probably. Wood pulp and guar gum, xanthan gum, and big gums. I'm a postman. A postman's here. He just dropped off my goods. The burrito boat, dude. I gotta heat up the next one. I think that's the problem. I ate that the one cold last night was sickening. It messed my stomach up. I was messed up a little bit, Matt. A little sick. Maybe you're supposed to heat them to kill something, bacteria. I doubt it, but. I might have to get some actual food today from from a delivery service. I wish I had water. I want water, like not tap water, but I'm just gonna get a cup of water and down it real quick. So I know I haven't been drinking enough water because because whenever I'm on tap water, I start really slacking on water drinking. But if I have Pellegrino or something, I'll be drinking water constantly. Bitcoin's in the 47s again. Malta go. Oh man, I gotta get to the post office. Yeah, man. Yeah, I gotta get. Well, that's probably when I'll go to Costco and make it a freaking day of going everywhere. Pick up the water supply. There's a point, dude. I kind of need for crypto to do what it's gonna do, so that I can jump back in if it's gonna rocket shit back up. Otherwise, I'm being held hostage. But doing this sideways shit. No, it's gonna be. I appreciate the. I'm probably too. Because I'm gonna be trying to get so much done so quickly to get back home. I'm really paranoid. I'm probably gonna. Dude, I need to get the oil changed too. Man, I gotta get the oil change, dude. Ooh, it busted through that line almost. Boom, done. You're done, son. Dang. Go to Costco? No, I've done that before though. Costco, the signal in there is really weak. You have to have their Wi-Fi signal, and they don't usually give it out. I went in there with a live view and was barely able to hold a signal. It kept getting choppy. I had 4 modems. I went in there with a phone once, maybe, but it kept cutting out. It was really hit and miss. I couldn't tell when people were even there and when they weren't there. You weren't there for that? Your car's telling you need an oil change? Do you need one like really bad then? Probably. Yeah, I gotta make an appointment too. I'll get it done at dealership, but I have to drop it off for. It has a recall open on it right now that has to be fixed. A dumpy dump. A dumpy dump dump. Hey, this is the dump that we've been waiting for. Finally, we're getting down to Friday's number. This is probably going to go further than this one went. $41,000. Something. A lot of people are actually calling 41,000 as their number that they think it'd go to. I think that's a 30% retracement from here, isn't it? That's 20%. So you take this to 41. It's 39% actually. That's 30% from 50, from 54, 55.
I live my life a quarter mile at a time.
Yeah, we're all investment off. So Ty? It was off for a while, I don't. Yeah, but their name. 47.2, 47.2. This is we're about to hit a pinnacle moment here, folks, because we're about to retest our current low of 45. It seems it is tanking pretty quickly over here. We might get there in 30 minutes. Maybe it's going to be a couple hours. More likely a couple hours. GME's 800. Alright. I believe I want to see it. Makes me want a meat patty, maple flavored. Maple. Let's go. Menu number 17, pork sausage patty, maple flavor. Flameless ration heaters are prohibited on commercial airlines unless sealed in an original infal bag, meal bag. Yes. Meat patty. Bang. Browning. Oh. Oh. Oh, this one's not in a. This one's not in a bag. Maple muffin top. TFF. What's up, Angela? How you doing? Coffee. Spray. Peanut butter. Smooth. Carbohydrate electrolyte beverage powder. Grape. Grape. Dry roasted peanuts. Spoon. Table syrup. Mostly corn syrup, then high fructose corn syrup, water. Nothing in this says syrup. It says real maple. It's not maple. It's not real maple. Crackers. Crackers. This the pork sausage patty. Maple flavored. You're supposed to heat this up? I'm actually supposed to heat it up, dude. I just microwave it. I'm gonna microwave it. I'm gonna microwave this beast real fast. Think. Oh, heck. There's juices in here, and this thing smells like maple syrup. I don't heat it up, do I? Maybe I should. Kind of gross. This isn't a good idea, is it? Yeah. No, that's too much work. This tastes like maple syrup. I don't like it. I'm eating it. I don't like it. Oh. The more I think about it, the more I don't like it. The cracker's saving it. I couldn't do it without a cracker. I wouldn't want to. Preservative is yummy. Maybe I shouldn't eat these. I don't know. I'm starting to second think the meat patty thing. I don't know about that. Maybe I don't want to eat all those preservatives. Yeah. Oh. There's juices in there though. Oh. 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 Why'd there have to be juices? Hmm? It was an animal, you know, you gotta respect it. Oh. Thank you, animal. Come on. Yeah. I don't want any more than meat, Eddie. I had enough of that. I don't know. I had almost all of it. Okay? Almost all of it. Simon wants it. What the hell? This meat patty only has 10 grams of protein. Pork, sausage, no, ingredients are pork, sugar, water, salt, dextrose, natural and artificial maple flavor, corn syrup, solid, and natural flavors. Well, actually, with the ingredients list like that, it doesn't really sound that bad, but does it? Oh no, we don't need it. Dude, it's not enough protein to be worth it. I don't know what the hell they're putting in there to make up for the rest of the mass. I feel like that much meat should be more protein than 10 grams. That much tuna is more protein than 10 grams for sure. They're doing over there. I'm gonna go throw this out, and we'll come back to the rest of the smorgasbord. Bruh. Oh, dude. I probably should have eaten the rest of that meat. It was only like one more bite, but it's like, I don't... I'm a little nervous after last night. After getting sick. Like, it didn't throw up, but my stomach was upset for a while. That's the whole artificial maple flavor of it kind of thing is a little off-putting. It's so maple flavory, and it tastes like a McGriddle or something. McGriddle patty. That's probably what it is. McGriddle sausage patty material, and they make it into a different shape for the MRE. NASA meals. That sounds cool. You're right. Roasted peanuts. I gotta get Simon some food soon. Because he's getting kind of antsy on me. 4 o'clock. It's about that time. Time for old boy. Oh yeah. American dry roasted peanuts. Oh good. Oh no. Flavorful. These are very good. That's what how roasted peanuts brings out so much flavor. Oh, that wet roasting. Only dry roasting here. In the South, though, you can get boiled peanuts. They're pretty good. They come all wet in the shell. You pop the whole thing in your mouth and you work them out of the shell with your tongue. Pop them out. Boop, and you spit the peanut shell out. Or you can squeeze them into your mouth from their shell. Boop, boop. Like a soybean. You make carnivals and stuff. You don't really see them out here. You can only get sample desserts. I've seen that ice cream. Yeah, that's all I've really seen is astronaut ice cream. I doubt when I was a kid. Looks like chalk. I just recently saw some freeze-dried ice cream sandwiches. Weird. Dude, dry roasted peanuts are really good. Wow. Unbelievable. Yeah, but Genofest, I don't actually get these things to like any kind of end of the world type shit. I just get them to play with them. I don't actually have food stored up or anything like that. All right. Electrolyte grape, oh, no fruit juice. Man, my purple stuff. It's blue. Is it blue? The fuck it's supposed to be grape, dude. Well, it definitely needs to be stirred up. It doesn't even taste like anything yet. The sugar's all at the bottom. You've been meaning to pull your finger on the 4-week emergency food supply? I want the 1 year. I want the 10-year supply. Okay, let's see if this worked. Why is it blue though, dude? Grape juice isn't normally blue. Ew, that's fucking nasty. Dude, these people are crazy, dude. Let's see how this muffin top is. I don't know how this MRE Steve guy does it. This shit's all disgusting. He was lying. He's a fucking MRE salesman. Alright, this is a muffin top. Do you want it? It smells like a pancake, actually. It smells like a maple pancake. Wow. Wow. Let's do them. Wow, pretty good. Yeah. It's right here. Dude, this is fucking excellent right here. Oh, I bet they're using these for currency. Have a pancake in Afghanistan? What? Oh my. I know it. These? Dude, everything in this one sucks but this, actually. I mean, the meat patty was alright. I mean, it's not worse than that goulash, that beef goulash. That shit was pretty bad. I like the texture of this is nice. Dude, I could like have a whole bag of these. I'm gonna look to see if anybody has the maple muffin tops. I'll box of them online. Somebody probably does. Actually, they probably don't because these are actually, dude, probably so sought after. Muffin tops are probably hard to find. That was maple muffin top. It even looks like a pancake on the bottom. Just like a pancake on the bottom, dude. So like, it would give you, as a true, man, I can't imagine how nice this would be. Like, so it'd give you that remembrance of seeing like what pancake looks like at the bottom of it, and like if you're really in the thick of it, I mean, like That'd be a pig being up right there. Pancake. I kind of think that maybe they could have did without putting sugar in the meat, but I get it. They put sugar in everything in these things, like literally except for maybe the drink sometimes. But the salt even has sugar in it, dextrose. They put sugar in the salt packet. Little jars of honey? Hey, Bonnie. Jars of honey for currency? What do you mean? You know what's going to be currency? One day probably. If it ever gets that bad. Pharmaceuticals. Narcotic, like scheduled pharmaceuticals. Those would be damn near impossible to get at some point. If it comes down to, you know, some crazy type in the world type, you know what I'm saying? Civil war or whatever. Dude, I'm not even wanting to drink this shit. Ugh. Yeah.
Wanna get high?
Oh, for real though, like people will be looking for them, opiates and shit. Honey? I don't know about that. I don't know how. Glass is your currency? I mean, but if we were down to that kind of shit, you better be making glass daggers or something. You know what I'm saying? You'd have to make something that people would need. And glass in a time like that would be extremely fragile. And I'm thinking that most people would be like, they wouldn't be thinking about getting fragile shit that can break the time of civil war or civil unrest. So that's why both honey and glass, they don't seem like something many people would be after. I don't know, man. I'd just start stealing my shit if I could. People like shit. You'd sell salt? Are you parakeet salt? Hey, what are you doing? I'm gonna get Simon some food real fast because he's gonna be a grumpy little butthole until I do. Dude, that was it out of that one. There's table syrup and peanut butter, and that's it. Pancake made me feel like running around the block. Salt, sugar, and flour. So yeah, that's probably more people would need. Because honey is more of like a special thing. I don't really get honey very often, very rarely. No. And if I do get it, I get the really expensive shit from Australia that's got this special hormone in it or something. You know the one I'm talking about? Australian hormone honey. Hormone honey. I don't know. Is it New Zealand? There it is. Macara. That's this one. This is the last honey that I bought, was this special Manuka honey. It's the Manuka honey, bro. Taking it down real quick. I mean, it's true. I traded a can of Lysol for K95 mask last year. So started. There you go. Yeah, dude, cleaning stuff for real, dude. I was looking for isopropyl alcohol. I was looking for that shit for like 6 months. I was begging viewers to send me some and shit. So, like, yeah, I can see that too. Like, stuff like that. Do you have a beehive? What is going on, dude? Do you actually have a beehive in your backyard? Or you... Did you send me a jar of honey? Oh my god, I'm talking shit about honey. Did you send me some? I might just start using it. Only if they're from your bees. What do you mean? You got... No, don't worry about it. What do you mean you got it? You got honey off Amazon to sell? Natural antibacterial. Some people put their mushrooms in honey. Honey bud. Alright, Simon, I'll be right back, guys. He is not gonna stop, of course, because he wants to eat. So I'll put it on these people for a second. New York transgender, whatchamacallit. Very bad. I'm pouring this out because it's disgusting.
There is so much power in black trans women because of the fact, to be quite frank, we don't have anything other than what we give ourselves. That is why I am so willing to sacrifice. And it's still so unfortunate that I have to explain the things that I do, the things that we all do in this space. So many people say, I don't need to turn a look to protest. Do you want a medal? You don't need to come up and tell me, because Martin Luther King was turning that look with that three-piece suit walking down fucking Alabama in 90-degree weather. Your vote was up in the street in that three-piece suit in 90-degree weather. Well, Malcolm X up in Harlem doing the same goddamn thing. Right with Betty Shabazz wearing that dress with them 3-inch heels walking the streets of Harlem. Girl. And that is what we need to acknowledge, that internalized transphobia. When you see black trans people that don't fit your mold of what black liberation looks like, you have to try to separate them from you. You have to try to distance yourself from you. This has been the most consistent space, consistent protest since June. Let your personal feelings go. Because this has nothing to do with you. This has nothing to do with me. It's about black liberation. conversation. You need to be in this space because there are black trans women in this space that you need to listen to because you don't know a goddamn thing. And to my black women, my black cisgendered women, either you listen to me or your boyfriend, he's gonna teach you something because I've been fucking your boyfriend. Maybe I said too much. Yes. I am a woman of the night.
Oh, you're a prostitute, transgender, and proud of it. Awesome.
On the topic of community.
And they're clapping for it. All right. Now. What the fuck is going on? What kind of gay shit are you guys watching?
People deserve a stage. They deserve a platform. But that is because if I don't stand up here, I will not be seen. Not because I'm short, but in reality, out of this space.
Do not approve of what you guys watch. I don't like it. I don't think that it's good for you. Yeah, no, you did that. You asked for it. Well, you looked at me. You wanted it. Didn't want it. Alright, so we haven't been this late on Raven Point in a while, I guess. A little while. Not that long, actually. But February 23rd. 2 days ago. But it could mean there's a pump in store for it. We still got Bitcoin in the 46s. Oh man, I gotta order some stuff. I don't have anything. I forgot I'm out. Maple pork sausage patty. Maple flavored. Done. What is that? Oh, what was that? Gravity powered for emergencies. That's cool. The water purification thing is pretty cool. I should put my tap water through that thing. I'm gonna collect the water from outside and put it in that and drink it. Oh yeah. That's pretty cool. You can just take that thing to a river somewhere and just dump water in it and drink right out of it. Is your tap or well water dangerous to drink? Oh no. What? Increased risk of cancer from my tap? Contaminants detected 11. 11 exceed EWG health guidelines. Oh no. What are they? Arsenic. Bromochloroacetic. Well, there's some bunches. I don't think I need to drink the tap water anymore here. There's a bunch of stuff in it. It causes cancer. Oh no. Should be filtering it at least. I think I'm screwing up. Yeah, I just looked up one. It's at the ewg.org website. It says EWG's drinking water quality report shows results of tests conducted with a water utility and provided the environmental working group by the California State Water Resources. Blah, 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 blah. Tap water provided by this water utility was in compliance with federal health-based drinking water standards. So they're still within range, but they had all these contaminants. Legal limits for contaminants in tap water have not been updated in almost 20 years. Legal does not necessarily equal safe. Getting a passing grade from a federal government does not mean the water meets the latest health guidelines. Oh shit. Man, I've been drinking this tap water like it ain't nothing lately, too. I gotta go to the store soon and get some water, man. Shit. Who's the EWD though? WG, are they somebody? Somebody important. Environmental Working Group, they do have a wiki page. Washington, D.C. American Activist Group. Oh, it's an activist group. They know what they're talking about. Man, they're probably just trying to sell some filters or something, huh? What's going on? We used to drink out of muddy puddles. I'll probably be alright. Fine. Food, music. What it's called? Do you want some food? I bet you do. Dude, where is it? And we're actually out. That's better. Thank you, thank you, thank you. For practice. 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 Oh. Makes people happy. That really gets my juices going. Okay. Hey. Oh. Dude, there's a strain here called tractor gas. Oh, we're about to break. We almost broke into the 45s again there. Almost broke into the 45s. And BTC's gonna die. It's gonna die. Oh no. What are we gonna do? It's going down right now. I see it. Right in front of my eyes. I just hope I can buy the dip now as soon as it dives. So many weeds are over 30%. I don't know what to do. Oh my god. So many strong powers out there in the world. I just want to smoke every one of you. Oh. There's another one right there. Skunk and Sloth Super Glue. Blackjack. Oh my god, you look so good. Super Sour Diesel. There's so many. Hey. Bro. Like really, when did so many fucking flowers they're all over 30% now? It's crazy. Dancing. No, don't do that. I want you to get hurt. Okay, you can dance. Okay, you can. As long as I'm not singing. Ooh. Just all over 30%. Is it 46? It hasn't quite broken through yet. My prophecy is coming true, my friends. Yes. All these people that are like, oh, it's the bottom. Oh, no, it's not. Oh, what's the bottom? Oh, it's, they keep taking us to the bottom, dude. I feel sorry for them. Just not to buy yet. Oosh, that's quite the dip for the day, though. Starting at 8 o'clock this morning, we've been... Okay, so we haven't quite made it. We're like 8 grand down from... 42.8. This makes me want some whiskey, dude. Oh man, just let it go in and get down at 45, y'all. Good up. Alright. Question Monero as well. Oh wow, it got low. Low enough though. Oh no, I'm starting to crash on that fucking MRE, dude. Every time, dude, they get me. Give me, do I have there's coffee in it though, hold on. That. Stat. Here it is. Coffee instant type 2 sprayed dry. This salt also has dextrose in it. 1 second, guys. Just right back. Alright, we'll put it in. Ow. Ow, it's hot. You miss it? Look at that. You missed it, didn't you? I should have made the camera bigger first. Dang. Messed it up. Next time. Okay, now we got coffee. With tap water, it's got all kinds of arsenic and shit in it. Ah. Ew. I gotta get some water tomorrow. I'm not drinking this shit. This one, Friday? Perfect. The black hat? The brown hat? So bad. What's up with it? Done. Ah! Oh! Ah! I need the coffee because, dude, those things always knock me out every time. They have so much sugar in them that by the time I'm digesting it, I start crashing. If they don't have, if they already just have coffee in it, I'm really bummed out because of that. No, actually. Like Indiana Jones? Oh yeah, no, not really. Got a pin on it. Ah, yeah. Instant type 2 spray dry. Spray dry. How do they spray dry it? They spray like alcohol? Boy, yeah. Yeah. No, it's from Knott's Berry Farm. My ex-girlfriend's cousin. I tried it on in the gift shop and she said it looked good on me, and I'm like, really? I bought it. That's the story. But like I respected her opinion more because she was younger, and I knew the young people are really brutally honest. They'll let you know, like they won't let you know if something looks bad, they're not gonna tell you it looks good, kind of thing, out of the blue. So I was like, oh shit, maybe it looks alright. I'll get it. Had a herb, man. Gotta figure that out. Art list is what I'm using for the music. Bro, can they just let it go below 46? What the fuck is their problem, these stupid kids? Seriously though, they're like, no, we're getting it cheap now, we're getting it 46. What is going on, dude? Just let it dump. Shit. Why can't they just let it dump, man? You want a beer? I gotta... Oh, thanks so. I gotta figure out everything else of the herb first before I even think about ordering anything else. Gotta get one thing at a time here. But thank you. I gotta figure this out, dude. There's too many there's too many good weed. It's overwhelming, man. All the different options at this place. If they just had Wonder Bread every time, I used to get locally grown Wonder Bread, half ounces. I dug that. If I could still do that, I would, but they don't have them anymore. That was the best. I would just go straight to the Wonder Bread, see what half ounces they had in indica, and that would be what I had to choose from. I was happy with that. No, not anymore. No more Wonder Bread half ounces. No more Wonder Bread half ounces. For me or you. So many buds to choose from, but no Wonder Bread half ounces for you. Anybody else, say baby. I just want a Wonder Bread, baby. Hey, come on. Hey, welcome to the club. Come on in. Yeah, have a seat right there. What can I get you? Alright, I'll be right back. Hey, I like this place. It's create an ambiance. Now you're at a restaurant. Having a little meal. Oh. You won't believe what happened. Bitcoin started dumping. Oh my god. Over now. Hey, oh my god.
Time for a beer. Something fancy. 00042-934 BTC.
BTC hyped. You know, fast coming through with the first one of the day. $20 in BTC. Coming through with a... Thank you so much. You know, fast the bots down too. Oh my gosh. Alright. Hold on, dude. Everything happened at once here, I guess. Okay, here we go.
Hey.
Man, how long has that been down? Calculate my dough and BTC goes up. So we got 20. See, I gotta take it out right now before it goes down anymore. 20 times 5, 100 plus I probably owe you 50 already. Was how long? Where it is? Or do I have you been? Man. Okay, 6, 7, boom, done. 773, 773. Let's just move it over. Watch how quick this is. Thank you again, Fast. I'm moving it over right now in the Coinbase portfolio. Here we're gonna deposit, and we'll pick BTC, Coinbase. Is it? It's not there yet. Maybe I have to wait for it. I might have to wait for it to go through the confirmations. Last time it was instant, wasn't it? Guess I just had to wait a little bit. Maybe if I refresh this, doubtful, but interesting. It's not as quick this time. We'll give it a second. I'll check it. Because if it went through, it's good. It's just it has to get confirmed. That's how Bitcoin works. It takes a certain amount of confirmations before something is considered real, pretty much. U.S. airstrikes in eastern Syria. Next Frost Live is still down. What the hell? Everything's going down right now? Alright, oh, I gotta. Alright. Let me get this all figured out here. We're gonna have to get a drink. I gotta get this other guy on the way first. And I don't even know what herb. I'm totally gone, dude. That's right, I was looking up tractor gas. What does that mean though? Are we going to war? Got me working. shut it off and come back. No. Man, it was such a no-brainer when they had the Wonder Bread. It was $1.50 for a half ounce, and it was Wonder Bread. It was a decent deal. Now I'm always like stuck. Oh, man. Oh. They do have what's on sale today is THC drinks, but they're not very strong. Strong enough, probably. Bitcoin, bro, you're supposed to go the other way, man. Oh, let's see if it's there yet. The fuck, man? Where's that, bro? Weird. Why are the networks super congested right now? Everybody's watching the airstrikes right now. Bombs bursting in air. Some shit. Bombs in air. Da, 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 da. The hell? Dude, they got... Oh. It's T. Dude, I thought those were THC condoms. I was like, what? What am I supposed to do? Absorb it. Absorb it, man. My man. My main man, you absorb that shit. What the fuck is this? What the fuck? Pabst Blue Ribbon Lemon Seltzer. This is actually made by Pabst Blue Ribbon, but they only have 20 milligrams of THC each. Oh, but right now it's buy one, get one free, so apparently you get an 8-pack for $21. Huh. Instead of the 4-pack that they were selling for $21. That's still, it's only 20 milligrams each, so 2 times 8, it's only 160 milligrams. And you purchase a 4-pack of Pabst. It's actually Pabst Blue Ribbon. That's so weird, dude. Y'all gotta see it. What? They actually made a fucking THC drink. Pabst Labs. Look at that! Pabst Blue Ribbon got into the weed industry, dude. They're the first major hitter I've seen in it right now, actually. They're the first fucking... This is literally the first major company I've seen getting involved with cannabis. Is that the real Pat? Dude, it's gotta be. There's another beer company that got them. They're not as big as Pabst though. They're more of a microbrew, but this one's also on board with this called Lagunitas. This. They also make beer, IPA inspired beverage, but I've had this on stream once. So they also are tapping it, but they're not near as big as Pabst Blue Ribbon. Like, the same Blue Ribbon you know and love comes with a different kind of buzz, perfect for sparking your creativity or just making whatever you're doing a little bit better. Oh, they're only 5 each. Oh my gosh, they're even weaker than I thought. So a whole box of them is 20 mil. What were they thinking with those? They're too weak. Were they thinking 5 milligrams of THC is like 5% alcohol or something? You can't even feel that. Each 12-ounce can has 5 milligrams of THC, or as we call it, the right amount to start having a good time. Thanks to our advanced emulsion technology powered by Vertosa, our cannabis-infused seltzer works quicker than an average edible and allows for the most efficient absorption into your system, so you won't be left waiting for hours to feel a buzz. What? Anyway, the only reason why I saw this over there is because it's on sale, and because I was looking at this stuff on sale. I'm so retarded. Oh, they got one here that's 100 milligrams for $12.75. Now, 2 of those might make you feel pretty good. Like that's gonna be $25 for 2 of those. That would be 200 milligrams. You'd feel that though. There's another one that's 100 milligrams. That's $13.60. Brum, 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 brum. 10, 20, 20. 20, 20, 20, 20, 20, 20, 20. Oh, the Wonder What Black Orchard's on sale right now? Oh, I might have to get some of that. It's only 30 for an eighth right now, too. Oh, they got Uncle Arnie's iced tea lemonade beverage, 100 milligrams for $10.20. That's the cheapest beverage so far, the $10.20. It must be disgusting. They got powdered vitamin shots that are THC. Just add the water. Yo 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 yo. Yeah. I don't know if I'm able to do it in time. I don't have means to do it. Hey, how's it going? Oh, really? Nice. Hey. Man, that was nice. Boom, 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 boom. Ice cream man. Ice cream man! Ice cream mom! Mom! Ice cream man! Ours was like bing bing, bing bing, bing bing. Had a bell, dude. We didn't have all these fancy songs. Uh-oh. Stomach's making weird noises. MRE's trying to abort mission. Stay in there, soldier. You trained for this. That was the ice cream trucks, dude. Music. Da 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 da. That sounds like new. That sounds like new leather. Like leather that's been cleaned with Armor All, actually. That's how I like my weed to smell. That's the Armor All strain. Turtle wax strain, bro. It's already back in the 47. Unbelievable. Okay, I gotta finish this order, dude. Live rosin, maybe. No. Oops. Hmm. Stream almost doesn't fix anything. What are you talking about? Looks like I have to restart it. Okay, we're going.
Are you like a crazy person?
I think dealing with these people right now, delivery people. Figuring it out, I'm figuring it out, dude.
Chicks dig me because I rarely wear underwear.
On from the outside. Done. So I see my name outside. I'm boring tonight. SKS, you talking to me? SKS? Why are you talking to Angela? You're dancing. What? Get out of here. Dude, all the fucking got a whole bag of extra shit. It was just cluttering up. 47,368. Well, I have to say, I'm not a fan of the fruity tropical colors on the packaging. Okay, I hate it. This scotch is easily poured into a decanter, so that's where my criticism ends. This is one of my favorite single malts ever, which is ironic considering it's one of their least expensive. It has a lot of the charm of the original green bottle, the Glenlivet 12, which I sorely miss. I find it insane that it is no longer made. No smoky or peaty notes to ruin the finish for me. I much prefer this over the Founder's Reserve and the 12-year American Oak expressions. I know this may be sacrilege, but I even prefer this Caribbean cast version over the 18-year. The Nadura first fill version is the only expression in the lineup that I'd take over the Caribbean cask, if price were no object. Red Dead Redemption, nope. Did not do that. It's a single player. I don't really get into single player games. Down on the county. Maybe I should quit drinking, dude. Maybe that's why I'm getting so chubby. Just stop drinking alcohol, maybe. Probably helps significantly. $46,900. Broke it again. Beautiful. That is absolutely beautiful. Keep doing that. That's what I like to see. Imagine the people that bought in right here and they were like, here we go, boys. Here we go. We're doing it now. Oh my god. They're like, what? Oh man, are we going down, guys? Guys. I'm scared to go in it right now. It keeps doing this. I can see that 20 is there yet. They don't want me to trade out because they keep dumping it. Hey, what the hell's going on here? Man, I gotta check something. Yeah, it's showing up in it's showing up on here. Well, this shows me my total that I've gotten donated overall. That's true. On each coin. So far I've gotten BTC, BCH, BAT, ETH, ETC, LTC, XRP, XLM, XTC, and ZEC. It has all the previous messages in here from all, like, that's just so neat. All the previous crypto dono messages are in here. Wow. It doesn't put the date though. Oh my god, this captcha is like making me take all day to open some shit up. Trying to see if it went there. It shows it is pending for whatever reason. I guess it's, I don't know why it's still pending. Oh, it has two confirmations. It's just, I don't know. It seems that the network is very congested right now for Bitcoin. So transactions are going through real slow. We can check on that, see what the meme pool looks like. February 25th, we're in the red again. This is the amount of transactions that are in line. Oh yeah, we were in the red today. Okay. Yeah, this is all today. So if we go back to a week. Oh, we're in the red back in too. Third. It's not too bad. It's weird it's taking so long. Oh, here we go. Yeah, the meme pool has been increasing for the past month. It was highest February 23rd. This page displays the number and size of the unconfirmed transaction, also known as the transactions in the meme pool. It gives a real-time view and shows how the meme pool evolves over time. The transactions are colored by the amount of fee they pay per virtual byte. The data is generated from my full node and is updated every minute. Note that in decentralized cryptocurrencies, there is no global transaction meme pool. Every node keeps its own set of unconfirmed transactions that it has seen. The meme pool is also cleared when I reboot my node. The idea is based on the retired service bitcoinq.com. The data is separated to different fee levels given in satoshis per bytes. The lowest colored stripe is for transactions that pay the lowest fee. Higher fee transactions are stacked on top of it. Since miners prefer high fee transactions, a new block usually only removes the topmost 1 megabyte worth of transactions from the queue. If a colored strip persists over several hours without getting smaller, this means that transactions paying this amount of fee are not confirmed during this time because there are higher paying transactions that take precedence. The bottommost chart shows those same statistics but uses the total transaction size instead of the number of transactions as the y-axis. If a stripe on the bottom chart is much bigger than on the top chart, the transactions are larger than the average. You can click on some fee level in the legend to hide all fee levels below that level. This way you can better see how many transactions are competing with that fee level. Note that sizes include the SegWit discount, i.e. the graphs show virtual byte weight divided by 4. For SegWit transactions, the real size of the transaction is a bit larger than the virtual size. So for VTC and LTC chains, a block will always take at most 1 megabyte from the meme pool, even if it's bigger than 1 megabyte, because the lower diagram already shows the size in V bytes with the SegWit discount included. The SegWit discount is also included when computing the fee level for transaction. In case a transaction pays exactly the fee that defines the boundary between stripes, it is included in the higher stripe fee. Higher stripe. What? It's just fucking confusing. What happens if I click on this thing? Shit. So yeah, these don't even get processed until these get. It's crazy. So I might not get there for a while. $150 transactions, 150,000 transactions waiting. It's kind of like that. I feel like that's a bearish sign because usually when there's problems with the network being slow, like it's like a sign to sell until things come back. But, and usually, oftentimes, it's happening because so many people are rushing their Bitcoin to the exchange because they want to sell, and it locks it up. It locks everything up. Causes like a gridlock almost because there's not enough room in the blocks to fit everything to get it done efficiently quickly. That's why Ethereum is having such high gas prices right now. That's one of the reasons why it needs to dump. Like it's not like the scalability of Bitcoin, it can't really handle this right now. It's already starting to show its weaknesses with that not coming through quickly. Like if it was another crypto, it would have come through quicker, or crypto that's not being sold so much now, like it's not being moved and sold, because I bet a lot of people are moving their crypto onto exchanges trying to get rid of it. Actually, can we see that? Must be showing just trades, maybe. It's just on buys. It's just so movement. Yeah. I want to see that. Stream your games on Discord. I could. Yeah, you could stream your games on Discord. I don't know how hard that is. It might be a pain in the butt. So Scott, yo, use crypto coin if you actually want to see how much ETC is moving. Crypto coin. Oh, that's right. Hey, thanks, man. That's what that one dude was using when he saw the mined coins move. Hey. I spelled it wrong. Crypto. Oh, no E. Oh, ain't. So, BTC, I want to see. This is it though. Hey man, this is perfect, dude. Thanks, man. So, market flow indicator. Where is it? Sign in. Oh, minus something else I gotta pay for? What is this? What do you get for free? View all metrics, charts up to block level resolution. No. Oh. No, we're good. Dude. It looks like I have to sign in to see any of the good stuff. Cross platform. I don't know what this means, dude. Fund flow rate. That's pretty wild if that much Bitcoin's left exchanges, but that didn't really mean much. You can always return very quickly. That's a good one. Active address count. Good one. 46-3. You're about to be in 45 territory. Okay, I found a little pick-me up here in the carb cap. There's actually a lot of reclaim in the carb cap, like a fucking lot. When I say a lot, I mean there's like three dabs in here. Look at that shit. Holy cow, there's a lot. There's more in there. I'm just like, good on, dude. There's a. Can you? Can you? I don't know if you how much that is, dude. It's like that's solid. If I dabbed all that at once, I'd be dang, dude. Huh. Hey man, I don't have to get shit till tomorrow even now, dude. Oh, that's what hurts. Or Simon called me. Okay, we're going in. I'm going in, dude. Okay, I'm gonna go in. I'm gonna come back, and I'm gonna be turned. Stay tuned. Hey, here's some money. Right. I'm back. Oh, wait. I'm doing it. Might have to get some drinks tomorrow. What are you drinking tonight, do you know? Are you actually drinking? Right. Dang it. Oh my gosh. Dude, there's ashes everywhere. Bro. Oh my god. It's bro. Dude, my insides are hurt. Like I was like just pressing on it super hard. You know what I'm saying? Like I press on the inside and it hurts. Grinding it last night. Freaking out about Bitcoin. $46. Dude, imagine yourself being one of the people that bought here at 58 and you just hodled away. You just hodled your little ass all the way down into 46K. And your shit's worth $10,000 less and you bought a whole Bitcoin at that price. People did that. Guaranteed people did it. People did that all the way down to where we're at right now. For every sell, there's a buy. Hey, I told people, I started saying when we were up here, okay, it's about time to start freaking out a little bit. And I was at least on Monday, I was saying shit. Like, actually, dude, I was already freaking out back here. So that's kind of a sell sign right there. For me and other people, like you see people that have been in shit for a while start getting panicky, like not losing all kinds of sleep over and shit, then yeah, there's gonna be lots of people that start selling off at that price. Because if you got a family, kids, dog, job, you can't be dealing with that shit. It's got to come back to an area to where people can reinvest and their families won't think that they're fucking crazy for it. For like, you know what I'm saying, for having everything in on it. If they can, you gotta be able to make some more money off this. It's almost in 45 again. We're drooping back down in there. Tonight's going to be a big dump. That's my theory. A lot of people think that our bottoms has been hit already at this 46, 45, but I think we're going lower. Cause I'm not feeling good enough about it yet. I don't feel like buying yet. Kind of thing. You know, the market does what I want it to do. I'm pretty powerful. What is that? Is that weed? Hold up. Why is there weed in here? What? There's like I mean, that right there is a bowl's worth, right? Actually. Remember putting that there, but cool. Testing lower at this point. Yeah, you think so too now? What was the price that it had to break to start going lower? I really don't know. I've been a believer of the dip since I heard about the ETFs, man. Well, that helped. That solidified it. The ETFs really solidified it for me. But that whale pulling out, you know, all his the minor whale that pulled out of the pool, 2P, along with just the you know, we haven't really had a good correction, and so many of us got fucked over. So many of us got fucked over by Binance when they took off on us and we couldn't log in. People got shorted. People, you know, I mean, people got liquidated out of their longs. Like so many that were in altcoins got liquidated. And you know, I mean, those people aren't going to get back in unless Bitcoin goes down. But if it goes down, there's a much higher chance that some of those people will feel like, okay, I got fucked over there, but you know what? Fuck it, dude. Bitcoin's low again. Let's get back in this goddamn thing. Fuck it, dude. Fuck it, dude. You know what I'm saying? But if it doesn't go down, we don't have that feeling. I know. You know how I know? Because I was one of the people. I was one of the people. I lost out on thousands. I know what it's like. And I want the shit lower. They need it lower for me to participate again. The biggest exchange on the planet, the one that fucked us over, the one that makes billions, they need to get this fucking price lower. I mean, that is really what got me, because Binance can do that. Binance is power, dude. And they fucked us over twice. Oh, twice, dude. Dude, the one time. Okay, anybody that wasn't here for it, the first time when Bitcoin jumped from like 38 to 40, it's the biggest jump. This one right here, it was like 30. It was 38 here, and it's like that's the time when Binance decides to have a 504 gateway error. And this happened in 30 minutes right here. Boom, boom. I was out for over an hour. So it got up to here. It went up from 38 to 44. $6,000 I missed out on because they decided to go down. They said they are overwhelmed. They needed a scaling issue or whatever. They hadn't scaled yet. They weren't prepared. Whatever. And another time, I believe it was tanking at this time, and I was stuck in it. Either that or it was going up and I couldn't buy. But what happened then is they deleted our account balances. Everything went to zero. Someone in chat was even like, "Hey man, my balance is zero now. I can't trade. I can't do anything." And I was like, "What?" Nah. I checked mine, sure enough, same thing. And it was when Bitcoin was doing something. So man, that's happened to so many of us. And due to that happening, we got liquidated or missed out on a big opportunity. And that happened to a lot of old timers, I think, as well, that were like, because we're not thinking, what the fuck, man? We're doing what's right. We're actually trading. We're using it. And you're just going to like be like, burp. Nope, you're not trading. Oh, they pissed off so many of us with that. I think it needs to go lower. People are going to make it go lower. If not, like, people just aren't going to get back into it. Because that really took a lot of wind out of my sails, man. They took like 10K from me overall. It was something like that. If you want to put them both together and me having to buy in and then being ultra paranoid about everything now too, because that's what happens. So I might have waited too long to get back in it sometimes and waited too late to get out because I don't know if Binance is just going to shut me off. Or, you know. So we'll see though. It's got a little mini pump here. Tonight's tonight. Show everything. We'll know what's going to happen after tonight. It's a pretty serious night, actually, because it could actually just dump all through the weekend, like it used to, like the good old days of the bull run when shit would go sour. All of a sudden, like everything would just go dead for the whole weekend. But that hasn't really happened yet. Maybe it won't. Do you just sit in it, Bubba, the whole time? You just sit and watch it? No, don't watch it? Let's see if this showed up here yet. Dude, transaction speeds right now for Bitcoin are ridiculous. There it is. Wait, what? Why does that say that's my daily limit remaining? I never saw that before. What the fuck? It didn't say that before. Did it? I don't remember it having that green lettering there before. So did you get out, or you just watching while you're in it? That'd be brutal. Dude, because if I wouldn't have got out when I got out, What I get out at? Got out at or I got it at 53 or 50. Yeah, 53 on this account. I'd been thousands of dollars gone by the way till now. I'd just be sitting at it. Of course, it wouldn't be gone. But it would be money I couldn't make by getting back in earlier. Like right now, I could jump in and get that BTC back. Something that I've lost. But I just keep holding, man. I keep holding like. Wow, wow, wow. I do have the XMR though. I got one XMR. I bought it 205. Keep my eye on XMR. I don't know if you remember last time, Bubba, what happened with the privacy coins. There were a few that really popped off in 2007. Let's see, yeah, here we go. This probably will bring up some of them from back in the day, maybe. Oh, no. Reverge. Somewhere. I don't know, DAX, Pivx, Hush. Hush, I remember Hush. Zcash, Zoush. Pivx, right? It's doing pretty good lately. It did good. You think it? I don't know. I don't know if it has it in it really to do anything super. That's only 20%. It's only 40. I'm looking at Tether, dude. No wonder it's ridiculous looking. Yeah. Yeah, okay. $50? 130? Hey, maybe. Maybe do 130. Get back up in that little pocket. At least 50 though. That's what a lot of people are saying. It could at least pop up to 50%. That'd be more than Bitcoin. That, like, going into that instead of Bitcoin, when Bitcoin starts to pump, if it's able to go back up to that point, that's a better investment than Bitcoin would be at the time. You know what I'm saying? Especially if it stays there. But Ravencoin, on the other hand, I mean, what could that possibly do when it rebounds? Would that maybe, I mean, if it goes up to here, would that be more than because that's what you got to look at with these things. This is the time to be looking at altcoins, because they're either going to bounce with Bitcoin when it bounces, or they're going to go even further down. But if they got something going for them and people are like into it, then more likely it's going to bounce with Bitcoin. But like even if this goes up to there, which is its all-time high in BTC value, which, I mean, for this run it is. I mean, maybe it could go higher. I don't think that Raven Coin can. Oh wait, this is its all-time high for this exchange, isn't it? No, that's April 2019. Okay, so yeah. So it could, maybe it could go up to 100 something percent. Maybe Raven Coin would be the better choice. But there's a whole lot of red in their monthly though. Maybe that's saying it right there. Huh. Well, I mean, there's a whole lot of red in that one too, but there's much possibility is of an upswing. I mean, yeah, I guess so. If it could ever pop back up, dude, actually, maybe, dude. Monero might actually have more of a chance of hitting numbers that it previously did. I mean, that would put it, what would that put it at in price? If it went up 300%, so that'd be just 3 times, right? 3 times this number. It would be, let's see. Oh wait, it should be right here. It should be on the side right here. Here. So that'd be, it's 206 times 3, so that's not that much, dude. Right? That'd be like $600 on Monero. That seems reasonable. Actually, $1,000 Monero seems reasonable for as much as all this other shit's going for. It's the best privacy coin. It's very easy to mine with their wallet. I didn't get any, but and I'm not doing it right now, but because I was gonna play some games and I should turn the wallet mining back on. That way, just in case, man. I'm trying to just get a look. This is how easy it is to turn the mining on for this. So this is the wallet. I have the advanced wallet. It took a while to download it, but you can see it's already got 0.9989 Monero in it. And to mine, you just click this. You pick the amount of cores you want to mine with. I'm picking 4. Start mining. Mining tip suspended, but that should change in a second. There it goes. This is the resources I'm using up right now. So I have 16 gigs of memory. I'm at 85% now with all this shit going on with TradingView and even with Coinbase here in the background. But I mean, I'm not on the trading platform. We should go there, make it even worse. Oops. It's hashing at almost 1,000 hash per second, which not bad. I think a 1080 does like 500. So I have a 1 in 2,631 chance in finding a block. Dash is doing well. Dash is a masternode coin, right? I'm part of the network, man. I'm part of the Monero network. I'm keeping it alive. So Raven Coin maybe could, I mean, maybe you could, where is it now? It's here. Maybe you could pull 366 out of its ass. The Monero. Wait, it's not down there. Where is it? Oh, wait, it is down there. Oh. So maybe you could, whoa, that's, damn. Okay, so if we just go like in the middle ground here, that's 405%. And this one will go the middle ground on it. Because usually they don't go, they usually, you know what I'm saying, if they do some shit crazy, they're not going to usually just out do Gonna expect that. So I'm doing half of the all time. So that's 278 roughly. And dude, Monero seems to have a lot more upside to it. But many more people have heard about it than Ravencoin. Ravencoin is so obscure. Like, its use case is pretty limited. Most people don't care about that shit. The tokenizing your shit, they don't care about that. But XMR, everybody gets that. Everybody gets privacy. And they also get this right here. Everybody can understand this chart. It's at an all-time low on Binance for BTC value. So many people are staring at this coin right now. Let's see. The tweets are down on it though. Interesting. It's almost like it's being pushed down. Because check this out. I gotta go to the right place for this. It's here, here. Okay, then we go into popular, then we go into top communities, that's it. Top communities, then we go to crypto. Look at this shit. But it's not in the top, right? Which is fine. But what's weird about it, because look, there's one there's 2 Bitcoins now in there, but this is Bitcoin Cash. There's Bitcoin, Ethereum. There's another Ethereum trader. So interesting. People are really starting to look at Ethereum now, even though it's not doing so hot. That out real fast. It's at all-time low. I would say all-time low, but it's pretty low. But something is kicking off right now. I need to take that off. Okay. So, there's XMR trader. And there's Monero. Just chilling in the cut. They're not even a top, like, they're not even a top. Why Neo? Why the fuck is a Neo up here, though, dude? Neo, bro. Neo. Is Neo actually about to pump or something? Why are they looking at Neo like that? Neo's chart looks just like Monero's. So, I mean, that's a good sign that it probably is about to pump. It's at an all-time low on Binance. That means it hasn't pumped yet this cycle. This bull run. It never really pumped. It kind of bullshit. Whoa! Actually, this might be the one. I don't know. This might be the one, dude. It's so far off its all-time high of fucking over 2,000%, dude. What do you mean there it is, you're lagging? No, I had to update. I had to turn it on. Neo though, huh? What's Neo's trading volume? Is it? It's monthly. Let's look at it's weekly. Oh, it's been picking up in the green too. I hit this massive dump just recently. They hit a 200% decrease going back in September. Wow. Actually, it went even further than that though. 428%. A little further than that though. 450, 500, 5 something. Whoa. But they've recovered by 100%. What happened? This is like a Chinese, it's a very Chinese coin, so it used to be kind of hard to figure out what was going on with them because their conferences were always in Chinese, of course, and at weird times of the day, and we didn't have time to translate it. All of a sudden, shit would just start dumping or pumping, and we didn't know what the hell was going on. That happened a little bit. So a little apprehensive to be messing with these Chinese coins. To do some crazy shit outside. But dude, if it has it, man, it really dumped that much. That's not much. Oh. Raven coins on their list high over here, man. Coin won't come down and fly with me. Oh shit. Has it been moving? This is the 5 minute. 44, 44. Ah, dude, it's been moving. This is the one I should be in short term. Maybe. Oof. Quantum proof. All I know is it used to be Antcoin, and it was the first crypto. It was the first altcoin I bought ever, and it was in the $5 and $7 range at the time. I don't know BTC though, what it would do, but it's significantly dropped in both. Like it's more USD value now, but its BTC value is like you saw it. You saw those peaks it was at before. That's the thing, man. That's the thing. When BTC is expensive, everything gets stupid expensive normally, BTC value wise. But some coins haven't done that yet. Like there are people that paid a lot more for Neo and even Raven coin. Like a lot more for this coin here back in the day. Whoa, that. But not on this exchange. Oh, I'm looking at USD again. Boom. But dude, it looks like Neo is actually the big, like, that might be the biggest winner. Why else would there, like, why else are they growing the way they are? What is Neo, Bitrix, Sureo? I was one of the people buying in here, somewhere in here, August or yeah, no, actually, yeah, I was one of these people back in here, and then it blew up after I like swing traded a little bit, and I was like, oh shit, I might actually been one of the May people. I had to see what the USD value was at the time, but it was only $5-10 at the time. Now I don't know what it is, but the fact that it has been there, it has the ability to go back at least, like, I don't know, here. That's 580% increase, dude. Did they? We gotta look at a Neo right now. Did they have any problems? What's going on? All right, what are they? They have 2.9K on there, 105,000 members. Those might not be real people, all of them. Partnership announced between Gitcoin and Neo. Hackathons are always amazing. Looking forward to it. Hackathons, more collaboration. Love to see it. Kind of twisting to call a partnership. Good click. So actually, maybe it was, man, you know what I'm saying? You never forget your first. So maybe there's a reason why years ago, 2017, like, because most people aren't attracted to weird shit like this because they don't have any history with it. You know what I'm saying? The aliens might have like been like, yeah, get them interested in it now. Because the thing even looked like an alien back then. I showed it last night, but here's what Antcoin logo looked like back then. And I used to think it looked like a little alien. You got ant shares for putting up your coin or something. You got paid out in ant shares. That was part of it, but Antcoin. They changed the Neo. I thought it was kind of weird, but I didn't invest back in a Raven coin. I regret it. Now Antcoin's at an all-time low for BTC value. Neo 3.0 is coming. I received a message to keep the community updated, so I've done a full video on how to update great legitimate projects like Neo. As a software engineer myself, I also left one of the tips on gas in the video. Gas. Yeah, he's got the gas. Neo balances and aims for higher prices. This might be written by Neo people. Wait, the Neo price decreased considerably in February 22nd, but has regained a large part of the loss due to a significant bounce. Neo should continue increasing towards the term 77 resistance, where a potential move higher. I don't know what's that right now. It's currently at 37. I think I can go to 77 easily. Current moves. The week chart shows that despite the ongoing decline, Neo may create a very long lower wick, resulting in a relatively bullish candlestick before the weekly close. Technical indicators are also bullish, evident by the bullish cross, the stochastic oscillator, and the ongoing increase in the MACD. The closest long-term resistance area is at $77. The 0.382 fib retracement level of the entire downward movement, measuring from the all-time high price. The shorter-term daily chart shows that the current move is parabolic and is devoid of any trading structure. However, Neo has bounced at this parabolic support line. Technical indicators are also bullish, supporting the possibility of a bullish continuation towards the previous outlined term 77 resistance area. Cryptocurrency trader outlined a chart showing bullish impulse that is likely to rally towards $80 and potentially higher. The wave count suggests it is the fifth and final subwave orange of wave 3 white of a bullish impulse that began on March 2020. The most likely target for the top of this move is between $70 to $75, found by using an external fib retracement on wave 2 and a subwave 4 white and red, and a fib projection on subwaves 1 and 3 orange. Neo may correct after this. and that was for the NEO USD part of it. NEO BTC looks similarly bullish. NEO has broken out from a descending resistance line and validated it as support alongside the 0.00078 area, which should now act as support. Technical indicators are bullish, especially evident by the hidden bullish divergence in the RSI. This indicates that an upward move is likely to take NEO to 0.00114. Whoa, what? That's a decent increase. Conclusion: the USD and BTC charts appear bullish and should move towards their respective resistance areas at $77 and 0.00114. This came out on the 20 yesterday. Okay, how are we looking on that though? Since yesterday, what did it do? Let's go to the 4 hour. Yesterday was yesterday was the 24th. Wait, 4th. It's all 24th area. So we've actually went down since then by 5.76%. Or 7% actually. Dude, I think NEO might be the one that's really gonna pop, homie. At least like short term, maybe it's gonna go straight to 70 possibly. You know what I'm saying? It's just gonna bump because it's so low. I mean, here it could get lower. Okay, it could get lower, but not BTC wise it can't. That's what we gotta look at. Because that's what people are trying to get right now. I mean, right? For the most part, or no? Do people not care about that anymore? BTC, because everything's matched up to USD now. I guess it could still go down a little bit here. But it's actually not wanting to go down there. So, oh, it might actually kind of pop around here a little bit. 602 first, huh? If it does this again. It kind of went flat though. It didn't do a full arch. It kind of like, and then flattened out a little bit. And so maybe 713, maybe it'll drop another 100. And that's if we dump tonight. But that looks like we're going to dump tonight. Anytime I see an altcoin that looks like it's about to do some kind of little dumpy shit a little bit, like just a little bit of dumpy shit, that could mean that Bitcoin's going to do some big dumpy shit right then. And, you know, oh, you motherfucker. Okay, we're back. Sorry about that. I don't know. YouTube's acting like a bitch. Probably because I'm trying to mine at the same time as stream. If the quality's bad, just let me know. I'll stop mining or lower the cores. But I don't know what the hell I was saying, dude. It's all good. No one cares. Insignificant. What was I saying though? NCOs wasn't my first alt, but it was my first huge pump. I think I made 45,000. Oh, nice. Now you're probably in the same time as me then, dude. Or unless you caught that pump that was after the summer, like the fall pump. I got in during the summer, but then I jumped out of it because we couldn't tell what the fuck they were talking about ever. You know, like it was like the press releases that would come out. They were kind of like kind of shady, and there was just so much shady stuff going on in 2017 with the phony press releases that you. Oh, and then there was like you could literally buy news in 2017. It was the oddest thing. Like you could pay, you'd give this like Indian Bollywood crew your script somehow online, and tell them about your coin. And next thing you know, they're making some kind of like Bollywood. It looks so legit, dude. Do you remember those, dude? And it looked like they were. It looked like they were legit, like interested in the coin, and like they were like it was a project. But you could like in the long run, you could tell that it was all this paid for bullshit, trying to sell their coins, and probably gave them some coin to get them a little more interested, or. Because I remember that Max dude, that High on Coins dude, was like, "Yeah, we're waiting on a press release for the chain coin." And I'm like, "Press release? What? The press is talking about this shit? That's crazy! Why the hell?" And then I'll show you what he ended up coming out with, and it was like, "You gotta be kidding me, dude!" Now, is this it? This is probably it. I think this is it. He got it. Yeah, he got it in the Cointelegraph, actually. Who are chain coin haulers? Chain coin haulers are a group of people who believe in the power of the people and start a new revolution in the Bitcoin cryptocurrency where the sole purpose of the group is to hodl chain coins. And they talk about the problem with it, leaving an ugly scar, and chain coin hodler movement decided had enough scammers winning while beginners hodl technology, advanced hodl technology. See, this is how I knew it, because it used his weird fucking dumbass terms that he got new people to like think was cute and shit. I thought they were stupid the whole time. He called it hodl, advanced hodl technology. And it was Max Lee. They started as an experiment between Max Lee. They increased 1,500%. It would have been, if you invested 1,000 on July 7th, it would have been 150,000 on July 14th. And I watched this whole thing go down. I was watching Max before this started. I was watching him probably in March, April, I don't know, May, like the months coming up to this. So when this happened, I was like, what the fuck is this? What are you doing, dude? Yeah, he made a lot off these people. But this was a press release, supposedly, that he was like, what, or this, I think this was one of them. But at the bottom of it, I ended up reading, this is a paid press release. Cointelegraph does not endorse and is not responsible for or liable for any content, accuracy, quality, advertising, products, or other materials on this page. Readers should do their own research before taking any actions related to the company. Cointelegraph is not responsible directly or indirectly for any damage or loss because they're alleged or to be caused by or in connection with the use of reliance on any content, goods, or services mentioned in the press release. Doesn't really say, dude, that's not a press release, that's a commercial. So it's like, this is the kind of shit that crypto does. They have the small print down here, and it should be a commercial for their coin. It looks all how nice that looks. Why does it have the is it Chinese? The China wall. You knew he was full of shit? Well, it took me a second to realize he was full of shit. I knew he was full of shit with Chaincoin for sure. I was trying to warn people. It's the only reason why I got multiple YouTube accounts, man, because I kept trying to warn people and he kept banning me. Because, like, I don't know, I could get Steve people. I was like, are you serious? How are you people this fucking stupid? I gotta warn them. But he went live actually like 3 or 4 months ago and he hasn't been seen since. It was right when crypto started picking up. He had like 10 viewers. All his respect is gone, dude. It has to be. He can't even go live anymore. Break his death threats. He's the reason why I heard about Neo, I think. Actually, either him and that. Remember that other weird ass dude that was in the UK? He was super loud with a big mouth. Wait, English, loud, 2017, crypto, YouTube. Damn, I can't remember that dude's name, dude. He was Supo, man. That's it. That dude's so annoying. Thanks, dude. I appreciate you. I hope he's still up. Is he actually? Is he actually still on YouTube? Oh my god, is he not making videos anymore? Superman dead.
So let's talk a little bit about Superman. So Superman was not just on the front page of Reddit/cryptocurrency yesterday. He was the top post on the front page. So the post read, Superman to be added to the scammer list with McAfee, BitConnect, and Crypto Nick. The whole Reddit community is on a whole new level of witch hunt for Superman.
I didn't know that
because
happened.
He is now classified as a shiller.
I believe it, dude. He was getting so many free coins, dude. So many from different altcoins, but then he would shill the shit out of them and then dump them on people, I'm assuming, because, I mean, what else was he doing with them? Boxfine, this guy is actually in China. You can't tell it with his accent because he speaks really well for a Chinese person, a Chinaman. He's a fucking Chinaman, bro. I've been watching him too since like 2017. Actually, 2017. Not like it since then.
You guys seen that I've done some videos with him in the past, and there's been a lot of questions asking me, what do you think of this whole situation? What's your view on Superman? Can he be trusted? Is he a scammer? What do you think about this whole situation? So here's my opinion. So Superman is Superman. If you haven't watched his channel, it's pretty clear from the outset that he talks about coins he likes. So whether you want to classify that as evil shilling or not, let's put that aside, but it's pretty clear what he does, and it's pretty honest too. Like, I don't think he was deceiving anyone by what he does. So what's with all the fuss? Why is everyone grabbing out their pitchforks and trying to stab Superman? Well, the reason for this is because he's been hyping up an ICO for some time. He's talking about this secret ICO, and in fact, I've got people asking me if I knew what his ICO was. Well, he's been hyping that up for a week, and he finally revealed it. But during his reveal, the unfortunate part was that he put it in a Udemy paywall, so you had to pay to check out this course. Now suddenly everyone is upset because this whole new ICO is under a paywall, and unfortunately that meant he was greedy, he was a scammer, and he really cared about those $10 people are gonna pay. I don't think it's very fair for him right now. He's been doing what he's been doing for some time, and honest to God, I think a lot of people like it. There's a lot of people always upvoting Superman and his videos. If you look at his videos, he got 2,000 to 3,000 upvotes every single video, and that's because people want to find out what's the new hottest ICO. He's supplying what people are demanding, and let's be honest, even on my channel, people are asking me, what is my top ICO? Can I find a secret ICO for the whole community? There is a huge demand for that. And let's look at Zila as well. If you look at Zila by itself, the fact is that even the poster admitted it's a popular ICO. It's not a scam ICO per se. And let's be quite honest about all YouTubers. YouTubers are all here for the money. It's a lot of hard work, and at the end of the day, you're doing this so you can make a little bit of money. There's no YouTuber out there that's gonna find an ICO, let everyone go in first, and then of course buy the last remaining 0.1 ETH and say, hey guys, we're all good, good team, good work guys. There's nobody who's that altruistic, and I think anyone who pretends to be that altruistic, they have an even bigger hidden agenda behind them. YouTubers are all scum. It is possible he talked to the founders beforehand. It's possible he got an allocation, and I think that's a fair assumption. YouTubers don't do this for free. Let's be honest here. Even Doug Polk, he's put so much effort into those videos because eventually he wants to make money from them. There's
Hold up, Trevon's back. What the fuck? Oh my god, no, dude. The last time I saw Trevon, he was streaming Black Ops or Modern Warfare, one of the two. He just like popped his shit on and was doing a Call of Duty stream. Actually, oh my god, he just. Why is he even allowed to do this, dude? I don't get it. You know what I'm saying? Dude, the feds are letting this dude fucking. What is this? What does he say about this?
BitConnect Boys 2021, where are they now? It's been several years since the largest cryptocurrency scam, BitConnect, has fallen apart. And a lot of these guys,
just to give you guys an idea who Trevin Martin is, this guy too. I used to watch all these guys except for the white dude.
Trayvon James, Ryan Hildreth, and Crypto Nick made millions of dollars in this scam before it eventually fell apart. And a lot of people are wondering, what are these guys up to? Are they millionaires? Are they in jail? Are they just living normal lives? What are these guys doing in 2021? Well, I looked all these guys up, I did my research, and in this video I'm going to tell you exactly what these guys are up to. This is BitConnect Boys 2021. Where are they now? So like I mentioned, we're talking about the BitConnect Boys, what they're doing in 2021, and we're mainly going to be talking about Craig Grant, Trayvon James, and Ryan Hildreth. Now, there were others at the top. These guys were the main three, so we're going to be focusing on these guys. And I'll briefly talk about Crypto Nick, however, there's not much to say about him. Crypto Nick actually seems to be the smartest of the guys on this list. If you don't know, Crypto Nick was a young 17-year-old when he first started his channel talking about cryptocurrency. Right before BitConnect fell apart, he turned 18. He was talking about going to college and paying for all his college with all the money he made from crypto. And basically, when BitConnect fell apart, he he just disappeared, and nobody really knows what happened to him. He completely deleted his channel, all his videos, deleted his Instagram, and a massive following on that as well, and he completely disappeared, and nobody really knows what happened to this guy. He seems to be the smartest of all the guys on this
Puerto
list.
Rico.
So while there isn't much information on Crypto Nick, the other three guys stuck around on social media, and their lives have changed a lot in the past 3 years, so there's a lot to talk about these guys. So first up, let's talk about Craig Grant. If anyone was around in the crypto sphere back in 2017, early 2018, you know who Craig Grant was. He did all those ads. He spent over $100,000 on YouTube ads, doing those ads being like, oh, this is my crypto wallet, and this is how much Bitcoin I have. He did these ads all the time. People hated those ads, but they were everywhere. And they got so many people to invest in BitConnect with those ads.
This is my Instagram introduction. It's been a while since I've posted, but I used to always post my Bitcoin wallet on there to show off. And my last time I posted said 4 Bitcoin. Now I have 54. And this is only about half of what I have. The other half is over here on BitConnect, right? So you want to check this out. This is where I earn all my Bitcoin. I don't buy Bitcoin, I earn it. Have 34 sitting there. I just earned another there, right? So you want to know about BitConnect, you want to check out my YouTube channel.
Oh, he's going to show the view. Got to show the view.
Is there. I'm currently residing here. A beautiful place. You want to know more? Check out my channel, subscribe.
Now, Craig Grant eventually did say that that wasn't his money. Apparently, the creators of BitConnect, the creators were very smart. They didn't show their actual faces. They got other people to be the face of the coin, and they paid Craig Grant all that money to run ads to BitConnect to get people to sign up for the BitConnect program. Obviously, a lot of hate went towards Craig Grant because he was kind of the face of BitConnect, did all those ads. Millions and millions of people saw those ads for BitConnect, and so we got a ton of hate revolving around BitConnect back in 2017. Now, since 2017, just in the past couple of years, back in 2018, he did still talk about cryptocurrency, talked about the potential lawsuits. There were lawsuits filed against all these guys. I'll go into that. There's more information about that in a little bit. But nowadays, in the past year or so, he has a YouTube channel. I'll have a link to his channel and all the guys' channels below. Basically, he's just doing like daily vlog content. And apparently his business is a bounce house delivery company. So he just delivers bounce houses to like kids' birthday parties and stuff like that. And apparently that's his main source of income. Now, he has at least 2 kids that I know of. He has a wife, and he has a very nice house and car that he lives in. Doesn't live in the car, he lives in the house. But so it looks like he has a fairly nice life. Now, Craig Grant has said he doesn't have any crypto. He said back in 2018 that his BitConnect wallet and his Bitcoin wallet were hacked by scammers. They swapped his SIM card, and he doesn't have any money. So that's what he's saying, like, don't blame me, I don't have any, I got hacked, guys. Feel bad for me. Now, some people believe him. That is something that can happen. People can hack your SIM card, get your information that way. A lot of people don't believe him. It is interesting to see him living in this really nice house, nice car, and apparently his only source of income is delivering bounce houses. I don't know if that would necessarily be paying for his lifestyle. So a lot of people think that he has a bunch of Bitcoin stashed away, doesn't really talk about it, but he's potentially living off of that. If you go to his YouTube channel, it's no crypto content at all. It's just about his bounce house, just about living with his family and cooking food. So he seems to have gone completely away from the cryptocurrency world. Doesn't talk about crypto at all on his channel. Obviously, since it's just like a daily vlog channel and his life really isn't that interesting, he doesn't get a ton of views. It's basically a couple hundred views here and there. But for the most part, he seems to have just completely moved out of the cryptocurrency world.
So Andy,
like I said, he says he doesn't have any cryptocurrency money. I personally believe he does. I think he's living off of the profits from all that he made from BitConnect. He says back then he had like hundreds of thousands of dollars worth of Bitcoin back in 2017, which would now be worth probably millions if he had held it. So I think he probably is living off of those profits. But I'd love to hear your thoughts below. What do you think about Craig Grant? From there, let's go to Ryan Hildreth. Now, Ryan Hildreth got on the BitConnect bandwagon kind of late after Craig Grant and Trayvon James, but he made a killing. He was very good at marketing it, and he made a ton of money. He did quite well, made a bunch of money in BitConnect, and then it fell apart. And he was one of the people that tried to spin it as like, he lost money as well. But it wasn't true because he got so many referral payments that even the little bit amount of money that he invested in, he made back tenfold from the referral payments that he was getting over and over and over. Now, Ryan Hildreth decided he wanted to keep his channel and he wanted to continue to build it, and he just wanted to talk about things unrelated to crypto. So after, mid 2018, he completely stopped talking about crypto.
Brody?
And for a while, if you watch my last video in 2019, his YouTube channel was hemorrhaging subscribers every single day. Every day he was losing subscribers. He had about 150,000, got down to I think about 85,000 subscribers. All of his views were massively downvoted. And he wasn't talking about crypto, but he was talking about a lot of these scam projects where you go to this website, you click on a bunch of buttons a couple times and you get $5. Or you go to this website, watch these stupid videos and they'll pay you $10. All of these kind of really stupid referral programs that don't really make any money. The only one who's getting rich is him because he's pushing all these referral links, but he was doing a lot of videos like that. And back in 2018, he was losing subscribers, getting a bunch of downvotes on his channel, but he continued to persevere. And now in 2021, he gets way more views. He has way more subscribers. I believe he has over 200,000 subscribers, and he's making a ton of money, basically pimping these stupid programs. Most of these programs, like I said, you can't actually make any real money doing this, except for the people who's pushing this because they have the referral codes. But it seems like his perseverance has paid off because all of his videos, they all get a bunch of views. He's grown his channel massively, and he gets mostly upvotes on his channel. If you want to check out his channel, I have a link below. But it seems like the BitConnect kind of stigma that was around him, everyone knew he was one of the massive scammers at the top of BitConnect. It seems like that has just gone away, and now he's completely forgiven. I'd love to hear your thoughts on Ryan Hildreth. What do you think? Should we have forgiven him after all these years? It doesn't look like he was punished in any way by the government or the lawsuit. At one point, there was a lawsuit against him. He's never talked about what happened with that. Did he have to file a settlement or something? I don't know. But it looks like he's doing quite well for himself. So what do you think about Ryan Hildreth? And finally, let's talk about Trayvon James. And of the four guys, Trayvon James is the only one that has stuck to the crypto world. He still has his YouTube channel where he talks about cryptocurrency every single day, and I will say that he has recovered quite nicely, and he gets a lot of views and a lot of upvotes on his videos. Now, I will say he's a very entertaining guy, so I can kind of see why people want to watch his videos, but if you were around in 2017, you know he's a massive scammer. You know he pumped BitConnect, and even after BitConnect, he promoted a lot of these other scam projects. He even had one scam project that had his name. It was the Trayvon James coin that completely fell apart. He promoted all of these scam projects through all of 2018, and people still kind of watch him for whatever reason. I guess just because he's entertaining. So it's interesting that he's still around. Now, one thing that's very interesting about Trayvon James, just in the past month, he actually went on another YouTuber channel called CoffeeZilla. If you don't know who this is, I'll have a link to this guy's video, and he did this 1-hour interview talking about cryptocurrency and talking about BitConnect and the scam and all of that. And basically, I'll show you a brief clip of what happened.
The one question I want to ask you is that, obviously the BitConnect fallout happens, but the story doesn't end though, because obviously all these articles come out, but more than that, this is one of the few cryptos that, falls apart that really the government comes after. So you got contacted by a lot of these feds. What, tell me the story there. What happened?
Think about it, to look back. So the first time I got contacted, I was in my little apartment. I think it was the FBI. They were knocking on my door, and I didn't answer the door. They were like, "Trayvon, we just want to talk. We just want to talk to you." Blah blah. We was in there quiet as hell, boy. We was in there so quiet. I'm like, "Yo, this shit getting real." I'm not sure if they called Craig Grant first, but somehow he gave me their number, and I talked to them, and I had a long conversation with them. And they were talking about my stolen Bitcoin. The FBI wanted to talk about my stolen Bitcoin. So I got a whole nother stories. I got hacked for 111 Bitcoin. When Bitcoin was maybe about $7,000. I got hacked for 111 Bitcoin. A lot of people think I faked it, but the FBI and them, they know for sure that shit is gone. So the FBI called me about that, and then the SEC, they reached out to me, and I also got served at the hotel by the state SEC. So then the SEC, the federal SEC, they started reaching out to me after that. I went. They gave me a subpoena to come testify in New York, right beside the World Trade Center. This is like the real thing. I went in there by myself, testified, and then they started asking me. They asked me questions. A lot of people think I snitched on people. I didn't snitch on anybody. So I went up there, you know, told them the story, and they started getting into like they started playing my videos in front of me. And I went ahead and had to throw that fifth in there. I had to plead the fifth, and then they sent me home. They sent me home, and then they started talking about settling, and they were trying to get me for some securities law from 1940 something, man.
Probably
a law from
securities fraud.
1940s. And then I'm like, I don't have it. You know, they're wanting me to settle for like this huge amount. I'm like, guys, I don't know who the hell y'all think I am, but I don't have that, man. So I haven't really heard anything back.
So if you want to see the full video to the Trayvon James interview, I will have a link to that video. But basically what happened after BitConnect fell apart, the SEC, the FBI contacted him. They tried to communicate with him. He kind of tried to run away, didn't want to talk to them for a while. They eventually caught up with him. They didn't arrest him or anything, but they talked to him to see what exactly happened. He eventually had to go to court, and they grilled him, tried to get the money from him because so many people had lost money, and they wanted to try and get a bunch of crypto from him to potentially pay back these people. Trayvon said, you know, I don't have any of the money. I was hacked. Same thing he said that Craig Grant said happened. I was hacked. I lost all my Bitcoin, guys. I'm so sorry. And it seems like he got away pretty much scotch-free. Now, sometimes what will happen with the FBI, they like to move very slowly. So sometimes they'll say, you know, we're not really going to prosecute you right now, but then maybe a year or two later, something might happen. So it is possible something could happen to Trayvon James down the road. They didn't say that he's, you know, we're never going to pursue this anymore. They didn't say anything like that, but they haven't really done anything to him in the past year or so. But he did have to go to court. They did grill him on the whole situation. And it seems like he has recovered. Most people have forgiven him. It seems like his channel is doing quite well, but it's very clear that he made a ton of money off of BitConnect. Now, like I said, he says he was hacked, says he lost pretty much all of it. I don't believe that. I still think he made probably quite a bit of money from BitConnect into Bitcoin and probably has a lot of that still. But there you go. Those are the three BitConnect boys: Craig Grant, Trayvon James, Ryan Hildreth. They have all gone on to different paths since BitConnect in 2017. Trayvon's the only one still in the crypto world, but it's interesting how pretty much time seems to have forgiven these guys, and pretty much they all seem to have normal lives. None of them went to jail. Many people thought they would. I thought at least, you know, they'd have to serve some jail time or have massive fines, but that doesn't seem to be the case. So I'd love to hear your thoughts. Do you think these guys were victims and the real BitConnect people who ran the company were the people who should go to jail, and these guys were just scapegoats? Or do you think these guys should have been punished more? Now in 2021, it looks like these guys are living normal lives. Again, I'll have links to all of their channels below if you want to check them out. I'll have a link to the interview Trayvon James. It is an hour long. If you want to see his full story, I'll have a link to that video as well. But again, leave your comment below. Many people to this day, even in 2021, believe that BitConnect was not a scam, which is absolutely crazy to me. Many people think the only reason it shut down, it was because the government shut it down, and that is simply not true. It was a Ponzi scheme, and when BitConnect crashed in early 2018, there was no way for it to continue to pay out, so they closed down. And when Texas filed a lawsuit against BitConnect, they just used that as an excuse to run with everyone's money, and that's what really happened. Again, leave your comments below. I'd love to hear your thoughts on what you think about these BitConnect boys in 2021. Thanks for watching, everyone, and have a fantastic day.
Y'all. For the info. Well, we got a lot of ranked tags for this one. Holy cow, he's the #1 search if you search for BitConnect 2021. BitConnect Boys 2020. BitConnect Boys, BitConnect. He's the second one. Craig Grant, BitConnect. He's the first thing to come up. Xbox servers down. Dang.
Added decks here or something. I think it's a good plan. I think it's good. Let's get started. Those of you guys that's already in. There we go.
Oh, did another? Oh shit! There's another one, y'all. There's another one. Something's out. Look, there it is. There it is. It's about to dump. Super heavy, dude. Look at that. You see that on the end there? It's outflow. That's another major outflow. It just happened today, dude. That's about to dump so heavy tonight.
So you could see, this is the day chart. Outflow from F2 pool and 14,000 Bitcoins. 14,000 Bitcoins outflew from F2 pool. And when you zoom in, it looks even worse. So I'm just going to zoom in here. Oh my God. And this morning when I showed you guys this, I said
knew it was
for the
gonna
last
dump.
2 days.
I knew it.
You can see February 24th, 25th.
I called the fuck out that shit.
Outflows, but smaller amounts.
Stuck my wiener up in it. I was like,
400, 200. It adds up. And then you could clearly see when Bitcoin started to come up 51, 52,000. Guess what? Guess what? Look at this. Look at this. How could you dispute this? Do you think that this is tens of thousands of Bitcoins that's outflowing, right? So everyone, 1,100.
See,
here's a
see,
400,
okay. Here's
2,000.
my point with this. Here's my point with this. You know how everybody's like bringing up the fact that all the coins are leaving the exchanges, man. The price is going to go up because there's hardly any Bitcoins on the exchange. Dude, it takes a few minutes and your Bitcoin's on the exchange and you can sell it.
400, 2,500.
Shit that they're moving it off the exchange.
And look at this one, 3,200. That's a lot of Bitcoins that just came out of F2 pool. Now, some people might argue, well, maybe this is like, I don't know, some miner or miners that's fearful and selling out, right? Maybe it's not a thing with F2 pool. Well, let's look at another, the second biggest mining pool out there.
Let's go. All right,
Poland.
I'm with you.
Do you see a mass exodus of Bitcoin flowing out?
Like chilling.
Look at the difference between F2 pool and pooling. Do you see the difference there? This is what like a normal pool would be like. Maybe there's periodic outflows, but this is what a not normal pool looks like.
I see what you're saying.
So you could see, and then it's not just them. What about Ampool? Ampool had zero output. There's nothing outflew from Ampool. And here's the aggregate of all the miners outflow. Look at this chart. Does it look identical to this? Yes,
yeah, pretty much.
Because mostly F2
them.
pool had this much flow out.
That's
it came
amazing.
from one mining pool. So it's not miners trying to take profit. It's not miners trying to sell at top. Obviously, we're not at top. So there's a lot of people that just will not believe this. But how can you dispute the fact that you have 14,000 Bitcoins leave today on a day when Bitcoin is showing weakness? Is that a coincidence? No,
it's going to show weaker though.
It happened many times before.
It's going to show
so how
weaker.
can anyone still dispute this?
The dump hasn't happened today.
So this
from
is
this.
what happened.
You know?
Here's the good thing. Here's the good thing. You could see that after this last big dump, 3,250 Bitcoins, you could see the next 2 hours was just very little, 70 and 80, which is normal. So it seems like the whales or whale or F2 pool themselves, I don't know who, combination, it seems like their dumping has come to a conclusion that they were trying to push Bitcoin down as much as possible, and this is the absolute limit that they can do. And if that's the case, this is amazing. Amazing if you think about it, that 14,000 Bitcoins was used to short and bring down the market, and Bitcoin only fell to 47,000.
So no. Now, where do you get that from? How can you say that all of those have been traded already? Just because they've outflowed doesn't mean they've been traded, do they? This means they've left the mining pool. I know how this shit works. I've been in a mining pool before. What happens is when you're in a mining pool, oftentimes they collect your monies until you take it off the pool, right? So just taking it off the pool doesn't mean it was traded. It just means it went to another wallet off of that wallet that was with the mining pool. So you can't say, which is why I think the dumps tonight. He's still bullish. He's still in it. He doesn't want to sell. That's how I see him right now. He's in the coin. But
take a second to think about that. That's amazing. Amazing. If you do the math, 50,000 times 14,000 Bitcoins, that's like almost $750 million. This is like 700 something million. Okay. So they sold that much, and Bitcoin literally just absorbed all that, and that's because there's so many buyers at this point.
Know that
this is
for
what
real?
I was saying earlier today, that if you have collectively everyone that is not fearful, that is holding strong, that continues to accumulate and buy the dips, collectively this power is a lot more than what F2 pool whales can do. So this looks like this could be the end. Now, the $1 million question is, what if they didn't use it yet? Right? What if it's just sitting there waiting to be used? That could be a possibility.
Exactly. What if this dip that we just saw was just an after effect of people seeing that pull out? What if they haven't dumped it all? What if they haven't dumped it all, dude? And this was just because people are like, oh shit, somebody just pulled out of FT. Oh my god, sell before they sell. And they're just waiting to be like a bump. That's what I'm looking forward to.
I would think that they would have used it by now, because they've been selling more and more and more and more and more. And you can see the price has gone down, but just didn't really go down that much. So tomorrow is futures expiration. This is the big thing I was talking about. This is why when this first happened and I said, watch out, this is a, like a sign, right? Right before futures expiration week. None of this was an accident. None of this was an accident. If you pay attention, it all makes sense, right? But like I said, the fact that they tried this hard, and Bitcoin still held at 47,000. In fact, if you look at it, if you zoom in a little bit, so I was looking at this, and let me remove the volume. You can see that
I don't believe
46,000 was.
The reason why I don't believe it, dude, because I don't think that coin would just be used by them. I think that the exchange is going to use the coin to try to get cheaper Bitcoin for themselves, because they can do that. The free market, the exchange is allowed to get Bitcoin, push the price down, and then buy it back up. Why wouldn't they? And they could do it more efficiently because they can see everything.
Lowest, they pushed it. It didn't even hit 45,000, and now it has come up. It's stabilized around 47,000, right? And we will seeing how there has been no more big outflows. It seems like the selling pressure has stopped, and that's why Bitcoin is now
it's only 7
showing
o'clock.
that it hit a bottom and it is climbing back up. And you know what? We may see the opposite of what we saw a few days ago. This is the liquidations that has happened over the last week. Of course, when we first came down from 58,000, we had a $1.4 billion liquidation. Then we had a $900 million liquidation. These are longs, by the way. Then a $210 million. And then a $337 million. That was actually today, and this is going into tomorrow, right? You could see, obviously, the longs got destroyed. But guess what? A lot of people probably are playing the inverse now, that are shorting Bitcoin because they think Bitcoin will go a lot lower because of F2 pool. But you know what? Tomorrow, come tomorrow, if Bitcoin has a big rally after futures expiration, then we could see a huge liquidation on the short side, and we could see a big recovery in the near future. So that is one thing that could be coming tomorrow. I'm nervous about tomorrow, dude. Now, futures expiration, the date, the exact time tomorrow, I've looked it up before, but it's some weird London time. It's like 3 p.m. London time, which translates to like 11, 12 o'clock for Eastern, 10 or 11 for Central, and you guys do the math, right? So it's sometime in the morning. By the time I stream tomorrow, it should be right at expiration. So, and we will see what happens then. But as I've been streaming all week, I've been talking about how the whales just don't want Bitcoin to be above 50,000. Every time it went above 50,000, it sold a little more, sold a little more, sold a little more. Obviously, the selling increase intensified, and that's why we dropped to 46,000. But now we're back to 47,000, and it looks like Bitcoin wants to recover. There's a lot of bulls. There's a lot of people looking to buy cheap Bitcoins, and that is exactly what we're seeing right now. So, is the end near? We could have seen it already. That 46,000 could have been the bottom, right? Now, maybe I'm wrong. Maybe there is another push down, but right now it's looking like it is holding very well, and the outflow has stopped. But of course, that can stop again. So we'll just have to see what happens later tonight going into tomorrow. So that's exactly what has happened. And a lot of you guys have joined in on the conversation on Twitter. I've been tweeting these out, right? Showing my support, letting people know what's going on. A lot of you guys have joined in. So make sure you continue to do so. Let other people know what is going on, because there still seems to be a disbelief on this, that somehow F2 Pool is not involved. Somehow this is just normal activity, that Bitcoin is just taking a breather, which it does do. But when the data clearly shows that you have 14,000 Bitcoins leave F2 Pool, and basically no other pool out there has any kind of outflow, you can see the difference, then it clearly there is something going on. There's something definitely going on here, right? But the good news is the end may have been, you know, a few minutes ago when we hit 46,000. So now we are on our way to recovery, and I look forward to that. But as I've been saying throughout this whole week, the way we stand up not only is to let people know about it, but also collectively, we can't be fearful about this. We can't be panic selling. If anything, we should be panic buying. There's a lot of discounts out there, even though this dip was actually not that bad. Actually not that bad at all compared to some of our previous dips of 30%, 35%. This is actually quite tame, but still, nevertheless, there are a lot of discounts out there. So this is definitely time to be dollar cost averaging. I've been telling you guys I've been dollar cost averaging throughout this week, right? You never know really the top or bottom. The only thing you could do is average out your buys. So definitely a good time to pick up some more cheap Bitcoins, cheap altcoins, cheap a lot of things. And when we're past this, when Bitcoin starts rallying again, making the next leg up, we could see it go as high as $90,000 this next leg up. So, and by then we'll just all forget about this. We won't even forget about this dip to 45,000 because it'll just seem really silly then. All right, that's pretty much it. That's what I want to cover about F2 Pool. Obviously, this is what happened today, right? And we'll have to see what happens later on today and tomorrow. All right, I'll turn to you guys for some.
And there was 2,500 people watching that. That's how it's done. This is how you do it. This is how you do it. I gotta do this again. Dude, BC Vanya, what do you beyond you? What do you mean? What do you not know about it? Okay. See if that Bitcoin's there yet. It should be there now. I mean, Bitcoin's slow right now, but now it's that slow. Boodly-pop-pop, boodly-boop, boodly-pop. There it is. Put it on in there, boss. Thank you, Gino Fast. Money has now been inserted to the casino. What is your... Simon just licked my ankle. Let's see what we got here. Simon, what are you doing? 47 right now. It doesn't look like it's going to be on for me now. So I might should get rid of it now, but if we can get a nice little pump out of her, who knows? Like maybe I should just get rid of it at this price. Maybe not. Maybe not. Maybe we're at the bottom here. It's going to hit the 48 again. Hold out for now. But thank you. My account balance just went up because of that. Now it's at 1377. Oh, there was one I wanted to move here that wasn't here for some reason. Found this one. Pause it. Oh, why it says I have 0? Maybe it's this account. Maybe I have it in another account. Dang. Sweet. So Neo though, Neo is one that might have the ability to really push up higher, a lot higher. People aren't really paying any attention to it in America. It's a Chinese coin. They don't really care about us. Okay, this slow is, I mean, that's a lot lower though. If we could get down there, that would be a significant savings. Wasn't even that long ago. That was in January. It's doubled already. But, I mean, doubling's not much in comparison to what it could do though. And I'm really, man, I got Monero, I'm going to definitely be keeping an eye on. But this bad boy right here, I mean, it just went up to, let's see, that, it's 30 now, it's not. Let me see more. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. We got all that, man. 800%. What? 253%? That's just a small ass bump compared to where it's been at. Did they have some major problems? I don't think so, dude. Because look Neo, number 6. Top growing crypto on Reddit. They're 6th now. This is the most shit coin right now that's top on Reddit. And that's important. It's the shittiest coin that's top. See, XMR's after it. Bitcoin Cash after it. Red coin's pretty shit too, though. Purple Zach in there. Other IOTA, Litecoin. Okay. Tronics. Oh, Tron's there. Gonna pump Tron again? Cool.
Hi there.
Blindy, welcome back. Hey, later on, hi, cheese. On some music. Do it. Do it. What the fuck? Hey, dude. I just found this dude on 4chan on accident. Oh my gosh. The dude we were just watching. I just found him on 4chan. Balding Asian man who predicted Sunday's dip, predicted this dip as well. Why didn't you listen? Hey, who's who I heard it from? I was the one who found his shit. I mean, he was the one that I found on Sunday. Monday, I posted it in Discord. Okay. Anime. This chink is smart, I like him. He's a decent YouTuber. Overall better than the other pump and dump scammer. He's getting all kinds of 4chan love. Yeah, thanks to the Anons who showed this guy. Subscribed to his YouTube channel a few days ago, and he's light years ahead of the rest of you nerds. Seriously, man, I subscribed to him too. As soon as he came with that video, I was like, "Oh shit, okay, yeah, no, this dude, yeah, following him, he's got the real info." Oh, gotta be careful in there. You never know when this fucking thumbnail's gonna just have everything naked chick or something. Battle Royale fatigue. God, I'm getting MRA hunger. I tell you what I want. MRA. We got some peanut butter. Good for me, right? Wait, this might be good for me. Tell me. Down on the counter. I don't know.
Hey everyone, this is Software Engineer K. Welcome to my channel, and today I'm going to be doing something a bit different. So for those of you who have been following, I have mentioned that I do follow cryptocurrencies. It's partly what got me into software engineering in the first place, and one project I've been following for quite a few years now, but I only recently got properly into it recently, is Neo. Now Neo, for those of you who don't know, it's gone by many names. AntShares, it's also been rebranded as Neo, going on to Neo Free, which is going to be the new version of it coming out. I believe testnet is coming out in March and mainnet will be out in June. Now Neo, a lot of traders, a lot of investors on YouTube, they tend to have mixed opinions on Neo. Some of them, they are very, very bullish on it. They believe in the technology, but I've always found it a bit weird that a lot of these people say that they believe in the technology. A lot of them, they don't really have much of a technical background when it comes to the technology itself. And I think it's fair that people who are interested in a project, they hear from not only just traders and investors, but they also hear from people who understand the technology, who can give you a bit more insight into that. Because I feel like that's what we really need in the crypto space, is more people who aren't just flashing their 100%, 200% gains in a crypto and making it seem like it's going to be the next Bitcoin, but from a fundamental point of view, what is it about the technology that makes it a good investment, and just how do you evaluate if you don't have a technological background? So Neo, what I have here is GitHub, and this is open source. So normally any project that I found to be credible, all of their code is open source, and Neo is no exception. So their code is all on GitHub, and what's nice is when you go to GitHub, you can look up Neo, for example, and there's a couple of things that I like to do when I look at a project, just to ensure that the project is legitimate, it's not a scam. And this is something that you can do even if you don't code yourself. It's very, very simple, is to just look for the project's GitHub and go to where it has contributors. So normally a positive sign for me is when there's quite a lot of contributors. That tells me that it's quite an active project, and here you can see that there's contributors such as Eric Zhang. What I normally like to do is I like to click into them and see just what other stuff they've been working on. Are they real people who have been working on other projects? So here we have Shargon. So you can see here that Shargon's made of 2,000 contributions. His whole commit history is green, so this tells me he's very, very active in the coding space, and you can see like some of his other projects he's working on. So if we just go back to the Neo homepage, another thing you can look at is the commits here, and this tells you just oh, actually these are commits from, I believe, Eric Zhang. So he's the head engineer of Neo, so he's definitely worth following on Twitter or anywhere else. But what else I tend to like to look at is if I go to pull requests. So what pull requests are is these are small code changes which haven't been added or deployed to sort of like the version that's in production, but they're features that should be added soon. They might be closed or they might be open. So open ones are, they're still working on, maybe small bugs, enhancements before they get merged into the main branch in production and then closed off. So if we just have a look at closed, so you can see that Neo, they've got 1,372 closed features, and just looking through, 14 hours ago they added a new feature, 15 hours ago they added a new feature, and you can see that Neo, they've just been working around the clock. And from here, you can also go to milestones, and some of you guys might be a bit more familiar with this. So the milestones is how much progress they've made, and you can see here 97% complete. We're nearly there to Neo 3. So Neo 3 is coming.
Oh, shit.
You know, a lot of projects, they make these promises, they tend to get delayed, but, you know, 97% of the way there, you know, it is coming soon. So, again, another aspect I tend to look at are the pull requests, you know, the closed and open requests. And if you just go back here, so you can also see used by. So used by Neo, normally they have like a package, and other developers, they can use Neo code in their code. Maybe, you know, they want some Neo functionality. Maybe they want, you know, the number of transactions happening on a Neo blockchain for their own project, whatever it is. And they can essentially just integrate that in. So here we can just have a quick read of you know, Neo's documentation. So build, that's the current version that's in production, so that's all working fine. They got the version number. Coverage is just how much of their tests have tested the code. So, you know, some of the code they've written might not have a test covering it, but, you know, that's fine. You don't need 100% coverage. You know, I normally say like 85% is good enough. And yeah, you can just learn more about Neo from here. So when it comes to the technology, Neo, it is similar to Ethereum. So it provides a platform where developers can essentially build decentralized applications, smart contracts, digital assets, all of that good stuff, similar to what Ethereum does. But there are a few main differences, and this is why Neo is hugely differentiated compared to competition. So one thing that sets it apart is, like I just showed you, is how much they're working on the code, how many updates they release. There are other kind of similar ones such as EOS and Lisk, but the reason those never really did that well was because the code doesn't tend to get updated very often. You know, people kind of have to wait forever for, you know, some new feature. And Neo in itself, for developers, so I know people who have developed on Ethereum blockchain, it uses a proprietary language called Solidity. Now, the problem with Solidity is, for those who have worked with it, it's quite buggy. There's been problems with projects built using Solidity on Ethereum. There's this whole explosion of these Binance Smart Chain coins, like, you know, Pancake Swap, you know, Bait Cake, whatever. There have been exploits that have been pointed out by other YouTubers on that. So Neo, fortunately, it uses it's written in C#, so you can see here C#, that's the language that I use. But if you want to develop on the Neo blockchain, you don't have to just use C#. You can use Java, you can use JavaScript, you can use Go. So literally, Neo has done something that a lot of developers have wanted for a while. A lot of developers, they don't want to go off and learn Solidity just for building something on Ethereum's blockchain. They want to use what they're comfortable with, the tooling that they're comfortable with, and Neo addresses this. They've also got custom toolkits, which makes the development process a lot easier. And all of this stuff is incredibly enticing for developers, and personally I do see a lot of developers coming to Neo's platform when Neo 3 is out. I'm certainly interested in developing on the Neo platform as well, just because I'm a C# developer. And again, that goes on to the other point of gas. Now, gas, I made this call last month. I said, you know, when Neo 3 comes out, gas is going to blow up, and partly because the market cap is so small, partly because there aren't that many tokens in circulation, but gas, I'm going to see the demand for it just only, you know, appreciate once Neo 3 is out. So that's again something else to look into. But yeah, we're going to end it there. This was just supposed to be a quick...
This is gas prices are going to go up.
And again, that goes on well, just because I'm a C# developer. Gas. Now, gas, I made this call last month. I said, you know, when Neo 3 comes out, gas is going to blow up, and partly because the market cap is so small, partly because there aren't that many tokens in circulation, but gas, I'm going to see the demand for it just only, you know, appreciate once Neo 3 is out. So that's again something else to look into. But yeah, we're going to end it there. This was just supposed to be a quick summary summary and why I'm bullish on Neo, and how you can kind of apply what I've shown you to evaluating other cryptos. So you can go to their GitHub, you can look at who's in the project, the contributors, you can look at the pull request, and just kind of see what features they're working on. You don't need to know how to code. You can kind of just look at the pull request, the commits, and just read the notes on there, and that should give you enough information. So that's pretty much it, guys. Thank you so much for watching. Please do like and subscribe to support the content. I wanted to bring you guys something a bit different, something that's not the usual, traders showing you charts saying, the price is going to go here because it's retested this, resistance, blah, blah, blah. This is, from a purely technological point of view, how you can evaluate Neo. And personally, I am quite bullish on Neo, like I've said, and I've gotten a bit more involved in the project as time has gone on. So do apply it, guys. This will help you greatly with your due diligence. And yeah, thanks so much for watching. I'll see you in the next one. See ya.
Panther, what's up, man? I'm buying the dip. It hasn't dipped yet. Still waiting on it to dip, man. Right now I'm mining Monero. And reading about Neo. Neo is gonna pop, dude. That's what I'm watching right now. %97% complete on Neo 3.0. And it's in an all-time low on BTC value. Look at this shit. Look at this. This is going back to August of 2017. That's Binance. If I go to Bittrex, maybe we'll go back a little bit further. So this is the last time it was this slow was before it pumped in 2017. And then before, and it was like worth so little then, dude. So we might be able to do a little pumped up to like 600% or something. That's why I have this thing up to there. And probably make a stop here, make some retracement, and maybe push it up to another 400. Especially if this ends up being this Neo 3.0 and 97. Man, this is right around the corner. I almost, man. And it'll probably start pushing up once Bitcoin starts going up, because people will start putting into it instead of Bitcoin, hoping that they'll be able to make more profit with it going up. So I might just go into it once Bitcoin really dips. Got a large Chinese following. "15 days, it's only went up." I mean, it has went up 26% in 15 days. That's not really much. That just seems like many people getting it before it's about to be. Let's see. 54 days, it's went up 71%. So I got Monero kind of mining, see if I can get some free Monero at the moment. This, but probably won't. I bought an Monero last night just to try the wallet out to see how it's working. And hey man, I think it's working pretty good. You can actually mine directly from the wallet too. So that's pretty cool. They help strengthen their network. It means that their network can become stronger pretty easily with CPU miners. I don't see it as being able to push quite as fast and hard as Neo, because Neo's volume is going to be able to, be way better. Monero might be more pump and dumpy since it's not on as many exchanges, but good spirits? Am I good spirits? Oh, is it? It's all the MREs probably. I should eat another one. What else could I eat? Getting scared of them, dude. I wasn't ever bullish on ADA, was I? I never had ADA personally. I don't know much about it, man. A lot of people like it, but I don't know, man. I'm bullish on food delivery right now. That's it. I am hungry. I am hungry. I could just make some grains. Have grains into. That's what I'll do. I'm gonna rinse the thing out, and it'll take it a while to make the grains, but at least I'll have them later. Gotta go do that. Dried grains in there. definitely a lot of dishes I need to do. A lot. I don't even scratch the surface. And it's pretty bad. The next, dude, if I can just do well on crypto, out of here and have a dishwasher. I can get the fuck out of here and have a dishwasher again. Sweet. I'd really like a dishwasher again. And a washer and dryer. My life would be so much better. Make coffee? Did I make coffee? No. I make some food. Welcome to the stream, Suzanne, right? You have a great night. Damn, you remember those expensive ass aircraft pods? These things are supposed to be like cutting edge. Apparently, they stopped carrying them even. The clinic stopped carrying them. Still works. Out. Those are experience. Bro, does this have any of it? Dude, this has... Pretty sure this has weed in it right here. Oh, it's dead. Wait. Yep. That'd be sweet. I can feel it. There's weed in here. I didn't know I had weed. A little bit, just very little. But try not to waste it right now. Little tickle. I felt that little tickle there. I was like, oh, oh. This shit's like 90-something% too. Oh, I might have just smoked all of it. Yeah. I might have to get more of those new normal pods. We didn't drink tonight. Yeah, I'm out of weed. What kind of? Yeah, I have 2 little roaches left. Yeah. And I cleaned the camera lens yesterday, can you tell? That shit's crispy now. It's too crispy. I'm in too high a def. I don't know if y'all can handle it. Can you handle it? Look at this. I'm mining. I'm a miner. anybody hasn't seen it yet, I'm mining cryptocurrency with my computer right now, the same one that stream's going through. At this rate, I might be able to find one in 3 years. Years. I don't know. Niner, yeah. Miner 49er. That's what I go by in the off season. Gonna get back in the neocoin, gonna get back in the neocoin, gonna get back in the neocoin, yes there we are. Compound ain't doing so hot, is it? Gonna get back in the... Dude, I'm surprised that our Raven just keeps doing so well. What? Well, people are mining Ravencoin with their laptops, it seems. What? Juicy J?
Man, hey man, it's your boy Juicy J, man. I usually don't advertise people's coins and all this.
What? Juicy J is on the fucking Ravencoin tip? This is a Memphis rapper. Man, I really missed the boat with this one, dude.
It's all crazy. But look, my nigga, keep hustling. Do what you do. You know what I'm saying? I don't know too much about Bitcoin. I'm about to put some money in Bitcoin. I'm about to drop some shit in that shit. You know what I'm saying? You got some shit called Ravencoin. Hey, I might drop some money in that shit. But, you know,
well,
I tell everybody, man, first of all, before you do anything, you got to get educated.
They paid him on Cameo to say Ravencoin. I get it. I see the Cameo watermark down here.
You know what I'm saying? You got to get educated about the system and how it works, and you know what I'm saying, what you invest and how much you're gonna get back and blah 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 blah, all that cool shit. But anyway, man, keep hustling. You know, I like the way you're doing what you're doing. You know what I'm saying? Just keep working, keep working, keep working, keep going, keep going, keep going. You know what I'm saying? Your boy Juicy J, man. Oh yeah, and tell them haters I said shut the fuck up.
This guy bought $200 with a $32. Big spender. I think these are just like fake, just to get people to spend help get more people to spend small amounts on crypto. Because the reason I'm looking at this is at the top of this chart here. It's like one of the top coins they're saying to buy right now, that it's going to go up due to multiple reasons. I don't know multiple reasons are, but it's been green for a while too, and I haven't went in, and now it's even lower and higher green. Oh my god! Last time they've been right before. Like here they were right, they went up. Here they weren't right. Really, no. They will stonewall listing Raven because it has no commercial value to them. Tell my Coinbase. Dude, this guy give me a $30 This guy actually thinks his 100 and something thousand Raven coin would bring the price down dramatically. He's delusional. I had like 400,000 of them in the beginning of their little bull run cycle thing. At one point, 450,000 or something of them. I don't know what that'd be worth now. Let's see. Oh, I can't do it here. I gotta over here. Oh no, Simon, why are you acting a crazy kitty? Hey. Alright, so if I were to try to trade let's just say 450k of them, that would now be worth it. Wait. That would now be worth. I gotta do a limit. 78,752. So not that much, but if I'd have gotten in earlier, it would have been. I could have gotten like 1,000,000 of them. So that would have been. If I get on January 28th, bro. Insanity. That's what Neo could possibly do right now. Still, it's so low. That's this. I mean, it might not look like it because it's at 80,275, and the Raven coin was actually in the below 100 sats. Juicy Day didn't do no work. Oh. No. Simon, you want to play? Here, let's see if I can get a ball and throw it. Throw the ball. Buddy. DT, what's up, man? How you doing? Huh. Is the dump happening tonight? Has it dumped as much as it's going to? I mean, this doesn't mean shit, but it does have a slight uptick there. I mean, it's pretty easily. See, look at these stupid lines off of here. Get out of here. You. Great. So, we're gonna drink, but I can't drink right now. I have to do it tomorrow, maybe. I gotta get some water first. And it's hard to get water delivered, so I'm gonna have to go to Costco tomorrow. I'm just gonna do. Tomorrow's gonna be hectic for me because I'm not gonna be able to get the oil changed, but I need to go to Costco to get some water. Some Pellegrino. Some regular water. Those are the main things I need to get from Costco, and they're in the very back. So I'm gonna have to get some other shit while I'm there. You already know that. Man, they stopped selling Johnny Walker Green Label. Johnny Walker Green Label was legit my go-to scotch. And they didn't have that Wee Beastie anymore last time I went either. That Ardbeg Wee Beastie. It was a limited edition for them. So, what the fuck, dude? Why they stop selling Green Label? I go to Costco to get liquid, but no, I guess mostly because I got those coconut drinks too last time. Mostly liquid because I think liquid's the biggest, like, it's the hardest thing to get delivered. Like you can't get beverages for cheap on the low, especially ones that are refrigerated from Amazon. Like the tuna, the mayo, and the grains I'm about to eat, all from Amazon. Oh man, I just remembered, I'm out of peppercorns. Don't let that happen. Dude, Raven Coin's actually been on a mild pump today. It's pumped like 5% to 1807 since 2 hours. Maybe that site was actually right here. They called it being an 86% Vertex score. It's the highest scored coin on their site at the moment. It's down still 7% for a 24-hour high. Volume's down though. But that just means once that kicks up, it's really going to pump. But it hasn't really started to pump. Maybe this is a short-term thing for maybe a closer look at old Raven coin here. Oh, whoa! Did that just happen? Hold up, dude. Increase we looking at there? 2.5% increase on Neo out of the blue. Okay, no, that was an hour. That's an hour in the making. I hear you, Simon. This is for the both of us, dude.
French fried potatoes.
That happened. Hey, thanks for the sub, dude. Thanks for I just subbed. Don Richardson.
Meow.
Robert Anson. It's one of the two. Well, thank you both. So that's it. This is the pump it did right here. So it's really started around at 2017. You could have gotten the same return. Is it only, wait a second. Only 0.4% am I looking at here? I should have been looking at this. Yeah. Boom. It's not even big enough. Too small of a time frame. There it is. That's where it bottomed out. Second. So. Oh yeah, and you could have made a quick. Dude, it's exactly 666. Could have made a quick 5%. Boom. In a matter of an hour, less than an hour, 45 minutes. And bought back in back here. Boom. Just sold there for another 5%. Two 5% sales in a matter of like 2 hours. Then have much movement left. Favorite shrimp? Two. I'm thinking about going into Raven, but it's went up so much now. It's almost up to here. This is where I'd be thinking about dumping it. From buying it here. Oh, let's see. See, I'm dumping it there, man. Maybe he has a cream for shrimp too. Left me. That's soon. He was gone forever. Like that. Out of my life. Simon! Bro, there is a lot of orders coming in though. Bot or no bot. On this one is what I'm looking at. Thin, pretty thin on the volume though. I was saying they just got orders pushing it, but volume's pretty slacked up. But that just means when they turn it on again, it's gonna just be like woo 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 woo. Like they turn this shit on again like that. The poop. El poopy. Poopy. Just have a little more in it, but the grains are heating. They're heating, man. Oh man, what can I eat while waiting on the grains? MRE food. You know what I'm saying? I shouldn't, should I? It might be too delicious. Spoil my appetite. Get all fat off MRE food now. Gotta lower my sugar intake. Taking me back to war. Past draft age. Carry on, soldier. You do us proud out there, Gutierrez. Oh my sick. Oh my god. What? This guy's having issues. No. No, I need to get in one of these coins soon. Is there enough demand for Raven? I'm planning on making a mining rig for RVN around 1,600 euros. Are there enough buyers so I can instantly exchange my mined RVN into euros? Anyone knows probability? Oh. You see, here's what's funny. This guy doesn't realize that Raven was worth a lot more in 2019, even though it wasn't 28 cents. These fucking dudes. It really bothers me when they talk about it in terms of USD, because Ravencoin was much higher BTC value. I'm saying it might have been 27 cents here, but yeah, that's the highest it's ever been on USD value. Oh my god, it was 30 cents, but that's not a big deal, dude. Because what I did when I had Ravencoin, I didn't pay attention to that stupid chart. That's what new booties do. Dumbasses do, dude. You don't mine a coin and pay attention. Look at what it did. It said roop. And guess what I did? I sold somewhere around here or some shit. I don't know. I sold somewhere. I didn't get the very top. I sold around there. So I got like BTC out the frame. And guess what I did? I sat on that shit. I just sat on that. And if I would have bought back into Ravencoin here with that BTC, bruh. You know what I'm saying? Because its BTC value is way less. I can get a ton more Ravencoin. You want to know how much more? You want to know how much more? Like 2,842% more. Not paying attention to USD value, but the BTC value. And if I'd have done that, this pump would have been insanity for me. That's how it was supposed to be done. I fucked up. Now you see, I kick myself in the ass every day over that, not doing that correctly, but whatever. Oh. Imagine being a miner that just held on all those years thinking, I'm just going to wait till the USD value pumps. Like, that dude missed out too, big time. He doesn't even know it, I guess. Maybe he does. Maybe he did it right. He's just not saying it. Like literally, I think I sold like 70-something thousand, 75,000 Ravencoin. I could have bought back into like 1 million once it dropped down like that. Something like that. Over 1 million, probably. Maybe a little less. Same. Hi. But that's already happened. It's done. We can't change that. If I could just go back in time, like Back to the Future, dude. Burn down. The Future song, whatever it is. Or if even I'd have put in at the heart. We'd have all been rich if we'd have put in at the heart. And it's taken out halfway up. Nah, we haven't been rich from that. We'd have really had to do it from down. Oh. It's not even that much right there. Maybe that's why I'm so bullish on it. Right now, Neo looks better to me, dude. Neo looks better to me because I know these Chinese are gonna want to pump their little Chinese coin, dude. Are they picking it up? Are they just collecting it right now? I wonder. They haven't pumped their little Chinese coin yet. They're gonna make now. Chinese coin gonna be king. You know what I'm saying? They're gonna want to get that shit up in the top 10, get some clout on it, get China up in the system. Look at China's coin. Look at the old Neo coin. They've been working on this. They changed the name for this year. because it was Antcoin for the 2017 pump. It was Antcoin. They changed it midway. It was like weird. It was like, you don't do it in the middle of a pump like that. It didn't help anything. But it really was, I think it was for this pump. So it would have a new identity, a new, Neocoin. Can't let this one slip away. It and Monero, I'm like hawk-eyed on. But Neo. Yeah. Yeah, man. Neo's going to be the one, I think. And then Monero after Neo, because that's when Monero people will start talking about the security coins. And once the pumping is getting near an end, the privacy coins, I mean. So maybe Neo to Bitcoin to Monero. Maybe even ETH if it decides to do some stupid like pumping at the end of the Bitcoin run too, because that might be why ETH still hasn't done its thing, because it has a lot of followers. That's what this boils down to, is followers and them telling people it's time, telling all their friends. Because here's what happens, people get rich. People get rich off Ethereum. A lot of people got rich off Ethereum, very rich. So their friends see that, right? And what their friends say, let me know when it's time to do that again. I believe you now. I fucking believe you now, man. Well, I don't think people have told their friends yet that it's time for Ethereum, because it hasn't really pushed off on BTC value. It's only pushed off on UST value. It did perform a little bit better than BTC did overall, but let's see here. You're looking at its USD value. It's easy to say, "Oh, look, Ethereum. Yeah, it's at its peak. It's doing amazing." Right, and this is going all the way back to 2017. It's doing higher than it did back then. But you do what you're kind of really supposed to do, and look at its BTC value instead. It's super low, dude. You know what I mean? Like, it's like way out of my face. I can't even see with all these things. How are there so many? I'm pressing remove and it's not even doing anything. Oh my, I give up. So, I would get it bored. Kind of annoying. That's why people were thinking that this can reach 10K. But I don't see that really. Because that means it at the 500 times, which is way the fuck up here. I mean, it would just have to follow BTC going up and do a little bit of increase here. But I don't see its BTC value doing what a Neo is capable of doing. Because look at that difference there on BTC. In comparison, like this looks like it's the same amount, but like if I go from here to here, that's 200. That's 200% from its last all-time high, which they normally don't like just go shooting past their last all-time high, because this is when it blew up. But if you go to Ethereum, like I did before, that's 1,635%. So the chances of it being able to make it up a lot, like up to here or something, which is just hugely more profit than ETH moving up. It's 581%. It's 200. That's like I'm just now starting to get to where ETH can make it. 206% is equivalent of that, and that looks very profitable for Neo in comparison to that. Which do you think is more likely? I hadn't heard that. Both going off 2017 or 18 numbers. I don't know though. Look at this volume though. The volume looks pretty thick. Volume looks pretty thick in comparison. In comparison to Neo's volume, it really did slack up. I'm on the day chart though. Not that that's gonna help. Worse. Yeah, that volume is crazy. They got in the millions for their weeks, and Neo is more in like hundreds of thousands at best. So that's a little concerning. How much that volume slacked up. And this one continues just to increase. That's a good healthy sign. Same sign that Monero has. Nice healthy increase. Neo's more of a gamble then, way more. But you know them Chinese dude, they would be like, ding, 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 no. Look at what bump. You know what? You are, god damn it, SAC, you're constantly negative. You like, I don't think you can say much except be negative, dude. You have this thing where you just go to people's chats and say negative shit as much as you can to see, like, to get it off your chest or just get your negativity bullshit off your chest. Getting old though, man. What is now? Neo. One first one. Nancy. Pretty sure that's one of his alts, negative Nathan or some shit. Negative Nathan. Oh. Oh. Drains it. I'm cooking them with my chemical water. It helps soften them up. Yeah. 30. Oh. Oh my gosh. Is it dumping? Do we get a discount in a minute and we can make some quick money off of some Neo? Like if it comes down to here, it might be about to be like, bloop, back up. Used to be frozen though. Yeah, it's frozen. It's just no volume. Damn. That's embarrassing. Did I have some coffee? I'm gonna do that. I gotta go do that with the chemical water. With the two of them combined? Yeah, you know. I wish I had more. I'm gonna need it later. Okay, I'll have the mushroom drink then. Okay, we got it. Mushroom drink to the rescue. This is chai, but it's got mushrooms in it. It's got reishi and lion's mane and a couple others. Ah, he's so close. So close, but no cigar for you, my man. No cigar. I wonder where that came from. The expression close but no cigar means that a person fell slightly short of a successful outcome and therefore gets no reward. The phrase most likely originated in the 1920s when fairs or carnivals would hand out cigars as prizes. At that time, the games were targeted towards adults, not kids. Of course they were. Fucking kids didn't have money back then. That makes total sense. Huh. That's cool. How's that? When did they start targeting towards kids, I wonder? It's kind of weird that they do that now, actually. Why couldn't amusement parks been for adults and like we just take our kids to it? Why did they have to make it all about kids? Disney did that, huh? Like Disney was the first, I think, to make it just about kids, and then they all started, like Knott's Berry Farm started doing it probably, and Six Flags started doing it. The mushroom drink, it has like kind of like solid stuff in it. There's even black stuff in it, dude. I guess one of the mushrooms is black and crunchy. It's supposed to be good for your brain. Just mushroom shit. Alright, so are we there yet? Oh. What y'all think should be a good ratio to look to now? Gas is 1/3 of Neo. There's a reason why gas gets so much attention. The use case will increase in Neo 3 a lot. This combined with the low supply can lift it up a lot more. There's a reason why gas gets so much attention. Yes, but won't the supply of gas be unlimited in Neo 3? The supply of Ethereum is also not capped. In 6 years, gas will still have a supply lower than Ethereum. Just to give you some perspective here, gas utility is higher in Neo 3. Gas, where do you buy gas at? This is always an interesting discussion. The main thing I see happening is as gas gets closer to Neo price, Neo becomes more valuable to hold as it generates gas, potentially pushing the price of Neo up and away from gas. This is looking at it purely from an investment point, that is, and not as something with utility. Personally, I don't think gas would stabilize at much more than half the value of Neo for the reason above. 1-to-1 ratio, 1-to-1 ratio. Swapping for Neo seems to be a decent plan now, but that is just my 2 cents. I do hold only Neo, but I'm just saying, what do you all think should be something good on thinking of maybe half? Let's see this. Check out these now. Neo 3 on the way. If gas gets more utility, Neo 3 aspect ratio, gas Neo 3 higher. I was like, oh yeah. Gas again, gas again, gas again. The Koreans know something. Is there some advertising on here? I swear they always know something. No offense, by the way. Good luck, guys. Neo will follow soon. Maybe Neo will follow soon, like in the past. Gas just pumped in Korea, apparently. The gas is something that Neo produces when you have it. I don't know if you stake it or whatever, but you get it. And apparently gas just pumped, and in the past it did that, and then afterwards Neo did that. Been tracking the market for some time, a bit constantly on market price mismatches where this sort of thing happens. Haven't seen it happen for somewhat prolonged periods of time too. That in mind, anyone who can actually access Upbit has such a massive arbitrage opportunity during these pumps. Although I'm seeing the same price at Upbit as seeing at other markets right now for gas. I know it's 12 hours after your comment, but it doesn't look like Upbit pumped that much harder than other exchanges also. And the times I've seen pumps on altcoins on Upbit often the price of everyone else. That didn't increase the price on of it, just kept trading it, went back to multiple. Actually true with okay. Hey, again, my plan is to swap out Chase for Noah. Oh, again, my plan is to swap out gas for Neo at about $15 and then ride Neo to 60 and beyond. Maybe I'll do the same for 25 Neo. Huh. Swap out gas for Neo. So I think gas is gonna pump first. Or what did I after the last one thinking the same thing? I almost got back into gas. So that's what I did after the last pump. Thinking the same thing. Almost got back into gas at 7 and should have. Def a smart plan, and I'm one I will try to execute again once gas settles at around 1 to 5 ratio. How about the massive Bitcoin dick with mine? Just did. Hope it was a wise choice. Okay, so gas. Gotta get gas. Gas. Hey. Gotta get gas. Gotta get that gas. You want that gas? Hey. You know you want gas? Whoa, when was that? February 20th. Holy shit. Whoa, we missed that one. So, is this what they're thinking is about to happen with Neo? Has this ever been high, though? I need to go back in time further. Gotta get that boom, boom, boom. Dude, there it is. It was like, way the fuck up there. And then it wasn't. So, yeah, that's like a, yeah, that's 4,000, whoa, or 5,000% higher at one point. Okay, so yeah, now it's trying to make its way back up, and they're thinking that Neo is gonna follow suit, and that's a whole lot of green. It's been really going, so it's still greatly behind where it's been in the past. It's 2,500% behind. I'll just put it here even. This is where it's been a lot in this area, 3 times. So 2,000, 20 times below that. Gas, huh? Huh. Yeah. Is there like a Reddit for gas? They can only be changed or traded in BTC. Volume's super low on it. Beano, bro. You gotta get the Beano in you. Man, I kind of want some more stuff. I don't get Beano. Does it work? Dude, those pins are stout. Oh man. Oh my. Thank you, like you do shit. Because of the VPN, you signing me out. My guess never settles. Yeah. MREs will do that too. Oh no, wait, I already did this. I have to do this. Moved it. Moved her over. All over the place right now, dude. I'm saying all over the place. You know what I do, dude? Oh man. Insufficient funds, I guess. Insufficient funds. I'm trying to put, I have like 30 bucks in a small coin. I keep trying to put in GDAX and it says insufficient funds. I got them for free. Like you could answer questions on Coinbase about coins and they pay you. And now you can't even sell them. I can't trade them for some reason. Seems like a scam. Can't even do anything with them, bro. Oh. Maybe my grains are ready. If the grains are ready, that'll really help me get some energy and wake back up a little bit. I need the grains. I'm gonna get a little of them, put them in a bowl, pour some mayonnaise on them. Japanese mayonnaise, it's not regular. Every time I have these grains, Simon like pesters the shit out of me thinking that I have tuna. No matter what, he smells these grains cooking and he like expects tuna. It's all. He's like, mine. Ooh, that was a dump. They dumped, dude. There's no tuna, man. I'm grinding, baby. Oh. No one's talking about Neo on Twitter. I love it. Yet it still has more volume than Raven Coin and Monero. I'm gonna put this in the comparison bracket so we see it in favorites, Doge, and see how they're doing a comparison. What else could we? It has the least amount of people talking about it. And it has something that's just about to be implemented. It's 97% done. It's Chinese. How are so few people? I guess because it's Chinese. Tuna sounds delicious, bro. Now I see our even quiz green. They think it's gonna pop. Oh, it's at 16 now? Oh shoot. Is everything dumping? What's really going on? What's whoa, blocked up here? Is it 16? I'll have some tuna with this in a minute. The grain, dude, I think those grains are good like that. I'm gonna just quit it and put some tuna in this. Be right back. You got me wanting tuna, dude. I give Simon a little bit too. He'll be happy. He knows it's coming. Waiting on it patiently down there, like I know. And we saved so much by making this Raven coil. Crazy. I just shut the door. He goes running right out of it. This is what it looks like. Oh, I made it look like shit. Oh, that looks delicious. Salt bathe that shit. Oops. Bitcoin is down to 46.6. Good. Nice and healthy dipping. Liking the dipping. Nothing new. The full node application on the Neo3 blockchain uses Electron cross-platform technology and can run on Windows 10 Mac. High degree of control over digital assets, verification comprehensive. The wireless full node stores all data in the blockchain, which means that they trust third party when verifying payments. Transparency, highest wallet is open source, which means the developer. Works already? It's interesting how they have so many wallets. I've never seen this before. It's a little, it's a little confusing. The fuck? Okay, I recognize this one. In a ledger. Okay. Hey, how do you pick which wallet though? Like I'm figuring this is like the main one. That's why it's front and center. It's Neo GUI. It's probably made by them. Neo GUI version 3.0 preview. That more better? Oh, yo, it's got to be better. That shit's not even in English. Hold up. Yeah, I think we're gonna try this one. Alright, let's try this one out. No, 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 no. No. Give me your viruses, China. No, 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 no. So, I try to wall it out, man, if I'm gonna be invested in it. Oh, man. Oh, shit. Just downloaded the virus that fast. There we go. Hot. So good. Hot. Dude, one. Not letting me, dude. This is interesting. Kind of hard to use wallet. Dude, dude, mm-hmm. I see on their test now. I don't think this one's working yet. Flag. What is it doing, dude? I don't know how to get this thing to work. Damn. 200 gigs of disk space needed. Wow. Oh. Mm-hmm. Hmm. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. The wallet being so hard to use or get started is a little concerning. Delicacy. How the hell you make a new wallet with their wallet, though? It's a very confusing wallet. Shit, it's actually, I don't want it to do what it's doing. It's putting it in my C drive. I mean, never mind, the file location is the D drive. Hey, we'll give it a whirl. We'll give it a whirl. We'll download their 200 gig wallet. Man, I was doing well too. I had like 20 connections. Now I only have 4, and I'm getting a lot slower. I'm picking up. And we're also currently still mining with the Monero wallet. Haven't got anything yet. Ted Thomas in the building. Knock, knock, knocking on heaven's out. Out. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Oh, we got 19 connected. And now. Oh, nice. Oh, Bitcoin's going down. That's why. About 46.2. I like this layout. You can do anytime. Read about. Where the fuck? Why do these people need somebody to hold their hands? Or what do you consider heavy volume? What's the exact number I should be looking for here? I just got here. Yes, huh? Bad. Now we're waiting for you to do the same. Right. A block item on. That ain't a while. Best is a neon wallet. Oh, I get the wrong one. Neon wallet. Probably better than this one. Crap. And how do you? The wallet. F8 one though. Bitcoin's at 45.7 now. Oh, this is a moment. gonna do something here, folks. Bitcoin's at a pinnacle moment here. If it busts through 45 right now, it's definitely going down tonight, which I thought it was going to go down tonight anyway, but that'll just be the proof. We're back. Oh, didn't bounce. I mean, it didn't go down yet. It's getting there. They like to do it when it's late because people are going to sleep. I mean, imagine if you don't like if you put in back here at 51, you've been watching it drain all day, and now you're watching it tap 45 right before you're going to go to bed. What would you do? Would you stay up if your life savings was in it, or would you just be like, I'm gonna sleep. I hope it does alright tonight. Man, they got people biting their nails right now intentionally. West Coast time right now, it's 10 o'clock. East Coast is already trying to go to bed. And it's right at the bottom of that bring. Like it's about it. What's it gonna do? What am I gonna do? Oh, what am I gonna do? You don't know. You don't know what I'm gonna do, bro. Oh man. It's probably gonna bounce here, but Dude, you see him try to swipe the microphone? Okay, well, wow, this is what this wallet looks like. It's pretty nice, actually. Dang. I didn't even have to download the blockchain. I guess they have it for me. But, I have to deposit Neo to have any, so I don't have any right here. But I guess I'll get a little bit and send it to myself and see how long it takes to get this wallet. Code Slater automatic, Neo Skin current network, mainnet. Okay. Yeah, I can accept it there easily. I'm gonna get a little bit and see how well it transfers. Oh, but I also need to send this. I need to send this to myself real fast to really. Cool. They're currently $37 each. They're kind of expensive. Let's get one. I'm just gonna get gonna one Neo and see what happens. I get one Neo. Is it falling? Here, I'll find this. Sale going on now because I can get a little bit of a sale going. Oh, wait a second. What I'm looking at actually is this one. No, this one. This one. That's what I'm looking at right now. Just into myself real fast, so I'm gonna try it out. I'm kind of getting at a top of a little push here. I'm gonna spend in like $1 more maybe, but I'm gonna try it out. I don't really want to wait to try it, so. Oh shit! What? I gotta redo everything because apparently they are on to me again. They're on to me, dude. Dear user, as we perform periodic sweeps of our existing controls, we recognize that you are trying to access minets from a US IP address. I'm glad I'm getting this figured out now so that you know, screw me over when I really want to buy some, maybe, hopefully. Close out all these tabs. Peanut butter jelly. Butter jelly. I don't know, dude. It's a peanut butter jelly song. Um, okay, my money is there, but why isn't it over here? My money's gone on Binance now. I'm unable to trade it. Oh wait. Oh no, it was, never mind. Whoa, dude, that tripped me out for a second. Dude, they're still not letting me trade though. I think I might have to start my computer over. Not letting me trade anything. I change it to a different state. Not let me trade anything. I'm about to start the PC over. I mean the laptop over and see if that works. Dude, if this were happening at a time where like Bitcoin were at 27K and it was about to skyrocket back up to 40, I'd be furious. Probably what's gonna happen though. That did it. That did it. Oh. It dumped into my purchase too. I got a Neo already. Alright, I was able to get one at 30. What'd I get it at anyway? 36,879, and it's now 36,913. Oh, I came up on a Neo. I know, I'm just getting this to move it right now though, to use it for a second to see how this wallet's working. So I ended up with 0.999, so they took their little bit there. Okay, so let's go ahead and move it here. I'm gonna bring the wallet up. We can see real time exactly how long it takes to get to me. There's the wallet. Gotta quickly withdraw it here. Really easy. Just Neo, it says I need. Oh, it wouldn't even let me put an amount. Wait. It didn't let me. Oh, what the fuck? The minimum withdrawal is 1 Neo, and I have 0.99. Alright, whatever. I gotta get some more then. I gotta get like point. That's bitch. Oh. limit order like 0.1 Neo, whatever, dude. It's $3. Filled. Value must be $10. I gotta get $10 worth at once, so I'm getting 269 Neo. What a pain. Oh, oh, now they're past my limit order. Filled. Wait, now I have 1.26 Neo. Okay, now I can send it. Sure. Okay. Draw. Put all Neo open. I'm just going to go ahead and withdraw the max. It says, what the hell? Oh, max is 1. So it only, you have to take it out in increments of 1 with Neo. You can't take out fractions of a coin with it. This transaction fee is 0 though. Interesting. I wonder if they take the extra money. Let's see if I wonder if I'll still have that remaining or if it's actually free to send it. Okay. Just sending it away. Now we got an email verification code. Verification code. And then we'll have a certain amount of time to put in the Google verification code. Got double authentication. To get money out of my main account. Alright, withdrawal request submitted. Now the timer is counting down to see how long it takes to get it into the wallet. How long would it take, bro? Stopwatch started. Okay, and let's see if it let me keep the rest of that. Neo, like 0.2 something Neo. It still shows it is in my wallet, so it hasn't been sent yet. Oh no, they did take some. It looks like they took like 0.1 something. No, I'm looking at something else. That's ETH. No, it hasn't. Whoa. Received the latest blockchain information. There it is. There it is. It's in my account. At $37.21 worth of Neo. I have 1 Neo here. Boom. And now it's gonna make, I guess it'll make gas. It makes a certain amount of gas every or so often for some reason. That was fast.